The church bell rang 13 times, and everyone in the village pretended it didn't. A horse screamed somewhere in the fog, and the sound cut off like a string snapped in a fist. Then a man ran past the inn window with no coat, no hat, and both hands pressed hard against his own throat. If you're enjoying stories like this, make sure to subscribe to On English Speak Through Stories for more immersive experiences. The fog had come early that year. It slid in from the river like a quiet decision. It swallowed the hedgerows first, then the field gates, then the far ends of the lanes where you could usually see the next village if you stood on your toes. By dusk, the world had been reduced to what you could touch: cold iron latches, wet stone walls, the slick bark of ash trees, and the breath of strangers you couldn't see until they were already close enough to bump shoulders. Mara Larkin arrived in Brackenby just as the street lamps began to glow. They were old lamps with glass chimneys clouded by age, and their light looked tired even when it was doing its best. She stepped down from the bus with a single leather case and a smaller canvas bag that held the kind of things a person never admits they carry: a spare key, a sealed envelope, a photograph turned face down. The bus driver didn't wait for her to find her footing. He shut the doors with a hiss and rolled away as if the village might climb aboard behind her. For a moment she stood alone on the narrow strip of pavement that counted as the stop. The air smelled of damp leaves and cold smoke. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked once, then went quiet. A sign hung from an iron bracket above the pub on the corner. The King's Stirrup, it read. The painted horse on the sign had its head thrown back, eyes white as if it could already taste the fog. Mara took a steadying breath and walked in. Warmth hit her first, then voices. Then that soft, constant clink of glass against wood, as regular as a metronome. The room was full in the way village pubs get full when there's nothing else to do and nowhere else to be. Men in work boots and women in wool coats. A couple by the fire with their heads close together. A small cluster near the bar pretending not to listen to the same story they'd heard 3 times already. When Mara stepped inside, the conversations didn't stop, but they bent. They warped around her like water around a stone. The landlord looked up. He was broad and red-cheeked with a clean apron and the guarded friendliness of someone who has lived long enough to know that strangers always bring something with them. He wiped his hands on a towel that had already surrendered to the evening. "Evening," he said. His eyes flicked to her case, then to her face, then to the fog behind her through the window. "Bus drop you?" "Yes," Mara said. Her voice came out calm, but she felt the tiny tremor in it anyway. "Just arrived." He nodded as if that explained everything and nothing at once. "You'll want a room," he said, "unless you're one of the brave ones that walks back out." "I'm not here for bravery," Mara said. "I'm here for my uncle." That changed something. It wasn't dramatic. It was smaller than that. A tightening behind the landlord's eyes. A quiet shift among the nearest listeners, like chairs settling under new weight. "Larkin," he said softly, tasting the name as if it carried grit. "Arthur Larkin." Mara's throat tightened. "Yes." The landlord put the towel down and leaned forward, bracing his hands on the bar. His voice lowered, not because he wanted to be secretive, but because secrets were the only way anyone spoke in Brackenby these days. "Then you're late," he said. Mara's stomach turned cold. "I got the letter yesterday," she said. "It said he needed me." "Aye," the landlord said, and he did. He glanced toward the fire, then back at her. But needing and getting are 2 different things. Mara forced herself not to move too fast, not to show the panic rising like a tide behind her ribs. "What happened?" she asked. The landlord's jaw worked as if he were chewing a difficult thought. Before he could answer, a woman's voice cut in from a table near the window, sharp and clear, not cruel, just used to being obeyed. "He went down Brackenby Lane after dark," the woman said. "And he didn't come back the same." Mara turned. The woman was in her late 60s, hair pinned tight, face lined in a way that looked earned rather than softened by time. She wore a dark coat even indoors, like she didn't trust the warmth to stay. Her hands were folded on the table beside a mug of tea that had gone untouched. The people around her didn't shush her. They listened, because she was the kind of person who spoke when everyone else didn't want to. Mara walked closer. "Did you know him?" she asked. The woman's eyes traveled over Mara's face slowly, as if searching for something familiar in it. "I knew your mother," she said, "and I knew what she ran from." Mara felt the words hit like a stone thrown into still water. "My mother didn't run," Mara said too quickly. "She left." The woman's mouth twitched, almost a smile, but not kind. "People call it leaving when they want it to sound tidy," she said. "Sit down." Mara didn't want to. Every part of her wanted to keep moving, to march through the fog to the small cottage her uncle had rented, to throw open the door and find him there, annoyed at her for being late. But she sat anyway because the whole room was watching now, and because something in the woman's gaze told her that resisting would only waste time. I'm Felita Carstairs, the woman said. As close as this village gets to an alarm bell. Mara nodded. I'm Mara. I know, Felita said. You have your mother's eyes. She leaned in slightly. Arthur Larkin came back from the lane with mud on his boots and fog in his hair, she said, and he wouldn't tell anyone what he'd seen. Mara's hands clenched in her lap. But he wrote me, she said. He asked me to come. Felita's gaze flicked to Mara's canvas bag. You brought his letter? Mara hesitated. Then she reached in, pulled out the envelope and laid it on the table. The paper looked creased, like it had been opened and closed too many times. The handwriting on the front was sharp and urgent. Mara hadn't recognized it at first. It didn't look like her uncle's usual scrawl. It looked like he'd forced his hand to behave. Felita didn't touch it. She just studied it like a priest studying a wound. That's not how he writes, Felita said. Mara swallowed. I thought it was odd, she admitted, but the postmark was Brackenby. The landlord, still behind the bar, cleared his throat. He looked uneasy, as if he'd rather be polishing glasses than standing in the middle of someone else's pain. He's alive, he said quickly, like he was tossing Mara a rope. Before you think the worst. Mara's head snapped up. Where is he? Felita's voice softened just a fraction. In the rectory, she said, with the vicar. The vicar, Mara repeated. He's not ill in the way you're imagining, Felita said. He's shaken. She chose the word carefully, as if any other would break something. He has moments where he's Arthur and moments where he looks past you like you're made of glass. Mara's heart beat harder. I need to see him, she said. Felita nodded once, decisive. You will, she said, but not alone. Mara frowned. I can walk. You can barely see your own hands out there, Felita cut in. And Brackenby Lane isn't a place you stroll when you're new to the fog. Mara's mouth went dry. Why? She asked. Felita didn't answer immediately. Instead, she stared at the dark window, where the fog pressed against the glass like a curious face. Then she spoke in a voice so steady it made the hairs on Mara's arms lift. Because something is moving in that lane, Felita said, and it moves like it remembers you. A laugh burst from a man at a nearby table, too loud and too forced. Here we go, he said. Felita's ghosts again. Felita didn't even look at him. I don't believe in ghosts, she said. I believe in people. The man's smile faltered. Mara looked between them. Is this about a legend? She asked. A story you tell the children? Felita's eyes returned to Mara, and in them was something that made Mara feel suddenly young again, not childish, just small, like the world had grown bigger without her permission. It started as a story, Felita said. Most bad things do. She nodded toward Mara's bag again. Did Arthur tell you why he wanted you here? Mara opened the envelope with fingers that didn't feel like her own. She slid out the single sheet of paper. The ink was dark, pressed hard into the page. She read and her breath caught. It wasn't a long letter. It didn't waste words. It was written like someone trying to outrun something with ink. Mara's eyes moved to the last line and her throat tightened so hard it hurt. Her uncle had written, bring the photograph, and whatever you do, don't look up when you hear the hooves. Mara lowered the paper slowly. The pub felt quieter now, as if the building itself had leaned in to listen. Felita watched her face closely. He mentioned hooves, she said. Mara nodded. He did. Felita's mouth pressed into a thin line. Then it's worse than I hoped, she said. Mara's voice came out strained. What is in that lane? Felita's gaze flicked toward the door, toward the fog, toward the invisible ribbon of road that cut through hedges and fields and old stories. Then she spoke, and her voice held no excitement, no theatrical thrill, only the plain fear of someone who has seen a thing and has not yet found a way to pretend it didn't happen. A rider, Felita said, a pale horse, a coat that moves like wet cloth in wind. And where a head should be, she didn't finish. She didn't need to. Mara's stomach turned. That's impossible, she whispered. Felita nodded once. So is your uncle's handwriting, she said, and yet here we are. The landlord set a mug of tea in front of Mara without being asked. His hand trembled slightly and he looked annoyed at himself for it. Drink, he said gruffly. It helps you think. Mara wrapped her hands around the mug. The warmth was real. It grounded her. She took a sip and the tea tasted like ordinary life. That made the letter feel even more wrong. Felita pushed back her chair. We're going to the rectory, she said. Now. Mara stood so fast her chair scraped. Thank you, she said, not sure what she was thanking her for, guidance or permission or simply not leaving her alone in this. Felita grabbed her coat collar, tightened it, and moved toward the door with the brisk certainty of a woman who had decided fear would not run the schedule tonight. The landlord frowned. Take a lantern, he said, and don't go down the lane. Felita paused. We're not going down the lane, she said. Not yet. Mara stepped outside and the fog swallowed her at once. It wrapped around her face, damp and cold. It muffled the sounds behind her so quickly that the pub might as well have vanished. Felita's shape was a darker smear of shadow beside her. A lantern's glow carved a small tunnel through the grey. They walked on the narrow pavement, then across the green where the grass was slick and the earth smelled like hidden water. Somewhere in the mist, a child's laugh floated, then faded, like a memory someone had breathed out. Mara hugged her bag tight against her side. "Why would my uncle go into the lane?" she asked. Felita's lantern swung as she walked, steady, controlled. "He said he'd found something," Felita replied. "He said the village had been lying to itself." Mara's throat tightened again. "And you believed him?" Felita's voice turned dry. "I believe in Arthur Larkin's stubbornness," she said. "It's the only thing more consistent than the weather." They reached the churchyard. The stone wall loomed, wet and dark. Gravestones crouched like hunched shoulders in the fog. The church itself was a squat shape, heavy with age, its windows black. Mara's skin prickled. She didn't like graveyards at night, not because she believed in the dead rising, because she believed in what the living did when they thought no one was watching. The rectory sat just beyond the church, a low house with a single lamp burning in an upstairs window. That light felt like a hand held out. Felita knocked once sharply. A moment later the door opened to reveal the vicar, a thin man with tired eyes and a sweater that looked like it had seen too many winters. His expression changed when he saw Mara. "You came," he said softly. Mara pushed past him without meaning to. "Where is he?" The vicar stepped aside. "Upstairs," he said, "but he's not well." Mara climbed the stairs two at a time. The hallway upstairs smelled of old paper and lavender polish. At the end of it a door stood slightly ajar. Light spilled out. Mara paused, breath caught in her chest. She heard something then, not hooves, not yet, just a low, broken sound, crying her uncle's voice. Mara stepped into the room. Arthur Larkin sat in a chair by the window. He was thinner than she remembered, shoulders hunched as if the air had grown heavier. His hands were wrapped around a glass of water that he wasn't drinking. His eyes were fixed on the curtain as if he expected it to move on its own. When Mara said his name, he flinched. Not startled like an ordinary man, flinched like someone expecting a blow. "Uncle Arthur," she whispered. He turned his head slowly. His eyes found her face, and for a second relief flickered there so raw it made Mara's chest ache, then fear swallowed it. "You shouldn't have come," he said. His voice was hoarse, scraped thin. "You shouldn't have come back." Mara walked to him and dropped to her knees beside the chair. She took his cold hands in hers. "They said you wrote to me," she said. "I got your letter." Arthur's fingers tightened around hers with surprising strength. He leaned forward, eyes wide. "Did you bring it?" he asked. "The photograph." Mara's breath caught. She nodded and reached into her bag. Her fingertips brushed the edge of the photo envelope, and something in her recoiled from it like it was hot. Felita appeared in the doorway, watching. The vicar hovered behind her, anxious and helpless. Mara pulled out the envelope and held it up. Arthur's eyes locked on it as if it were a loaded weapon. "Don't open it here," he whispered. "Not near the window." Mara froze. "Why?" she asked. Arthur swallowed. His gaze drifted to the curtain, to the dark beyond it, to the unseen lane somewhere out there. His lips moved, and when he spoke, his words came out like a confession forced through clenched teeth. "Because it knows," he said, "and when it knows you're looking for the truth, it comes closer." Mara felt her pulse thudding in her ears. Felita stepped into the room, lantern still in hand, though its flame was low now. She set it on the floor carefully, like placing a boundary. "What did you see, Arthur?" Felita asked. Arthur's eyes snapped to her. "Not what," he said. "Who?" Mara's grip tightened on the envelope. "Who?" she repeated. Arthur's gaze returned to Mara, and there was something almost pleading in it. A warning, a sorrow, a regret that looked old. "It's not a stranger," he whispered. "It rides like it belongs here. It wears a face that Brackenby remembers." Mara's mouth went dry. He was speaking in circles, but every circle tightened like a noose. "Uncle," she said, voice shaking now, "tell me plainly." Arthur licked his lips. His eyes glistened, and in the silence that followed, the whole room seemed to hold its breath with him. "It doesn't have a head," he said, "but it has a name." And that name, a sound cut through the air outside, soft at first, so soft Mara thought it might be the wind shifting in the trees. Then it came again, hoof, 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 slow, measured, not galloping, approaching like a man who knew he would be heard. Arthur's face drained of color. Felita's posture went rigid. The vicar made a small sound in his throat, like a prayer swallowed too late. Mara stood, heart hammering, and without thinking she stepped toward the window. Arthur surged up from his chair with a strength that didn't match his thin frame. He grabbed her wrist hard enough to hurt. "Don't," he hissed, "don't look up." The hoofbeats continued, closer now, as if the unseen horse were walking straight through the churchyard. The fog pressed against the glass. The curtain stirred just slightly, as if something outside had passed near enough to brush the air. Mara's breath came fast. Her mind screamed for logic. A horse couldn't be in the churchyard, not without someone hearing it, not without someone seeing it. And yet the sound was there, undeniable, the wood of the world vibrating with it. Felita moved toward the window, but she didn't lift the curtain. She stood beside it, listening, jaw tight, eyes narrowed like she could stare down the fog itself. "It's early," she whispered. "It never comes this close to the rectory." Arthur's grip on Mara's wrist tightened. His voice dropped to a raw whisper against her ear. "It followed me," he said, "and now it's followed you." Mara stared at the unopened envelope in her hand. Her uncle's warning in the letter rang in her head like the 13th bell. "Don't look up when you hear the hooves." The hoofbeats stopped, right outside the window. Silence fell so heavy it felt like a hand over Mara's mouth. Even the house seemed to pause, as if the walls themselves had become cautious. Then from somewhere very close came a sound that was not a horse, not a man, not any living thing Mara had ever heard. A slow, scraping breath, as if something without lungs was trying to remember how to inhale. Mara's fingers trembled. Photo envelope felt suddenly too fragile, as if whatever was inside could tear the world open if she handled it wrong. Arthur's eyes were fixed on the curtain, wide and wet. His lips moved again. "It's waiting," he whispered. "It wants you to choose." Mara swallowed hard. "What does it want?" she whispered back. Arthur's answer came out on a thin thread of voice. "It wants you to open what you brought," he said, "and it wants you to do it while it can hear your heart." Felita's voice cut in, low and sharp. "Mara," she said, "step away from that window." Mara tried to move, but her feet felt stuck to the floor. Her entire body was caught between the urge to run and the urge to understand, the kind of urge that had probably killed curious people for centuries. The scraping breath sounded again, closer, right against the glass now, as if a face leaned in without needing to press. Mara's eyes flicked toward the curtain. She didn't lift it, but she could imagine what was on the other side anyway: a pale horse. A dark coat soaked with fog, a rider with no head and yet somehow watching. Arthur's hand slid from her wrist to her palm, squeezing like he was trying to pour courage into her bones. "Listen to me," he whispered. "You're not here by accident. Your mother wasn't either." Mara's chest tightened. "My mother," she whispered. "What does she have to do with this?" Arthur's eyes filled, and in them Mara saw not just fear but guilt, old guilt. The kind that sits in a person for decades and makes them drink their tea cold. "She knew," Arthur said. "She saw it first, and she did what you're about to do unless you stop yourself." Felita stepped closer, her lantern flame trembling. "Arthur," she said, "enough riddles." Arthur flinched, like her voice had pulled him back from the edge of something. He swallowed hard, then with shaking fingers he pointed at Mara's hand. "Open it," he whispered, "but don't look at the face first. Look at the background. Look at what's behind her." Mara's breath caught. Behind her? Behind who? The scraping breath outside shifted, and Mara heard a faint sound like leather creaking, as if a rider moved in a saddle. Mara's fingers slid under the flap of the envelope. She felt Felita tense. She felt Arthur tremble. She felt the vicar's presence in the doorway like a man bracing for a storm. Mara drew the photograph out slowly. The paper was glossy, cold, and slightly bent at one corner like it had been carried too often. She held it face down for a moment, staring at the blank back as if that could protect her. Then she turned it over carefully, like turning a key in a lock you aren't sure you want to open. At first she followed Arthur's instruction. She forced herself not to look at the face in the center. Instead she looked at the background. The photograph showed a young woman standing near a hedge. A familiar hedge, thick and wet, the kind that grew along English lanes. Fog curled behind it. In the distance a willow tree leaned over a narrow road, creating a natural arch. Brackenby Lane. Mara's blood went cold. She looked closer at the fog behind the young woman. At first it seemed empty, just haze, just gray. Then her eyes caught on a shape, a pale curve, a suggestion of a horse's shoulder emerging from the mist, and above it something dark, something that should have been a head but wasn't. Mara's chest tightened so hard she could barely breathe. She lifted her gaze slightly, unable to stop herself, and finally looked at the woman's face. It was her mother, young, smiling faintly like she'd been caught mid-laugh, her hair loose, her eyes bright. The same eyes Mara had seen in the mirror all her life, and behind her mother in the fog the rider's shape was clearer than it should have been. Not a blur, not a trick of light. A figure, a horse, a coat. And something at the throat, at the place where a head should rise, not empty, not flat, but wrong, as if the photograph had captured an absence so intense it had weight. Outside the window the scraping breath stopped. Silence returned, sharper now like a blade. Mara's hands shook. She tried to lower the photograph, but her fingers locked around it. Arthur's voice trembled. "It took that picture," he whispered. "It wanted proof. It wanted a witness." Felita's voice was barely a breath. "Arthur," she said, "what did you do?" Arthur's eyes squeezed shut. When he opened them, tears had spilled down his cheeks. He looked at Mara as if he were seeing her for the first time and the last. "I tried to hide it," he said. "I tried to bury what your mother found. But it doesn't stay buried. It walks the lanes when the fog is thick, and it finds the ones who share her blood." Mara's stomach turned violently. "You're saying it wants me," she whispered. Arthur's answer came out on a broken exhale. "I'm saying it already knows your name." The curtain moved, not from wind, not from a draft. It lifted slightly as if a finger had hooked it from the outside. Felita lunged forward and slammed her hand against the fabric, pressing it back to the glass as if she could pin the fog in place. "Enough," she hissed, voice shaking with anger now. "You don't get to stand there and play at being a story." Mara's heart hammered. The lantern flame trembled violently. Shadows jumped across the room like frightened animals. Outside, a low sound rose, not a neigh, not a snort, a deep, vibrating hum that felt like it came from the earth itself. Arthur grabbed Mara's arm again, pulling her away from the window. "Downstairs," he said hoarsely. "Now!" They stumbled into the hall. The vicar backed away as if he'd been holding his breath too long. Felita snatched up the lantern, her face set hard. They hurried down the stairs, the old wood creaking under their feet. Mara clutched the photograph in her hand like a piece of ice. She didn't want to look at it again, but she couldn't bring herself to put it away. In the sitting room downstairs, the vicar fumbled for matches with shaking hands. He lit another lamp, the flame flaring too bright for a second, then settling. The extra light didn't make Mara feel safer. It just made the shadows sharper. Felita shut the curtains with quick, angry movements. "Arthur," she said, rounding on him, "tell us exactly what happened in the lane." Arthur sank into a chair as if his bones had suddenly remembered their age. His hands shook. His eyes darted toward the ceiling, toward the window above, as if listening for hooves on the roof. "I went because I heard it," he whispered. 3 nights in a row, always between 9 and 10, always in fog." Mara's skin prickled. Felita's eyes narrowed as if every detail mattered. "I thought it was boys," Arthur continued, "or a prank, or my own mind trying to scare me because I'm old and stubborn." He swallowed hard, "But then I saw the tracks." "The tracks," Mara echoed. Arthur nodded, eyes wide. "In the mud," he said. "Hoof prints, but wrong." He struggled for words. "Like the hoof had pressed down and not lifted properly. Like it had slid forward without the horse moving." Felita's jaw tightened. "That lane has clay soil," she said. "It holds prints." She leaned in. "What else?" Arthur's gaze flicked to Mara's hand, to the photograph, then back to Felita. "There was a smell," he said. "Not horse, not damp. Something like," he shuddered, "old oil, like a lamp that's been burning too long." Mara felt her stomach clench. Old oil, paraffin, a lantern strapped under a coat. It sounded like a trick. It sounded like the sort of thing people did for attention, for money, for drama, but the photograph in her hand said otherwise. Arthur's voice dropped further. "And there was a sound," he whispered, "not hooves. Under the hooves, a dragging, a scrape like metal on stone." Felita's eyes flicked to the vicar. The vicar swallowed, pale. "Arthur," he murmured, "you're exhausted." Arthur's head snapped toward him. "Don't," he said, voice sharp with panic. "Don't make it smaller. It feeds when you make it smaller." Mara's breath caught. "It feeds," she repeated. Arthur's gaze locked on her. His eyes were desperate. "I think it lives on disbelief," he whispered. "Like it wants you to pretend it's nothing so it can step closer." Felita exhaled slowly, controlled. "Arthur," she said, "why write to Mara now?" Arthur's face crumpled. "Because it's not just the lane anymore," he whispered. "It's coming into the village. It's coming to doors. It's waiting outside windows. And when it waits, it listens." From upstairs, very faintly, came a single sound. Hoof. Mara froze. Felita's grip tightened on the lantern handle. The vicar went utterly still. Arthur's voice became a whisper barely above breath. "It heard us," he said. "It always hears when you speak its name." Mara's throat went dry. "We haven't said its name," she whispered. Arthur looked at her as if she'd missed the most important part. Then his gaze slid to the photograph, to her mother's face, to the fog behind her. And in a voice that sounded like it hurt to form the syllables, Arthur said, "Oswald." The lamp flame flickered, not like a normal flicker, like something had passed between it and the air. Felita's eyes widened just a fraction, and Mara knew then that this wasn't simply an old village story. Felita Carstairs, who didn't believe in ghosts and believed in people, looked like someone who had just realized people weren't the only problem left. Arthur's voice trembled. "Sir Oswald," he whispered, "and he's not riding for the reasons the legend says. He's riding because someone woke him." Mara's mind raced. Someone woke him. A trick, a prank, a man on a horse with a lantern. A story pushed for money, for leverage, for fear, but the photograph wasn't a rumor, it was evidence, or it was bait. Felita's voice sharpened. "Who would wake an old legend?" she demanded. "Who would benefit?" Arthur's laugh came out like a sob. "Not benefit," he whispered. "Trade. Someone tried to trade in fear, and now fear is collecting its payment." Mara's hands trembled so hard the photograph rustled. She stared at her mother's face again, helplessly drawn. Her mother looked so alive in the picture, so unafraid, as if she had no idea what stood behind her. Felita stepped closer and lowered her voice. "Mara," she said, "what did your mother ever tell you about Brackenby?" Mara's lips parted, but no sound came at first. Her mother had avoided the village the way people avoid certain songs that remind them of old grief. She had called it a place with sticky air. She had said, "Don't ever go there in fog." She had said once after a nightmare, "If you hear hooves, don't look up." Mara felt ice move down her spine. "She said it," Mara whispered. "She said that exact thing." Arthur nodded, eyes shining with misery. "Because she learned it," he said, "and she learned it the hard way." Above them the hoofbeat sounded again, not in the house, not on the stairs, somewhere outside, circling. Felita turned toward the door, her face hardened into decision. "Then we stop it," she said, the vicar's voice cracked. "How?" Felita's eyes flashed. "By treating it like what it is," she said, "not a ghost, not a bedtime story, not a superstition, a thing that someone is using." Arthur's voice was faint. "You can't," he whispered. "It doesn't ride like a man." Felita leaned down until her face was level with his. Her voice was quiet, fierce. "Everything that moves leaves a trail," she said, "and everything that scares people has a mouth behind it." Mara felt something in her chest tighten with a strange, reckless hope. If Felita was right, this could be solved, not explained away but faced, tracked, cornered. Felita looked at Mara. "Do you still have your uncle's key?" she asked. Mara blinked. "Yes," she said, "it was in his letter." Felita nodded. "We're going to his cottage," she said. "We're going to find what he found." Arthur's eyes widened. "No," he whispered. "It's there." Felita's mouth tightened. "Then that's where we go," she said. Mara's voice shook. "It's outside," she whispered. "I can hear it." Felita lifted the lantern. The flame glowed like a small, stubborn heart. "That's why we go now," she said, "before it decides to come in." They moved quickly. The vicar protested weakly, then grabbed his coat and followed anyway, because fear doesn't stop people like him from moving, it just makes them pray while they do. Mara helped Arthur to his feet. He leaned on her heavily, and she felt how thin he'd become, how much he'd been hollowed out by whatever had been stalking him. They stepped into the fog again. The lantern carved their path into short, trembling pieces. The churchyard loomed at their side, gravestones flickering in and out of view like teeth. Mara's breath came fast in the cold. She listened for the hooves. She heard nothing for a moment. Then from somewhere far too close came a soft sound, like a horse shifting weight. Mara's head snapped up before she could stop herself. Felita's hand shot out and grabbed her chin, forcing her gaze downward. "I said don't look up," Felita hissed. Her grip was firm, almost painful, and it saved Mara from whatever instinct had just tried to kill her. Mara's heart pounded. "I didn't," she whispered. Felita's voice lowered. "Your mother learned," she said, "and I'm not letting you learn the same way." They hurried on. The cottage was only a short walk from the green, but in fog distance lied. 100 yards could feel like a mile. A familiar gate could look like a stranger's. Arthur's breathing was ragged. He kept glancing sideways, not up, never up, but sideways, as if he expected the fog itself to turn toward them. At last the cottage emerged, a low shape with a dark roof and a small front garden drowned in damp. Mara's uncle had rented it because it was cheap and quiet and close enough to Brackenby Lane to indulge his stubborn curiosity. Mara's fingers fumbled with the key. The lock resisted for a moment, then yielded with a soft click that sounded far too loud in the fog. They stepped inside. The air smelled stale, like a room that had been shut too long. Mara felt along the wall and found the lamp. It flicked on with a weak yellow glow. The cottage was small, a sitting room with a worn sofa, a kitchen with a chipped kettle, a narrow hallway leading to a bedroom and a tiny study. Arthur pointed shakily toward the study. "In there," he whispered. "That's where I put it." Felita moved first, lantern held high. Mara followed, pulse hammering. The vicar hovered behind them, whispering something under his breath that sounded like a prayer and a plea at once. The study door was half open. Inside, papers were scattered across a desk, as if someone had been searching, frantic. A notebook lay open with cramped handwriting. Maps, old clippings. A hand-drawn sketch of Brackenby Lane with the willow tree marked in heavy ink. Felita's eyes swept the room like she was taking inventory. Mara stepped closer to the desk and saw, among the papers, a small leather pouch. Its drawstring was loosened. A faint metallic smell rose from it. Arthur's voice came out thin. "Don't touch it," he whispered. Mara froze. "What is it?" she asked. Felita reached toward it, then stopped, respecting Arthur's warning but not his fear. "What did you find?" she asked him. Arthur's eyes glistened. "I found the head," he whispered. Mara's stomach dropped. Felita's face went utterly still. Even the vicar stopped breathing for a moment. Arthur swallowed hard. "Not a head," he corrected, voice trembling. "Not flesh, not bone. A head the way a story has a head, a thing people made to give the legend a face." Mara's gaze locked on the leather pouch. Her fingers itched to open it, to see what could possibly be inside that would make her uncle look like this. Outside, through the thin cottage walls, came the faintest sound. Hoof, 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 slow, measured. approaching the front garden gate as if it had all the time in the world. Felita's eyes snapped toward the window. She didn't lift the curtain. She didn't need to. The sound was enough. "It followed us," Mara whispered. Arthur nodded, face pale. "It always follows the truth," he whispered. Felita's voice dropped into a hard whisper. "Then we don't give it time," she said. She looked at Mara. "Get the kettle on," she ordered. Mara blinked, startled. Felita's gaze didn't soften. "Now," she said. "If it's a thing someone made, it obeys rules," she added, moving toward the desk. "And if it obeys rules, we can break them." Mara stumbled into the kitchen, hands shaking, and filled the kettle from the sink. The water ran cold, metallic. She set the kettle on the stove and fumbled for matches. Her fingers slipped once, twice. She forced herself to breathe. Hoof, hoof. The sound was closer now, right outside the cottage. Mara's heart hammered so hard it felt like it might drown out everything else. In the study, Felita spoke low and fast. "Mara," she called, "do you trust me?" Mara's voice shook. "Yes," she said, because in that moment she had no other choice. "Good," Felita replied, "because I'm going to open that pouch." Mara struck a match. The flame flared, then steadied. She lit the stove. The kettle began to warm with a soft, rising hum. From the sitting room came a faint creak, not the floor, not the old cottage settling, a creak like leather, like a saddle shifting weight. Mara's blood went cold. She turned toward the hallway, eyes wide. Felita's voice cut in, sharp as a snapped twig. "Don't look up," she said. Mara forced her gaze down to the worn rug, down to her own shoes, down to the trembling shadow of her hands. The creak came again, closer, as if something had stepped onto the porch. Then, softly, impossibly, came a sound that made Mara's stomach twist. A knock, not with knuckles, with something harder, like the end of a cane or the butt of a riding crop. One knock, a pause, then another. Arthur let out a broken sound, half sob, half laugh. "It's polite," he whispered, and Mara could hear the madness in it, the way fear tries to make patterns to survive. "It's asking to be let in." The kettle began to hiss faintly. Mara clung to that sound like a lifeline. Felita appeared in the kitchen doorway, her face pale but determined. In her hand she held something wrapped in a cloth, something small and heavy. Mara's eyes locked on it. Felita's voice was low. "It's a mask," she said, "carved wood, painted black. It's been soaked in lamp oil, and it smells like old smoke." Mara's mouth went dry. "A mask," she whispered. Felita nodded. "A head," she said, "for a headless rider." Her jaw clenched. "This started as a trick," she added. "Someone made a thing to scare people, and Arthur found it, and now the thing doesn't want to be found." The knock came again, harder. The vicar's voice trembled from the sitting room. "Please," he whispered, "whatever this is." Felita cut him off. "Quiet," she hissed. She glanced at the kettle. "It needs heat," she murmured, almost to herself. "Heat and water and a little courage." Mara's hands trembled as the kettle began to whistle, thin at first, then rising. The sound filled the small kitchen like an alarm. Outside, the hoofbeats stopped. Silence fell. The whistling kettle suddenly felt too loud, too bright, like a candle in a dark forest. Felita lifted the cloth-wrapped mask slightly. Her eyes met Mara's. "On my count," she whispered. "You pour." Mara swallowed hard. "What will that do?" she whispered. Felita's voice was fierce and steady. "Whatever's outside thinks it's a story," she said, "and stories hate being scolded back into the real world." Mara's breath caught. The air felt thick, pressurized, like the cottage was holding something at the door by sheer stubbornness. Felita lifted the mask higher, unwrapping part of it. Mara saw a glimpse of glossy black paint, cracked with age, a hollow where a face would be carved sharp, empty eyes, a mouth that looked like it was almost smiling. The front door handle turned slowly as if a careful hand had found it. Mara's whole body went cold. Felita's voice cut through the panic like a command in battle. "Now," she said. "Pour," and Mara grabbed the kettle, hands shaking so violently the boiling water sloshed against the metal. And as the handle turned further and the latch began to lift, Mara tipped the kettle forward and the first stream of scalding water hit the black wooden mask in Felita's hands. And the paint began to blister with a sharp crackling sound that mixed with the kettle's fading whistle while, outside, something let out a sound that was not a horse and not a man and not a ghost, but something like a furious inhale dragged through wet cloth, and the front door shuddered as if an invisible body had slammed against it, and Mara's arms shook as she kept pouring, and Felita held the mask steady like she was forcing the legend to stay still long enough to burn, and Arthur's voice rose in a ragged cry behind them. "Don't stop," he gasped. "Don't stop, it can't stand being seen." While the vicar whispered a prayer that broke apart halfway through, and the cottage lights flickered once, twice. Like a heart skipping beats, and in the brief dimness Mara heard, right on the other side of the door, a soft scrape like a boot toe dragging across wood, followed by the faintest, closest whisper of hooves shifting weight, as if the pale horse itself had stepped onto the porch and was waiting for Mara to make the mistake of looking up as the boiling water kept streaming and the mask's surface began to split, revealing something darker beneath, something that looked less like wood and more like old, tar-black cloth. And Felita's eyes widened as she realized what was under the paint, and she whispered through clenched teeth, "It's not just a prop," as the door handle suddenly snapped downward again with a violent twist, and the whole doorframe groaned, and Mara's kettle ran lighter, the last of the water pouring out in sputtering bursts. And in the silence between the bursts she heard a sound like a distant bell, low and wrong, as if the church itself had begun to ring again without being touched, and then the doorframe groaned again, and the sound shuddered through the cottage like a living thing trying to wake up. Mara's hands cramped around the kettle handle as the last sputtering burst of boiling water dribbled out. The kettle went suddenly light, almost weightless, and for a heartbeat she felt the awful emptiness of having nothing left to pour. Felita did lower the mask. She held it up in both hands like a shield that had started to melt. The black paint had blistered into ugly bubbles. Cracks ran across the carved features like spiderwebs, and beneath the paint, exactly where Mara least wanted to see it, a strip of dark material clung to the wood as if it had grown there. "It's cloth," Felita whispered, voice tight, "or something pretending to be cloth." Arthur made a thin, choking sound behind them. "That's what she said," he rasped. "That's what your mother said." Mara's throat went dry. She didn't look at him. She couldn't. She stared at Felita's hands, at the mask's empty eye sockets, at the way the blistered paint seemed to curl like burned skin. The front door shuddered again, not a slam this time, a tremor, as if whatever stood outside had stepped back and was deciding how else to come in. Then in the sudden hush the sound of hooves returned, not on the porch, not on the path, inside the silence itself. A faint, steady rhythm like a heartbeat that didn't belong to any of them. "Hoof, hoof, hoof," the vicar's voice shook. "It's in the house," he whispered. Felita snapped her head toward him. "No," she said sharply. "If it was in the house we'd feel it." Mara did feel something, a pressure, not on her skin but behind her eyes, a weight that urged her head upward like an invisible hand under her chin. "Don't look up, don't look up." She clenched her jaw so hard it ached. She forced her gaze down to the kitchen tiles, to the worn linoleum with its faint floral pattern. It looked absurdly ordinary. It made her want to cry. Felita's voice dropped into a rough whisper. "Mara," she said, "keep your eyes down. Whatever happens, you keep them down." Mara nodded once, sharp and tight. Arthur moved, stumbling toward the study doorway. His breath came ragged. "It's listening," he whispered. "It always listens when it can smell the truth." "The truth smells like boiling water now," Felita muttered. She stepped back from the front door and shoved the half-melted mask into Mara's hands. Mara flinched at the heat still trapped in it. The wood felt warm, slick, wrong. Felita grabbed a cloth from the kitchen counter and wrapped it around the mask's edges. "Hold it low," she ordered, "and don't let it touch your face." Mara's grip tightened. The blistered black paint stuck slightly to the cloth, making a faint tearing sound when she shifted her hands. Felita moved to the sitting room doorway, lantern raised. The lantern flame trembled, long and thin, as if the air around it had turned nervous. Felita stood still, listening. Her posture had the kind of calm people get when they've stepped past fear into anger. The hooves outside stopped again. This time the silence felt deliberate, like a pause in a conversation where the other speaker is waiting for you to answer. Then from the front door came a sound that made Mara's stomach twist, a soft scraping, slow and patient, as if something was dragging a blunt edge down the wood grain. Felita's voice went very low. "That's not a hand," she murmured. "That's not human." Mara's mouth tasted like metal. She held the mask close to her body, low as instructed. The empty eye sockets faced outward toward the door as if the mask itself were staring. Arthur's voice trembled, barely audible. "It wants it back," he whispered. "It wants its face." Felita didn't move. She kept the lantern steady. "Then it can ask politely," she said. The scraping stopped. For a moment nothing happened. Then the cottage lights flickered again, once, twice, 3 times. With each flicker, Mara felt the pressure behind her eyes increase, like someone tightening a band around her skull. Her vision blurred at the edges. She blinked hard, still staring at the floor, trying not to give the darkness any excuse to become shapes. Arthur made a sound like he was about to collapse. Felita shot him a look. "Sit," she snapped. "Now." Arthur sank into the nearest chair, hands gripping the armrests. His knuckles were white. His lips moved soundlessly, as if he were counting. Mara heard it then, not from the door, not from the windows, from above them. A faint creak, a slow, deliberate shift like weight settling onto old ceiling boards. Mara's blood went cold. The vicar's voice cracked. "Oh God," he whispered, "it's on the roof." Felita's jaw clenched. "Of course it is," she hissed. "If you can't come through the door, you climb." Mara's throat tightened. "How can," she began, but her voice died as another creak sounded overhead, closer to the center of the cottage. Hoof. A soft, muffled thud, then another. Hoof, it was walking on the roof in slow circles like it was pacing. Felita's eyes narrowed, calculating. The roof is old slate, she murmured. It'll hold a man. But a horse, Arthur let out a broken laugh. It's not a horse, he whispered. It's a memory that learned how to make weight. Mara felt a wave of nausea. She clutched the mask tighter. The cloth in her hands was damp now, partly from steam, partly from her own sweating palms. Felita's voice cut through the panic. "We need to move," she said. "We can't stay under it." "Where do we go?" the vicar whispered. Felita looked at Mara, at the mask, at the photograph still half out of Mara's bag, peeking like an accusation. Then Felita made a decision so fast it felt like a blade drawn. "We go to the church," she said. Arthur's head snapped up. "No," he rasped. "Not there." Felita's eyes hardened. "Exactly there," she said. "Stone walls, open space. No ceiling above us for it to walk on. And if it wants to be a legend, we bring it to the place legends go to die." Mara's breath caught. The churchyard, the gravestones, the thick fog. It sounded like walking into the mouth of the story, but staying here sounded worse. Above them the pacing stopped. A heavy pause, then a sudden slam, not on the door, not on the windows, on the roof itself, like something had dropped its weight straight down. Plaster dust sifted from the ceiling seam in the sitting room, drifting into the lantern light like pale ash. The vicar choked. Arthur whimpered. Felita didn't flinch. "Now," she said, voice sharp as a whip. "Mara, take the mask." "Arthur, can you walk?" Arthur swallowed, then nodded once, trembling. "Yes," he whispered. "Yes, I can." Felita grabbed Arthur's arm and hauled him up. Mara adjusted her grip on the mask, keeping it low, keeping her eyes down. She could feel the pull again, that urge to look upward, stronger now, as if whatever was above them could taste her attention. The front door creaked, not from outside, from the lock, as if the latch was being tested. Slowly, patiently, Felita yanked the door open in one brutal motion. Cold fog poured in like water. The porch light flickered, then steadied. For a heartbeat, Mara's peripheral vision caught something pale on the path. A curve, a shoulder, the suggestion of a horse's chest. She forced herself to keep looking at the ground. Gravel, wet leaves, the hem of Felita's coat. The air outside tasted of damp earth and something else. Old oil, burned wick. They stepped into the fog. Felita pulled the door shut behind them hard, like she was slamming it on the story itself. The cottage vanished almost immediately behind the gray. Mara could still hear the roof creak once, faintly, then silence. They moved fast, lantern leading, Felita half dragging Arthur. Mara followed, mask held low, her bag bouncing against her hip. The fog wrapped around them, muffling their footsteps, swallowing the world. Then the hoofbeats resumed, not ahead, not behind, to the side. Hoof, hoof. Mara's stomach clenched. It was walking parallel to them, just out of sight, keeping pace like a predator that didn't need to rush. Felita's voice was tight and low. "Don't listen too hard," she muttered. "It wants you to measure the distance." Mara forced herself to focus on Felita's boots, on the lantern's pool of light. Arthur's breathing was ragged. The vicar stumbled once and caught himself on the churchyard wall as it loomed into view. The stone wall was slick with moisture. The gate stood open, iron hinges squeaking softly as if the fog itself had pushed it. Felita guided Arthur through first. Mara followed, feeling the air change as they crossed into the yard. It was colder here, older. Kind of cold that felt like it had been waiting for centuries. The church tower rose as a darker shape above, invisible at the top where it disappeared into fog. The gravestones crouched in uneven rows. The lantern light made their shadows jump and stretch like frightened animals. Felita moved them toward the porch under the small overhang of stone. She set the lantern on the ground and turned, breathing hard. "All right," she said. "This is where we stop running." Arthur's voice shook. "It will come," he whispered. Felita nodded. "Let it," she said. She looked at Mara. "Hand me the mask." Mara hesitated only a heartbeat, then lifted it carefully, keeping it low until Felita took it. Felita held it by the cloth, not letting her skin touch the blistered paint. She studied it under the lantern glow. The mask looked worse now. The paint had split further, peeling back in jagged strips. Beneath it, the dark material clung like charred fabric, and in the empty eye sockets, Mara swore she saw something shift. Not movement, depth, like the holes were deeper than they should be. Felita inhaled slowly. "Who made this?" she asked Arthur. Arthur's eyes were wild. "I don't know," he whispered, "but I found it where the old stories start." Mara's heart hammered. "Where?" she asked. Arthur swallowed. "In the vault," he whispered. "In the Mallory crypt." The vicar went pale. "You went into the vault," he breathed. "That's locked." Arthur's laugh came out broken. "It wasn't locked for me," he whispered. "It opened like it was expecting me." Felita's gaze sharpened. She turned toward the church door. The heavy wooden door stood closed, black with damp iron fittings dull. Felita stepped forward and tried the handle. It turned easily. The vicar stared. That's not possible," he whispered. "I lock it every night." Felita pushed the door open. A cold draft breathed out, carrying the smell of stone and old dust and something faintly sweet like decayed flowers. The church interior was dark. The lantern light spilled across the threshold, revealing rows of pews and the pale curve of the aisle. The shadows inside seemed thicker than the fog outside. Behind them in the yard the hoofbeats stopped, silence pressed in, then very softly came the sound of leather creaking, a saddle shifting. Felita didn't look up, she tilted her head slightly, listening like a hunter. "Mara," she whispered, "stay close." "Arthur, can you manage the steps?" Arthur nodded, shaking. They moved into the church. The lantern's glow followed, painting the stone walls in trembling orange. The door creaked as it swung wider, and then behind them on the threshold something blocked the fog. Mara felt it more than saw it. A presence, a weight, a cold density that made the air in her lungs feel too thick. The vicar made a strangled sound. Felita's voice was tight as wire. "Inside," she hissed, and they hurried down the aisle, the lantern swinging, the shadows leaping across the pews as the church door slowly began to close on its own with a deep, patient groan, and outside, just as the last wedge of fog light narrowed, Mara heard one single hoofstep land on stone, solid and deliberate, followed by the faintest scrape of something dragging across the threshold as if a rider without a head had dismounted without needing to bend, and the door thudded shut behind them. And in the sudden enclosed darkness of the church, the silence felt alive, listening, waiting, while the lantern flame trembled and held on, and Felita lifted the blistered mask higher, as if offering it to the vast shadowed space, and Arthur whispered through shaking teeth, "It's here." As Mara clutched her bag and fought the urge to lift her eyes toward the rafters, because the pressure behind her gaze was back, stronger than ever, urging her to look up, to look up, to look up, and then from somewhere in the darkness near the altar came a sound like a slow inhale through cracked wood, and a voice that wasn't a voice at all, more like a thought pressed into the air, formed a single word that Mara felt rather than heard, and it wrapped around her name like cold fingers. Mara, the sound of her name pressed against her ears like damp cloth. Not spoken, remembered. Mara's knees nearly buckled. She locked them and forced herself to breathe through her mouth, slow and shallow. Felita did not turn toward the sound. She did not look up. She lifted the lantern higher, letting the light spread across the stone floor toward the altar. "Names don't give you power," Felita said calmly. "They only tell us you've been listening too long." The air shifted, not wind, a displacement, as if something large had leaned forward without needing to move its feet. Arthur clutched Mara's sleeve. His fingers were ice cold. "It knows us," he whispered. "It knows the blood." Mara swallowed. Her pulse thudded in her throat. "Then it learned," she said quietly. "It wasn't born that way." Felita's mouth twitched, almost a smile. "Good," she said. "Keep thinking like that." The lantern flame guttered, stretched, then steadied again. Its light crept up the altar steps, illuminating the stone table, the carved symbols worn smooth by centuries of hands. From the darkness beyond the altar came a slow sound, not a step, not a hoof, a drag, like something heavy being pulled across stone. Mara's shoulders tensed. The pressure behind her eyes intensified, sharp now, insistent. "Look up, look up." She clenched her jaw until it hurt. She focused on Felita's boots, on the way the lantern light pooled around them, on the rough weave of the cloth still wrapped around the mask in Felita's hands. Felita spoke again, voice steady, almost conversational. "You were never meant to last," she said. "You were a costume, a solution someone thought would stay obedient." The dragging sound paused. The silence that followed felt offended. Arthur sucked in a breath. "It doesn't like that," he whispered. "No," Felita agreed, "because it remembers being smaller." Mara's fingers dug into her bag strap. Her thoughts raced despite her fear. A mask, a lantern, oil, a legend given shape, used, reused, fed with belief until it learned how to stand on its own. "Felita," Mara whispered, "it started as a trick." Felita nodded once. "And tricks leave fingerprints," she said. The sound came again, closer now, a slow scrape, then a soft, unmistakable sound, leather creaking under weight. The vicar whimpered and pressed himself against a pew. Arthur squeezed his eyes shut. Felita raised the mask higher. The blistered paint caught the lantern light, glossy and cracked. She turned it so the empty eye sockets faced the darkness near the altar. "You want your face," Felita said. "Here it is." The pressure behind Mara's eyes spiked violently. Her vision swam. For a terrifying second she thought she might black out, then the air changed. Cold rushed forward, not a breeze, a presence advancing. The lantern flame bent sideways as if something had passed between it and the air. Mara heard it then, not her name, a sound like breath forced through a narrow opening, a rasp that carried age and irritation and hunger. Felita did not move. She held the mask out at arm's length. "You don't get to wear it anymore," she said. The rasp deepened. The dragging sound resumed, closer, closer. Mara's skin prickled. She felt it pass near her, so close she could sense the shape of it without seeing. Tall, broad, wrongly proportioned. Arthur let out a broken cry. "It's right there," he whispered. Felita's voice sharpened. "Arthur," she snapped, "don't feed it." Mara's heart hammered. She forced her breathing slower. In out, a shape began to form at the edge of the lantern light. Not clear, never clear, a density in the fog that refused to disperse. A suggestion of shoulders beneath a heavy coat. Mara's hands shook. She felt the urge again, overwhelming now, to lift her gaze, to see, to confirm. "Don't look up, don't look up." Felita took one deliberate step forward. The stone floor echoed under her boot. "That's far enough," she said. The shape stopped. Silence fell so deep Mara could hear her own heartbeat. Felita turned her head slightly, not looking, just angling her voice. "You were made to scare," she said. "You were never meant to choose." The air vibrated. A low hum filled the church, resonating through the stone. Mara felt it in her bones, like standing too close to a bell as it rang. Arthur gasped. "It's angry," he whispered. "Good," Felita replied. "Anger makes mistakes." She shifted the mask in her grip. The cloth slipped, and for a heartbeat the raw, blistered surface was fully visible. The hum rose, sharp now, painful. The lantern flame flared bright, then dipped. Shadows leapt up the walls, stretching toward the ceiling. Mara pressed her lips together, tasting blood. Her eyes burned. Felita raised her voice. "Do you know what breaks a story?" she demanded. The hum faltered. "Witnesses," Felita said. "Truth, and people who stop pretending they're afraid of the dark." Mara felt something shift inside her, a strange clarity. Fear was still there, but beneath it something steadier had taken root. She stepped forward before she could stop herself, not toward the shape, toward Felita. Felita didn't turn, but she sensed it. "Stay low," she murmured. Mara nodded. She kept her eyes down. She raised her voice, shaky but real. "My mother saw you," Mara said. "She lived. She left. And you followed anyway because someone kept telling your story for you." The air shuddered. The dragging sound became erratic, uneven. Arthur sucked in a breath. "It's listening," he whispered. Mara continued, heart racing. "You're not Sir Oswald," she said. "You're what they dressed him in. You're what they needed him to be." The pressure behind her eyes wavered, less insistent now. Confused, Felita seized the moment. She stepped forward again and slammed the mask down onto the stone floor. The sound cracked through the church like a gunshot. The lantern flame flared violently. A shockwave of cold air blasted outward. Mara staggered but stayed upright. The mask split, not cleanly, with a wet, tearing sound. The dark material beneath it writhed, recoiling from the light, curling in on itself like burned cloth. From the shape near the altar came a sound of pure fury, a distorted cry that echoed off the stone walls. Mara's heart pounded. She felt the urge to look up surge again, desperate and sharp. Felita shouted now, and kicked the broken mask hard across the stone floor toward the altar, where it skidded, bounced, and came to rest against the base, and the dark material beneath it shriveled, pulling back as if in pain, while the shape near the altar reeled, its outline blurring, thinning, and the hum fractured into uneven pulses that rattled the pews. And Arthur cried out, clutching his ears, and the vicar dropped to his knees, and Mara felt a sudden, overwhelming cold rush past her like something fleeing, and then just as abruptly the pressure behind her eyes vanished, leaving her dizzy and gasping, and the lantern flame steadied, smaller now, calmer, and the church fell into a heavy, echoing silence broken only by the sound of their breathing. And Felita stood still for a long moment, shoulders rising and falling, before finally lowering her hands, and in the quiet that followed, Mara realized she could hear something else again. Something ordinary and fragile and unmistakably human, the faint ticking of the church clock beginning once more, as if time itself had decided it was safe to move forward, and Arthur whispered hoarsely, "Is it gone?" And Felita did not answer right away, because she was listening not to the dark, not to the rafters, but to the spaces between sounds, and after a few seconds she said quietly, "It's broken, not gone, not destroyed, but broken," and that distinction settled over them like dust. Because broken things don't disappear, they scatter, they linger, they wait for hands careless enough to put them back together. And Mara felt a chill run through her as she understood that whatever had been driven back into silence tonight had left traces behind, in the lane, in the vault, in the stories people told their children, and in the photograph still warm in her bag. And as she stood there in the lantern light, breathing in the smell of stone and steam and old oil, she realized with a strange certainty that this night was not an ending, it was a threshold, and somewhere beyond the church walls, beyond the fog, beyond the quiet ticking clock, something was already learning how to be remembered again. The silence stretched thin and listening. No one moved at first. The lantern hummed softly, its flame steady but watchful. Mara's legs began to shake now that the pressure had lifted. She leaned against the nearest pew, breathing through her mouth. Her hands were still numb from gripping the mask. Arthur wiped his face with trembling fingers. I can hear myself again, he whispered. That hasn't happened in days. Felita crouched near the altar, studying the broken remains where the mask had split. She did not touch it. She never touched things twice unless she understood them. Broken doesn't mean harmless, she said quietly. It means unfinished. The vicar rose slowly from his knees, pale and sweating. Is it aware, he asked, of what just happened? Felita tilted her head, listening again to the spaces between sounds. Yes, she said, and it didn't like it. Mara straightened slightly. It retreated, she said. That's something. Felita nodded. For now, Arthur's voice shook. It was stronger in the lane, he said. It felt closer to the ground there. Felita glanced toward the heavy church doors. Stories cling to places, she replied, especially places that give them room to perform. Mara felt a cold prickle. The lane, she said, and the vault. Felita rose and brushed dust from her coat. Yes, she said, and anywhere people go looking for a thrill instead of an answer. The church clock ticked on. Each second sounded louder than the last. Mara glanced down at her bag. The photograph felt heavier now, like it had absorbed the night. Can we destroy it, she asked. Felita didn't answer immediately. She walked back down the aisle, boots echoing softly. She stopped in front of Mara. Photographs are anchors, she said. Burning one doesn't always loosen the rope. Arthur swallowed. She kept it, he whispered. Your mother. Mara looked up at him. Why, she asked. Arthur's gaze dropped. Because she didn't trust forgetting, he said. She said forgetting is how things learn to walk again. Felita nodded once. She was right. A faint sound drifted in through the stone walls, not hooves, wind through leaves, ordinary, almost disappointing. Mara exhaled slowly. Her shoulders sagged. I don't feel like it's over, she said. Felita's mouth curved into something not quite a smile. It never is, she said. Arthur shifted his weight, wincing. What happens now, he asked. Felita looked toward the altar, toward the cracked mask fragments. Now, she said, we clean up the mess before someone else decides to be clever. Mara's pulse quickened. Someone else knew, she said. Felita's eyes sharpened. Yes, she replied, and they are already pretending they didn't. The vicar cleared his throat. There are old families here, he said carefully, old grudges. Felita turned to him, and old interests, she added. Arthur closed his eyes. It started when the repairs were planned, he murmured. The vault needed work. Mara's breath caught. Someone went in, she said. Arthur nodded. They wanted a story, he said, one that would keep people away. Felita's voice hardened. And lower prices, she said. The lantern flickered once, then steadied again. Mara felt anger bloom beneath her fear. They woke it, she said. Felita met her gaze. Yes, she said, and waking something doesn't mean you control it. Arthur laughed weakly. They never learn, he said. Felita began gathering the fragments of the mask using the cloth, careful and methodical. These don't stay here, she said. Where do they go? Mara asked. Felita's eyes flicked toward the stone floor. Somewhere they can't be found accidentally, she replied. Arthur shuddered. The river, he whispered. Felita paused. Eventually, she said. But not yet. Mara glanced toward the church door again. The fog outside seemed thinner now, but not gone. A faint echo drifted in from far away. Not hooves, not footsteps, just the distant sound of laughter. Children. Mara stiffened. They're out, she said. Felita's jaw tightened. Of course they are, she replied. Someone will have told them the story already. Arthur struggled to his feet. We have to stop them, he said. Felita nodded. Yes, she said, and we have to be faster than fear. They moved toward the doors together. Felita paused with her hand on the latch. One rule, she said quietly. No heroics. Mara nodded. Her heart hammered. The doors opened with a low groan. Cold air rushed in. The fog had thinned to gauze, drifting rather than clinging. The churchyard looked almost peaceful now, almost. Felita stepped out first, lantern raised. Arthur followed, leaning on the vicar. Mara came last, her eyes fixed on the ground. Somewhere beyond the graves, voices echoed. Laughter, dares. Mara's stomach clenched. Brackenby Lane, she said. Felita didn't slow. Yes, she replied. As they reached the gate, a new sound crept into the air. Soft, familiar, hoof, not close, not loud, but present. Felita stopped dead. Arthur gasped. Mara's pulse roared in her ears. She felt the pressure return, faint but unmistakable. Felita raised the lantern higher. Still broken, she murmured, but not gone. The hoofbeat came again, further away, moving sideways. Felita exhaled slowly. It's retreating, she said. Mara whispered, or circling. Felita glanced at her. Exactly, she said. They stepped through the gate and into the lane. The hedges loomed on either side, dark and wet. The willow ahead leaned as it always had, patient and indifferent. Felita stopped beneath it. This is where it listens best, she said. Arthur nodded weakly. This is where it learned to walk, he whispered. Mara felt the weight of the place press against her chest. She clutched her bag tighter. Felita turned slowly, scanning the fog. We don't chase it, she said. We show the children. Mara frowned. Show them what, she asked. Felita's eyes glinted. "The truth," she said. A shout echoed from further down the lane, a boy's voice, excited. Mara's heart leapt. "They're close," she said. Felita lifted the lantern and began walking. Her pace was steady, unhurried. Arthur followed, breathing hard. The vicar whispered prayers under his breath. The fog thinned further as they moved. Shapes emerged, figures. 3 boys stood near the bend, lanterns swinging, faces flushed with excitement. They froze when they saw the light approaching. Felita stopped a few paces away. She held the lantern high. "Go home," she said simply. The boys laughed nervously. "We're waiting," one said. "For what?" Felita asked. "The rider," another said. Felita's voice dropped, calm and dangerous. "You're waiting for a lie," she said. Mara stepped forward. She pulled the photograph from her bag and held it up, not facing herself, not looking at it, just showing the glossy edge. "This is what happens when you believe too hard," she said. The boys stared uneasy. Felita spoke again. "It's not a game," she said, "and it's not done." A distant hoofbeat echoed once more, faint and fading. The boys' laughter died. "Go," Felita said. They ran. Silence returned to the lane. Felita lowered the lantern. Arthur sagged with relief. Mara stood very still, listening. Somewhere far off, beyond the fog, beyond the fields, a single hoof struck earth again, soft and patient, as if something had learned that waiting was just another way of being remembered. And Mara felt with quiet certainty that this lane, this village, and the stories people told themselves about safety and endings had only just begun to shift, because broken things do not vanish, they adapt, and as the fog drifted and the lantern light trembled, the night continued forward, carrying with it the sound of hooves that were not finished choosing where to walk next. The fog breathed around them, thinning and thickening in slow, uncertain pulses. Felita stood beneath the willow, lantern low now, listening with the patience of someone who knew the night would always answer if given enough time. Arthur leaned against the hedge, eyes closed, drawing each breath like it mattered. "It's quieter," he whispered. "For now," Felita said. Mara kept her gaze fixed on the gravel at her feet. Even without looking up, she felt the lane differently now, not empty, not occupied, aware. The willow creaked softly above them, branches shifting though there was no wind. Mara's shoulders tightened. Felita noticed. "It does that," she said. "Trees older than most lies told here." Arthur let out a weak laugh that turned into a cough. "My grandfather used to say the lane listens," he murmured. "Said you should never argue there." Felita nodded. "Sound carries strangely in places like this," she said. "Stories linger in the air." Mara felt the photograph pressing against her palm. She hadn't put it away, she wasn't ready. "Someone will try again," Mara said quietly. Felita didn't deny it. "Yes," she said, "and they'll pretend they're not." Arthur opened his eyes and looked at the lane, not up, never up, just straight ahead. "They'll say it was a prank," he said, "or nerves, or children seeing things." Felita's mouth tightened. "And we'll say nothing," she replied. Mara frowned. "Nothing." Felita turned to her. "Nothing that feeds it," she said. "Truth is enough." The lantern hissed softly as Felita adjusted the wick. Light spread again across the gravel, catching the damp shine of stones, the curve of the ditch, the low wall that ran along the lane like a boundary that never quite held. Arthur straightened slowly. "I should go back," he said, "to the cottage." Felita shook her head. "Not tonight," she said. "You stay where people are." Mara nodded. "You can stay with me," she said. Arthur's eyes softened. "I'd like that," he said. They turned back toward the village. The fog thinned further as they walked, lifting just enough to reveal familiar shapes again. Cottages, fences, a dog barking somewhere with renewed confidence. Behind them the lane did not follow. It stayed where it was, waiting. At the edge of the green, Felita stopped. She turned once more, lantern raised, not toward the sky but along the line of the road. "You behave yourself," she said quietly. The fog did not answer. But the silence that followed felt thoughtful. They walked on. The pub lights glowed ahead, warm and ordinary. The King's Stirrup looked unchanged, as if it had never heard hooves at all. Inside, voices rose and fell, laughter returning where it had faltered. The landlord looked up sharply when the door opened. "You found them," he said. Felita nodded. "They've gone home," she said. Arthur sank into a chair near the fire. The heat made him sigh like a man remembering his body. Mara stood for a moment, letting the warmth seep back into her fingers. The photograph felt heavier now that the night had loosened its grip. Felita ordered tea without asking. The landlord set the cups down with careful hands. "No rider," he said cautiously. Felita met his gaze. "Not tonight," she said. He nodded, accepting that as enough. Mara sat beside Arthur. She glanced at the window. The fog beyond it drifted lazily now, no longer pressed tight against the glass. Arthur sipped his tea and closed his eyes. "I can sleep," he murmured, surprised. Felita watched him closely. "For a while," she said. Mara leaned back in her chair. Her muscles ached with delayed tension. Her mind refused to settle. "What will you do?" she asked Felita quietly. Felita stirred her tea slowly. "I'll listen," she said. "I always do," Mara nodded. "And me?" Felita looked at her over the rim of her cup. "You'll decide what to remember," she said. Mara glanced down at the photograph again. At the faint edge of her mother's smile hidden inside the envelope, the pub door opened. A gust of cool air slipped in, carrying the faint smell of damp leaves. For a heartbeat, Mara thought she heard it again. Hoof, she stilled. Felita's eyes flicked up, sharp. Then the sound resolved into something else. A boot on stone, a man stepping inside. Conversation resumed. Felita relaxed fractionally. "See," she murmured. "Even echoes get tired." Mara wasn't so sure. She wrapped both hands around her cup and stared into the steam. Outside, somewhere beyond the hedges, beyond the fields, beyond the places people checked before going to bed, the fog shifted again, sliding back toward the lane in its slow, deliberate way. And if anyone had been standing there to listen very carefully, keeping their eyes low and their breath quiet, they might have noticed how the night itself seemed to pause, as if waiting for something to remember how to move, and somewhere in that pause, between one heartbeat and the next, the faint suggestion of weight touched the earth. Not hard enough to leave a mark, not loud enough to draw attention, just enough to confirm that the story was still learning where it could walk, and the night continued unbroken, carrying its questions forward without any intention of answering them yet. The fire crackled, sending a brief spray of sparks up the chimney. Mara watched them fade and felt the night stretch rather than close. Arthur's breathing evened out, but his hands still twitched in his sleep, fingers curling as if they remembered gripping something too tightly. Felita noticed and draped a folded scarf over his wrists, not to restrain him, but to give his hands something harmless to hold. "Sleep doesn't erase," Felita murmured. "It only loosens the knot." Mara nodded. She could feel her own thoughts loosening, drifting, refusing to settle into anything neat. The landlord moved quietly behind the bar, polishing a glass that didn't need it. Every so often he glanced at the door, then away again, as if he didn't want to be caught looking. Mara followed his gaze once, then stopped herself. She kept her eyes on the tabletop, on the small burn mark shaped like a crescent moon. Felita sipped her tea and spoke without looking up. "You won't leave in the morning," she said. Mara's pulse jumped. "I was planning to," she said, then hesitated. Felita set the cup down. "You don't plan your way out of places like this," she said. "They let you go when they're ready." Mara swallowed. "I don't want to be afraid of it," she said. Felita's eyes softened just a little. "Good," she replied. "Fear is loud." Arthur stirred and muttered something unintelligible. Mara leaned closer, listening. "The gate," he whispered. "It was open." Felita straightened. Her gaze went to the window again, sharp and alert. "The gate stays open," she said quietly. "That's how it likes to pretend it's welcome." Mara felt a prickle along her arms. "Who opened it?" she asked. Felita didn't answer right away. She rose from her chair and crossed the room, moving with the easy authority of someone who had decided this was her place tonight. She peered through the pub window, not up, not far, just enough to read the fog. "Someone who thinks tonight is finished," Felita said. Outside, the village had slipped into a softer version of itself. Lights dimmed behind curtains. Doors latched, footsteps faded. Mara imagined the lane in that quiet, the willow, the ditch, the low wall, all waiting. She opened her bag and finally slid the photograph back inside the envelope. She didn't seal it. Felita returned to the table. "Good," she said, noticing. "Don't lock it away." Arthur stirred again, eyes fluttering open. "Did I miss it?" he asked hoarsely. "No," Mara said gently. "You're still in it." He managed a tired smile. "That figures." The clock above the bar ticked past midnight. The sound felt heavier now, like each second was choosing to fall. Felita checked the time and nodded to herself. "This is when things decide what they'll be tomorrow," she said. Mara frowned. "Things?" Felita met her gaze. "Stories," she corrected. A soft thud came from outside, not loud, not sharp, just enough to be noticed if you were listening. The landlord froze. Mara's breath caught. Felita raised a hand, stilling them all. She listened, head tilted slightly, eyes focused somewhere just below the window frame. Another sound followed, a scrape, wood against stone. "The church gate," Arthur whispered. Felita nodded once. "Someone's curious," she said. Mara stood before she could think better of it. "I'll go," she said. Felita's voice snapped. "No," Mara stopped. "I'm not afraid," she said, though her heart disagreed. Felita stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Bravery isn't the opposite of fear," she said. "Just another way to make noise." Mara clenched her jaw and sat back down. The sounds outside faded again, swallowed by distance and fog. Felita exhaled slowly. "See," she murmured. "Testing." Arthur rubbed his eyes. "Who would test it now?" he asked. Felita's gaze drifted toward the darker end of the pub, where two men sat pretending not to listen too closely. "People who stand to gain," she said. Mara followed her look. The men avoided her eyes. "Gain what?" Mara asked. Felita's smile was thin. "Control," she said, "or at least the illusion of it." The fire settled. The room felt smaller, closer, like the night had pulled it inward. Mara wrapped her arms around herself. "What do we do?" she asked. Felita leaned back, folding her hands. "We wait," she said. Mara's stomach tightened. "That's it," Felita nodded. "Waiting is a skill," she said. "Most people rush because they're afraid of what might happen if they don't." Arthur chuckled weakly. "I rushed," he said. Felita glanced at him. "And you learned," she replied. The clock ticked on. Outside, the fog shifted again, sliding lower, closer to the ground. Mara felt it in her bones before she heard it. A change, a subtle tightening of the air. Felita straightened. "There," she said softly. Mara's heart pounded. "Where?" Felita didn't answer. She listened. Then faint and far away came a sound so soft it might have been imagined. Hoof. Mara's breath hitched. Arthur's eyes widened. Felita raised one finger. "Listen," she whispered. The sound came again, not closer, not farther, sideways. Felita nodded. "It's learning," she said. Mara swallowed. "Learning what?" Felita's eyes were calm, sharp, alive. "Where people stop listening," she said. The hoofbeat faded, dissolving into the night. No one spoke for a long moment. The landlord finally exhaled. "Another drink," he offered, voice rough. Felita shook her head. "Not yet," she said. Mara felt a strange steadiness settle in her chest. Not peace, not safety, awareness. She realized then that this village was not something to solve. It was something to stay awake inside of. Outside, the fog continued its slow work, curling along hedges and walls, finding every low place where sound could hide, and somewhere beyond the reach of lantern light, beyond the places where people had decided it was safe to stop watching, the lane held its shape and its memory, patient and unhurried, as the night moved forward without any intention of finishing what it had begun. The pub settled into a quieter rhythm, the kind that comes after midnight when the bravest stories have already been told and only the honest ones remain. Mara rested her forearms on the table and felt the grain of the wood beneath her skin, grounding herself in something that did not move. Arthur shifted in his chair, awake now, eyes clearer but wary. "It's different," he said softly. Felita didn't ask what he meant. She rarely did when the answer would arrive on its own. "It's not hunting," Arthur continued. "It's listening." Mara felt that same thought brush past her like a draft through a half-closed door. "Listening for what?" she asked. Felita lifted her cup and let the steam fog her glasses. "For permission," she said. The word settled heavily between them. At the far end of the room, one of the men rose and paid quietly, coins clicking too loud in the hush. He avoided looking at the window as he pulled on his coat. Felita watched him go. "People leave differently when they know they're being watched," she murmured. Mara followed the man's progress to the door, then forced her eyes back to the table. She could imagine the lane too easily now. The door closed. The sound echoed longer than it should have. Arthur rubbed his hands together. "I never meant to wake anything," he said. Felita's voice was gentle but firm. "Intention doesn't keep the door shut," she replied. The clock ticked on. Time did not hurry. Mara felt a tug of exhaustion finally reach her shoulders. It didn't pull her down. It asked to sit beside her. "I used to think places were neutral," she said quietly, "like they just existed until people gave them meaning." Felita nodded. "And now," Mara considered, "now I think some places remember what we try to forget." Felita's mouth curved, approving. Outside, a thin ribbon of fog slid across the green, barely touching the ground. It did not rush. It never did. Arthur leaned back and closed his eyes again, but this time his breathing stayed steady. Mara noticed and felt a small, careful relief. The landlord returned with a fresh pot of tea, setting it down without a word. Steam rose, warm and ordinary. Felita poured, hands steady. "Ordinary things matter most after nights like this," she said. Mara nodded and wrapped her fingers around the cup. The heat seeped in slowly. From somewhere outside came a sound that made her still. Not hooves, a gate latch lifting. Felita's eyes flicked up. "There it is again," she said softly. Arthur's shoulders tensed. "Should we?" "No," Felita interrupted. "Not unless it asks louder." Mara frowned. "It's testing boundaries," she said. Felita met her gaze. "Yes," she said, "and so are you." Mara blinked. "I am," Felita nodded. "You didn't look," she said, "even when it wanted you to." Mara swallowed. "It still wants something," she said. Felita leaned back. "Of course," she replied, "it always will." Latch outside fell back into place. Footsteps retreated. Whoever it had been moved carefully, like they didn't want to be heard thinking. Arthur opened his eyes again. "They'll come back," he said. Felita nodded. "Yes," she agreed. Mara exhaled slowly. "Then we'll be here," she said before she could second-guess herself. Felita's eyes warmed. "Exactly," she said. The fire popped softly. Ash shifted. Mara leaned her head back against the wall and closed her eyes. Just for a moment, she did not see darkness. She saw fog moving, reshaping itself without ever leaving. Outside the pub, the lane remained where it had always been, neither empty nor full, neither awake nor asleep, and if anyone had walked it then, keeping their eyes low and their breath steady, they might have felt how the ground itself seemed to listen back, waiting for the next footstep, the next story, the next careless invitation, as the night continued on, patient and unbroken, with no intention of letting anyone believe it was finished. The fire burned lower, settling into a steady glow that no longer snapped for attention. Mara opened her eyes again and found the room unchanged, which felt like a small mercy. Felita had shifted her chair slightly, positioning herself where she could see both the door and the window without turning her head. It was not a defensive posture, it was a listening one. Arthur cleared his throat softly. "When I was a boy," he said, "my father told me the lane was just a shortcut," Felita hummed. "That's how most stories begin," she said. Arthur smiled faintly. "He said if you walked it at night, you saved 10 minutes. Mara felt a tightness in her chest. "And what did it cost?" she asked. Arthur's smile faded. "He never said," he replied. Outside, the fog shifted again, thinning enough that the moon's presence was felt rather than seen. The light had a way of slipping into places it didn't belong. Mara watched how it caught the edge of the pub sign across the way, turning the painted horse pale and watchful. Felita followed her gaze. "Signs are invitations," she murmured. Mara nodded. "I won't forget that," she said. The door opened again, slower this time. A woman stepped in, wrapped in a thick coat, hair damp from the fog. She paused when she saw Felita, then Arthur, then Mara. Her eyes lingered a moment too long. "Evening," she said, voice light. Felita returned the greeting with polite neutrality. "Late to be out," she said. The woman shrugged. "Couldn't sleep," she replied. Arthur stiffened slightly. Mara noticed. The woman ordered tea and took a seat near the wall, careful to keep her back to it. She watched the steam rise from her cup without touching it. Felita didn't look at her again. She didn't need to. Mara felt a subtle shift in the air, like a note added to a chord, not danger, interest. Arthur leaned closer to Mara. "She knows," he whispered. Mara's pulse quickened. "About what?" she whispered back. Arthur swallowed. "About the vault," he said. Felita spoke without turning. "About the mask," she corrected. The woman's spoon clinked faintly against her cup. She smiled without warmth. "Villages talk," she said lightly. Felita finally looked at her. "Yes," she said, "they do." The woman met her gaze unflinching. "And some things," she added, "are better left where they were found." Mara felt a chill run down her spine. "That depends," she said, surprising herself, "on who put them there." The woman's eyes flicked to Mara, sharp and appraising. "You must be the niece," she said. Mara did not answer. Felita leaned back, folding her hands. "Careful," she said. "Names travel faster than you think." The woman laughed softly. "I don't doubt it," she replied. Outside, somewhere near the green, a dog barked once, then fell silent. Arthur shifted in his chair. "The vault was sealed for a reason," he said. The woman tilted her head. "Sealed things attract attention," she said. Felita's voice cooled. "So do unlocked doors," she replied. The woman's smile thinned. "I suppose," she said, "everyone is very sensitive tonight." Felita held her gaze. "Only the ones who are listening," she said. A pause settled over the table, not awkward, deliberate. Mara felt it again, faint but unmistakable. That sideways awareness, as if something beyond the walls had leaned closer, curious about the tension inside. The woman finally lifted her cup and took a sip. "Nothing to worry about," she said, "just old stories." Felita nodded. "Yes," she agreed, "old stories have long legs." The clock ticked, the fire sighed. Mara felt the photograph in her bag shift as she adjusted in her seat. She did not look at it, she did not need to. Outside, the fog slid back toward the lane, hugging the low places, filling the quiet like breath returning to lungs, and if anyone had been standing beneath the willow then, keeping their eyes down and their thoughts guarded, they might have felt how the ground itself seemed to respond to the subtle pull of attention, how the night did not retreat but rearranged itself, making room for conversations not yet finished and footsteps not yet taken, as the story continued to move forward, patient and aware. Without the slightest intention of stopping, the woman set her cup down without drinking again. Steam curled upward and vanished. Felita watched the steam, not the woman. "Stories don't mind being old," she said. "They mind being interrupted." The woman's fingers tightened slightly around the handle. "Interrupted how?" she asked. Mara felt the question settle like a hook. Felita replied evenly, "By people who stop repeating them correctly." Arthur shifted, a faint crease between his brows. "There is no correct way," he said quietly. "That's the problem." The woman's gaze slid to him. "Then perhaps," she said, "some of us are only trying to preserve what was meant." Mara felt heat rise under her skin. "Meant by whom?" she asked. The woman smiled again, thin as paper. "By the ones who built the place," she replied. Felita finally looked away from the steam and directly at the woman. Places aren't built by ghosts, she said. They're built by people who expect to be remembered. Outside, a low breeze moved through the green, stirring leaves without lifting them. The woman leaned back, crossing her ankles. "You've made a disturbance," she said. Felita inclined her head. "Yes," she said, "that was the idea." Arthur's voice trembled despite his effort to steady it. "Someone opened the vault," he said. The woman did not deny it. "Locks fail," she said. Felita's tone sharpened. "People fail," she corrected. A pause followed, not a silence, a weighing. Mara felt the photograph press against her side again, as if reacting to the tension. She shifted, careful not to draw attention. The woman rose. "Well," she said lightly, "it's late." Felita nodded. "Yes," she said, "and late things have a way of returning." The woman pulled on her coat. At the door she paused and glanced back, her eyes briefly catching the lantern's glow. "You should be careful," she said to Mara. "Some inheritances don't stay still." Mara met her gaze steadily. "Neither do I," she said. The woman's smile flickered, then vanished. She stepped outside and was swallowed by fog. The door closed. No one spoke for a moment. Arthur exhaled shakily. "She was there," he whispered. Felita nodded. "She was always there," she said. Mara leaned forward. "She helped wake it," she said. Felita did not disagree. "Yes," she said, "and she believes she can put it back to sleep." Arthur rubbed his temples. "She doesn't understand," he said. Felita's eyes were distant. "Oh, she understands enough," she replied. The landlord approached hesitantly. "Everything all right?" he asked. Felita smiled at him. "For now," she said. He nodded, satisfied with the same answer as before. Mara's heart was still racing, but beneath it something else had settled. Resolve. "What happens when someone tries again?" she asked. Felita leaned back. "Then we'll know where to stand," she said. Arthur looked between them. "You'll stay," he said. Mara nodded. "I will," she said. Felita's mouth curved. "Good," she said. "This place doesn't like being watched alone." Outside, the fog thinned further, revealing patches of grass and stone, but toward the lane it thickened again, coiling low and patient. A faint sound drifted in, almost lost beneath the crackle of the fire. Not hooves, not yet. Mara listened anyway. Time passed, not in hours but in breaths. The pub grew quieter. Chairs scraped softly as people left. Felita remained still, alert, present. Arthur dozed again, this time without murmuring. Mara sat with her thoughts, letting them move without chasing them. Beyond the walls, beyond the green, the lane held its shape, unchanged and attentive, and somewhere in that space between story and ground, between belief and refusal, something waited, not rushing, not retreating, only learning the rhythm of those who stayed awake long enough to notice. As the night continued forward, open and listening, with no intention of giving up its unanswered questions. The fire sank another inch, glowing red instead of gold. Felita reached out and nudged a log into a better position, careful not to scatter sparks. Mara watched the movement, ordinary and precise, and felt steadied by it. Small actions still mattered, that felt important. Arthur slept more deeply now, his head tipped back, mouth slightly open. The lines in his face had softened, though they hadn't disappeared. Felita studied him for a moment. "He'll wake remembering just enough," she said quietly. "That's the mercy of it," Mara nodded. "And the danger," she added. Felita glanced at her, approving. The clock ticked on. Outside, the fog loosened its grip on the green, sliding away in pale threads, but the lane beyond remained thick with it, as if the fog there had decided to stay seated. Mara felt that sideways awareness again, not fear this time, recognition. "It's not done watching us," she said softly. Felita did not deny it. "No," she said, "but it's learned we can watch back." The landlord dimmed one of the lamps, leaving the pub in a softer half-light. The room felt more private now, like a confession waiting for the right moment. Mara shifted in her chair and felt the envelope crinkle faintly in her bag. She hesitated, then reached inside and drew it out. Felita noticed immediately. "Easy," she said. "I know," Mara replied. She slid the photograph halfway out, keeping it face down. "I just want to feel where it is." Felita nodded. "Anchors don't like to be ignored," she said. Mara held the photograph against the table, grounding it. Her fingers trembled less than she expected. Arthur stirred and opened his eyes again. "Did she go?" he asked. "Yes," Felita said. Arthur sighed. "She'll be back," he said. Felita's voice was calm. "Likely," she agreed. Mara looked between them. "What if she tries to repair it?" she asked. Felita considered. "Then she'll need materials," she said. Arthur frowned. "There aren't many left," he said. Felita's eyes flicked briefly toward the direction of the lane. "There are always more than people think," she replied. The pub door rattled faintly as a draft brushed it from outside. No one jumped this time. Mara smiled thinly. "We're learning too," she said. Felita returned the smile. "Yes," she said, "that's how it stays interesting." A chair scraped softly as the landlord moved to lock the side door. The click of the bolt sounded decisive. Mara stood and stretched slowly, careful not to rush. Her body felt heavy but present, like it had finally caught up with her mind. I should check on the cottage in the morning, Arthur said. Felita shook her head slightly. Not alone, she said. Mara nodded. I'll come, she said. Arthur looked relieved. Thank you, he murmured. Felita rose and pulled on her coat. I'll walk the edge before dawn, she said. Mara's pulse quickened. The lane, Felita met her gaze. Not through it, she said. Along it. Mara understood. Boundaries mattered. Outside, the fog shifted again, thinner now, revealing the faint line of the road in places. The willow silhouette emerged, crooked and patient. Mara followed Felita to the door. The night air slipped in, cool and damp. Felita paused on the threshold. She did not look up. She listened. Mara listened too. She heard leaves, distant water, a far-off owl. Then, barely there, a sound so faint it might have been imagination. Hoof. Felita's mouth curved, not smiling. Still counting, she murmured. Mara whispered, so are we. Felita stepped out into the fog, lantern low, her shape dissolving almost immediately. Mara stood in the doorway a moment longer, feeling the night brush against her ankles like a question. Then she closed the door gently behind her and returned to the fire, to Arthur's steady breathing, to the quiet persistence of being awake in a place that did not sleep all at once. While outside, beyond walls and hedges and stories told too often and not carefully enough, the lane remained open and listening, and the fog continued its slow, deliberate movement, carrying with it the memory of hooves that had not finished deciding where they belonged. The door settled into its frame with a soft, final click that felt anything but final. Mara returned to the table and sat, letting the warmth of the fire reach her again. Arthur slept on, his breath steady, shoulders no longer hunched as if bracing for impact. She watched him for a while, memorizing the ordinary rise and fall of his chest. The landlord moved quietly, stacking chairs that would be needed again before long. Nothing in the pub suggested danger now. That was what unsettled her most. Mara traced the rim of her teacup with one finger. It was chipped just slightly, a small flaw easy to miss unless you were looking for it. She thought of Felita stepping into the fog, not through the lane, along it. Time stretched, the clock ticked, the fire murmured. Mara felt the sideways awareness return, faint but persistent, like a pressure change before rain. She did not move, she did not look. Somewhere outside, a footstep sounded, not heavy, not careful, just human. The pub door opened again. A young man slipped inside, breathless, cheeks flushed from the cold. He froze when he saw Mara watching him. Oh, he said, I thought you were closed. The landlord shook his head. Not yet, he said. The young man shifted his weight, eyes darting briefly toward the window. I was just, he began, then stopped. Mara tilted her head slightly. Just what? She asked gently. He swallowed. Walking, he said. The word hung there, thin and unconvincing. Late walk, the landlord said neutrally. The young man nodded too quickly. Couldn't sleep, he repeated, echoing the woman from earlier without realizing it. Mara felt a chill. The phrase was becoming popular. She kept her voice calm. Which way did you go? The young man hesitated. Toward the fields, he said. Mara nodded slowly. Not the lane, almost the lane. The landlord slid a mug across the bar. Warm yourself, he said. The young man accepted it with shaking hands. He stared into the steam like it might answer him. Arthur stood and muttered something under his breath. The young man flinched at the sound. Mara noticed. You heard something, she said. The young man's eyes flicked up. No, he said quickly. I mean just the fog. Mara leaned back, giving him space. Fog doesn't make sounds, she said. It only carries them. The young man's jaw tightened. He took a sip of tea and grimaced. Too hot. I thought I heard a horse, he said suddenly. There aren't any out there, are there? The landlord and Mara exchanged a glance. Not at this hour, the landlord said. The young man nodded, relieved and not at all relieved at the same time. Must have been the wind, he said, though he did not sound convinced. Mara felt the photograph press against her again, as if reacting to the word horse. She ignored it. Arthur opened his eyes. Wind doesn't walk, he said softly. The young man went pale. I should go, he said. The landlord didn't stop him. The door opened. Cold air rushed in. Mara watched the young man disappear into the fog, his footsteps quick, uneven. When the door closed, the pub felt heavier. Arthur rubbed his face. It's spreading, he said. Mara nodded. Awareness, she said. Arthur looked at her. You're like your mother, he said quietly. Mara felt the words settle, not sharp, not painful, just true. Outside, far from the pub lights, Felita moved along the edge of the lane, lantern low, steps measured, listening not for hooves alone but for the way the ground answered them. And as the night thinned toward morning in some places and deepened in others, the village breathed, unaware and aware at once, while the story continued to shift and test and remember, patient as fog, deliberate as footsteps, carrying itself forward without pause, without promise, and without any intention of stopping. The pub clock ticked past another minute, the sound steady and indifferent. Mara listened to it the way some people listen to breathing, checking for changes. Arthur shifted in his chair and sat up straighter, rubbing his eyes. "I don't like that it's making people restless," he said. Mara nodded. "It's not making them restless," she said. "It's noticing they already are." The landlord glanced toward the window again, then deliberately turned his back to it. A choice, small but intentional. Outside, the fog thinned near the pub, loosening as if the light discouraged it. But beyond the green it held firm, pooled low, patient. Mara felt the photograph press once more against her side, then settle. Not pulling, not demanding, waiting. Arthur watched her closely. "It reacts to you," he said. Mara didn't deny it. "It reacted to my mother first," she replied. Arthur swallowed. "She never told me everything," he said. Mara's voice was quiet. "She didn't tell me either." Silence folded around them, not awkward, just heavy with what had not been said. The landlord cleared his throat. "I'll keep the lights on a bit longer," he said. Mara met his gaze. "Thank you," she said. He nodded once, relieved to have something useful to do. Outside, footsteps passed again, slower this time, cautious. Someone else testing the night. Arthur's fingers tightened on the arm of his chair. "People are looking," he said. Mara leaned back. "Yes," she said, "and some of them don't know why." The fire gave a soft sigh as a log settled. Ash shifted. Mara closed her eyes briefly, not to escape, but to listen inward. She felt the village as a pattern of small movements, doors closing, windows latched, minds turning over half-remembered warnings. She opened her eyes again. "This is how it grows," she said. Arthur frowned. "What is?" "Attention," Mara replied. Outside the pub, the fog drifted again, adjusting itself to the contours of the land. It did not hurry, it never did. Somewhere along the lane, beyond the willow, something paused, not stepping, not retreating, just pausing. Felita's lantern glow appeared faintly in the distance, a moving ember sliding along the hedge line. Mara noticed it before anyone else did. "There," she said softly. Arthur followed her gaze but did not lift his eyes too far. "She's still walking," he murmured. "Yes," Mara said. "She will until morning decides how much it wants to see." The lantern light vanished briefly behind a rise in the lane, then reappeared. Steady, controlled, Arthur exhaled. "She's not afraid," he said. Mara shook her head. "No," she said, "she just doesn't confuse fear with instruction." The pub door rattled faintly as a breeze touched it. This time no one jumped. The clock ticked again. Mara rested her palms flat on the table, feeling the vibration of sound through the wood. She thought of her mother standing in the lane years ago, camera in hand, fog curling, curiosity outweighing caution. She thought of how curiosity never truly leaves a family. Arthur watched her expression change. "You're thinking about going out there again," he said. Mara met his eyes. "Not tonight," she said. Arthur nodded, relieved. Outside, Felita stopped beneath the willow. Mara could sense it without seeing. A pause, a check. The lantern tilted slightly, then straightened. Mara felt a faint answering shift in the air inside the pub, as if the night had acknowledged the movement. Arthur whispered, "It's like it knows where she is." Mara replied just as softly, "Or it knows where she is." The fog along the lane thickened, then thinned again, breathing. Mara reached into her bag and touched the envelope once more, not opening it, not hiding it, just confirming its presence. An anchor, not a chain. The landlord poured himself a cup of tea and sat for the first time all night. He did not drink it right away. Arthur leaned back, exhaustion finally claiming him again, but this time without the tension. Mara stayed awake. Outside, the lantern glow shifted position again as Felita continued her slow circuit, marking boundaries, listening to the ground, to the hedges, to the quiet places where stories liked to lean in close. Somewhere farther down the lane, just beyond the place where the ditch deepened and the wall dipped, the fog gathered a little more densely than before, not moving forward, not moving back, simply holding as if waiting to see who would decide to pay attention next, while the night carried on, unhurried and observant, allowing nothing to end and nothing to fully begin. The night thinned at the edges without loosening its grip at the center. Mara felt it the way one feels a held breath nearby. Arthur slept again, deeper this time, his face slack with exhaustion rather than fear. Felita's lantern glow moved farther along the lane, a slow drifting star that refused to hurry. The landlord shifted in his chair and finally drank his tea. "It tastes different," he said quietly. Mara looked up. "How?" she asked. He shrugged. "Like I'm paying attention," he said. She nodded. Outside, a single cloud slid across the moon, dulling its presence just enough to change the shadows. The pub sign creaked faintly. The painted horse rocked on its chain. Mara watched it sway, not violently, just enough to remind her it was there. She thought of the way the mask had split, not shattered, separated, as if the thing beneath had been forced to show itself without being named. Arthur stirred again and spoke without opening his eyes. "It didn't like the light," he murmured. Mara leaned closer. "The lantern," she said. Arthur shook his head faintly. "No," he whispered. The seeing, she let that settle. Outside, Felita paused again, lantern low. She crouched near the ditch, not looking into it, just listening to how the water moved beneath the reeds. Her breath fogged softly. A faint sound answered her listening, not hooves, a shifting, as if weight had transferred from one place to another without crossing the space between. Felita straightened slowly. She did not speak. She did not raise the lantern. She waited. Inside the pub, Mara felt a sudden tightness behind her eyes, not pressure, attention. She did not look up, she did not look toward the window, she breathed. The clock ticked. Outside something adjusted itself, not retreating, not advancing. Felita took one step back from the ditch, then another, careful, measured. The lantern glow shifted, briefly illuminating the low wall where old stones had been stacked and restacked over generations. One stone caught the light differently, darker, smoother. Felita noticed. She always did, she did not touch it. She marked its place in her mind and moved on. Back in the pub, the landlord frowned slightly. "Do you smell that?" he asked. Mara inhaled slowly, old smoke, damp wool, and beneath it, faint but unmistakable, oil. Her jaw tightened. "Yes," she said. Arthur's eyes snapped open. "Not here," he whispered. Mara shook her head. "No," she said, "outside." The smell drifted past the window like a memory, deciding whether to linger. Then it thinned. Felita's lantern glow moved again, farther now, almost out of sight. She was not chasing, she was mapping. Mara closed her eyes briefly and pictured the lane as Felita would see it, not as a path, as a series of choices. Arthur rubbed his face. "It's not finished," he said. Mara opened her eyes. "No," she agreed. The pub door creaked slightly as the building settled. No one moved. Outside, the fog curled back toward the lane, obedient to the low ground. It slid around the willow's roots and pooled there, thicker than anywhere else. Felita stopped again. This time she raised the lantern just enough to light the fog at knee height, not higher. The light revealed nothing, and that was information. She lowered the lantern and stepped sideways off the lane onto firmer grass. Inside, Mara felt the shift like a change in temperature. "It noticed," she whispered. Arthur nodded. "Yes," he said. The clock ticked past another minute. Mara reached for her cup, then stopped. Her hand hovered, listening. Outside, very far away now, a sound touched the ground, so soft it barely existed. Hoof, not a step, a test. Mara did not flinch. She exhaled slowly. The sound did not repeat. Felita's lantern turned and began its slow return, tracing the edge back toward the village, not hurried, not triumphant. The night adjusted around her movement, fog shifting, shadows rearranging themselves. Mara sat with the awareness that this was not a moment to resolve anything. It was a moment to remain present. Arthur slept on. The landlord watched the door. And beyond the pub walls, beyond the green, beyond the comfort of light and human breath, the lane remained what it had always been, neither threatening nor safe, simply attentive, as the night continued to stretch forward, patient and unbroken, carrying the faint memory of hooves that had not yet decided when to sound again. The lantern glow drew closer again, a small, steady pulse against the fog. Mara felt it before she saw it, like the approach of someone who knew exactly where they were going. Felita emerged from the gray at the edge of the green, coat damp, expression thoughtful rather than strained. She did not look tired, she looked occupied. The landlord rose at once and opened the door without being asked. Cold air followed her in, carrying the smell of wet grass and river water. Felita stepped inside and closed the door behind her with deliberate care. She did not shake the damp from her coat right away. "Well," she said quietly. Mara stood. "Well," she echoed. Felita set the lantern down and warmed her hands briefly over the fire. "It's moved," she said. Arthur stirred, eyes opening. "Toward where?" he asked. Felita glanced toward the window, then away again. "Not forward," she said, "and not back." Mara felt a slow chill. "Sideways," she said. Felita nodded. "Yes," she replied. "It's testing places people don't think to guard." Arthur frowned. "The fields?" Felita shook her head. "Between," she said. "Edges." Mara exhaled slowly. "Like tonight," she said. Felita's eyes flicked to her. "Exactly like tonight." The lantern flame steadied, casting shadows that behaved themselves. For the moment, Felita shrugged out of her coat and draped it over the back of a chair. "There's a stone out of place near the low wall," she said. Arthur stiffened. "The marker," he whispered. Felita did not confirm it. She rarely confirmed things that were already true. Mara's fingers curled against the table. "The one from the porch," she said. Felita nodded once. "Moved," she said. Arthur's voice trembled. "By whom?" Felita's mouth thinned. "Someone who thinks restoration means rearranging," she said. Mara felt the weight of the photograph again, heavier now, as if it recognized the word moved. The landlord swallowed. "I can close the road," he offered. Felita shook her head. "Closures draw eyes," she said, "and eyes are currency." Arthur leaned forward. "Then what do we do?" Felita met his gaze calmly. We keep it inconvenient, she said. Mara frowned. Inconvenient? Felita smiled faintly. Yes, she said. Legends love clean stages. She reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a small notebook, its pages warped from damp. She set it on the table but did not open it. Tomorrow, she continued, someone will talk. Arthur nodded. They always do. Felita's gaze shifted to Mara. And you, she said, you listen without reacting. Mara swallowed. I can do that. Felita studied her for a moment longer. I believe you, she said. Outside, the fog continued its slow withdrawal from the green, but the lane remained wrapped in it, a pale ribbon leading nowhere in particular. The pub clock ticked toward morning, its sound less heavy now, more like a promise than a warning. Arthur leaned back and closed his eyes again, not sleeping this time, just resting. Mara remained standing, feeling the night loosen its grip just enough to shift the balance. Felita poured herself a fresh cup of tea and finally drank it. Dawn won't end anything, she said, but it will change the rules. Mara nodded. I'll stay, she said again, not as a decision now, but as a fact. Felita's eyes warmed. Good, she said. Outside, far down the lane where the fog lay thickest, something paused once more, neither advancing nor retreating, simply adjusting to the knowledge that it was no longer alone in being awake, as the night edged forward toward morning without closing its book, leaving every page open and listening. The fire sighed and shifted, sending a thin ribbon of smoke up the chimney. Mara watched it disappear and felt the night rearrange itself around the idea of morning without quite letting go. Felita sat at the table now, notebook still closed, fingertips resting on its cover as if she could feel what it wanted to say before opening it. Arthur breathed evenly, eyes half-lidded, listening rather than sleeping. Outside, the fog lightened in places where it had no reason to stay and thickened where it did. The lane chose its own weather. Mara felt a faint tug in her chest, not fear, not urgency, but alignment, as if she had stepped into a current she hadn't known was there. Felita broke the quiet. Do you know why it chose the lane first? Arthur answered without hesitation. Because it's narrow, he said, and people feel watched there. Felita nodded. Yes, she said, and because it curves. Mara frowned slightly. So you can't see what's coming, she said. Felita smiled. Or what's behind you, she added. The landlord glanced at the window, then deliberately busied himself with wiping down a clean surface. The motion was grounding. Mara leaned forward. The vault, she said. It wasn't just sealed. Arthur's jaw tightened. No, he agreed. It was curated. Felita opened her notebook at last. The pages were filled with small, precise handwriting and simple diagrams, paths, edges, places where sound behaved oddly. Mara studied them. You've been mapping this for a while, she said. Felita did not deny it. Longer than tonight, she said. Arthur exhaled. You knew something would wake it, he said. Felita met his eyes. I knew something would try, she replied. Outside, a bird called once uncertain, then fell silent. The sound felt like a question. Mara felt the photograph shift in her bag again. She ignored it, letting it settle. Felita traced a line in her notebook with one finger. Stories don't start where people think they do, she said. They start where someone decides not to correct them. Arthur nodded slowly. That was my mistake, he said. Felita shook her head. No, she said. Your mistake was believing silence was neutral. Clock ticked again, closer to dawn now. Mara stood and stretched, rolling tension out of her shoulders. She felt steadier on her feet, like the ground had stopped shifting quite so much. What happens if it tries to take a shape again? She asked. Felita closed the notebook gently. Then we don't give it one, she said. Arthur frowned. It already has so many. Felita's eyes sharpened. Not if we interrupt them early, she replied. Outside, footsteps approached the pub again, slower than before, heavier. The door did not open. Mara felt the presence hover, indecisive. Felita did not look up. She spoke calmly, clearly, to no one inside the room. Not here, she said. The footsteps lingered, then moved away. Arthur let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. It listens to you, he said. Felita shook her head. It listens to certainty, she replied. Mara felt a strange warmth at that, not comfort, capability. Fog outside thinned enough that the outline of the lane could be guessed, if not seen. The willow's branches emerged like dark strokes against pale air. Mara imagined standing there in daylight, how ordinary it would look, how easily someone could forget what had moved through it. Felita rose. Morning will bring questions, she said. Arthur straightened. And answers? Felita paused, considering. Some, she said, enough to keep things from settling back into the same shape. Mara nodded. That's all we need, she said. Outside, the fog continued to retreat in uneven measures, leaving behind damp ground and the quiet sense of something unfinished. The lane remained attentive, holding its curve, its shadows, its memory of hooves that had learned patience. Inside the pub, the fire burned on, the clock ticked forward, and the people who had chosen to stay awake adjusted themselves to a day that would pretend nothing had happened. while beneath that pretense the story kept moving, unclosed and alert, waiting for the next moment when someone would listen closely enough to hear where it wanted to step next. The first hint of morning did not arrive as light. It arrived as a thinning. The fog loosened its hold just enough to show where the grass met the road, where the road bent, where the lane pretended to be harmless. Mara felt it like a change in pressure behind the eyes, not urging her to look up now, just reminding her that looking had consequences. Felita stood near the door, coat back on, notebook tucked under her arm. She watched the outside without staring, her attention angled rather than direct. Arthur shifted and stretched carefully, testing his body the way someone tests a bridge after a storm. "I don't feel chased," he said. Felita nodded. "That's how you know it's thinking," she replied. The landlord unlocked the side door and let a narrow stripe of dawn-colored air slip inside. It smelled of wet earth and river water. Mara inhaled slowly. The smell was cleaner now, less oil, more grass, but not none. Outside, a figure crossed the green at a distance, head down, hands in pockets. Too early for errands, too late for wandering. Felita noticed. She always did. "People are already adjusting their routes," she said quietly. Arthur frowned. "They don't even know why." Felita's voice was steady. "They never do," she said. "They just call it instinct." Mara felt the envelope press against her side again, a subtle reminder rather than a demand. She did not open it. She did not put it away. She asked, "What happens when daylight makes it look foolish?" Felita considered. "Daylight doesn't undo things," she said. "It just changes who feels brave." A bird called again, closer this time. Another answered. The village began to test its voice. Arthur stood, a little unsteady but upright. "I should speak to the council," he said. Felita raised an eyebrow. "You should listen first," she replied. Arthur nodded, accepting the correction. Mara stepped closer to the window, stopping well short of lifting her gaze too high. She watched boots cross the green, a woman pulling her coat tighter. A man pausing at the edge of the lane, then choosing another path. "They're avoiding it," Mara said. Felita's mouth curved slightly. "For now," she said. The fire had burned down to embers, but the room still held warmth, not comfort, readiness. Felita opened her notebook at last and made a small mark, not on the lane itself but beside it. Mara noticed. "You're tracking the edges," she said. Felita nodded. "Stories slip at the edges," she replied. Arthur rubbed his hands together. "It won't like that," he said. Felita closed the notebook. "It doesn't have to," she said. Outside, a cart rattled past on the main road, loud and ordinary. The sound cut through the quiet like a declaration. Mara felt the night recede another step, not gone, just repositioned. She thought of her mother again, not standing in the lane now, but packing a suitcase, choosing not to explain everything, choosing movement over argument. The thought did not hurt as much as it used to. Felita turned toward Mara. "You'll notice things now," she said. Mara nodded. "I already do." Felita studied her for a moment, then said, "Good." Arthur leaned on the back of a chair and looked out through the doorframe. "It looks so ordinary," he murmured. Felita followed his gaze, careful. "That's how it prefers to be," she said. The fog along the lane thinned enough to reveal the gravel's damp sheen. No hoofprints, nothing obvious. Mara knew better than to be reassured. She reached into her bag and adjusted the envelope again, not opening it, just aligning it so it lay flat. An anchor set correctly holds better. Felita stepped outside briefly, just onto the threshold, testing the air. She did not cross into the lane. She returned a moment later. "It's quieter," she said. Arthur asked, "Is that good?" Felita replied, "It's useful." The village continued to wake. Windows opened. Voices drifted. Someone laughed too loudly as if to prove something. Mara watched it all with the calm of someone who had learned that awareness did not require alarm. Beyond the green, beyond the first bend, the lane held its curve, damp and waiting, not empty, not occupied, simply present, and somewhere within that presence the memory of weight and movement adjusted itself again, listening to the changed rhythm of footsteps, the altered ruts, the attention that no longer rushed but stayed, as the day began to lay its thin light over everything without closing a single question, while the story continued forward in the only way it knew how, alert, unfinished, and listening for whoever would notice next. Morning did not arrive all at once. It seeped in through gaps and habits. Mara stepped outside the pub and felt the cool dampness settle around her ankles. The green looked unchanged, which felt like a lie the daylight told convincingly. Felita stood a little apart, facing neither the lane nor the village, but the space between them. She held the notebook against her side, not writing, just aware of its weight. Arthur joined them slowly, breathing deep, testing the air. "I can hear the river," he said. Mara listened. There it was, low, steady, always there even when no one mentioned it. That means the night has loosened its grip, Felita said. Arthur nodded. And taken something with it, he added. Mara glanced toward the lane without lifting her gaze too high. The fog there had thinned to a pale film, clinging stubbornly to the ditch and hedge. The willow's branches dripped quietly, patient as ever. A man crossed the green carrying a crate of bottles, whistling softly, then stopped abruptly when he reached the turn toward the lane. He hesitated, looked, chose another way. Mara felt a quiet satisfaction that surprised her. Felita noticed too. Patterns, she said. Arthur smiled faintly. Already changing. A cart rattled past again, louder now, daylight giving it permission to be heard. Somewhere a door slammed, somewhere else a kettle whistled. Life resumed without asking permission. Mara felt the envelope press once more against her ribs, then settle. It was not demanding now, it was accompanying her. Felita turned slightly toward her. "You'll stay a few days," she said. Mara nodded. "I will." Felita's mouth curved. "Good," she said. "Things like this don't resolve on schedules." Arthur looked between them. "I'll start with the council," he said. "Carefully." Felita nodded. "And I'll walk the boundaries again," she replied. Mara asked, "What should I do?" Felita considered her for a moment longer than necessary. "You'll listen where others talk," she said, "and you won't rush to correct them." Mara understood. "Let the shape show itself," she said. Felita's eyes warmed. A breeze lifted briefly, tugging at coats and hair, carrying the scent of the lane just far enough to be noticed. Damp earth, old stone, a hint of oil fading. Arthur frowned slightly. "It's still there," he said. Felita nodded. "Yes," she said, "but thinner." Mara watched the fog pull back another inch, revealing the curve of gravel where so many eyes had imagined hooves. No prints, no marks, just ground that remembered being pressed. She thought of her mother again, not frightened now but alert, choosing what to carry forward and what to leave behind. The thought steadied her. Felita stepped onto the green, then stopped, listening, not to sound, to absence. "Not moving," she said. Arthur asked, "Is that good?" Felita replied, "It's honest." Mara breathed out slowly. The village continued waking around them, pretending nothing had shifted while quietly adjusting to the change. Roots altered, stories softened, eyes lingered a fraction longer on the edges of things. Beyond the willow, beyond the bend, the lane lay open to the light without surrendering its attention, holding its curve and its patience, aware now of those who noticed without chasing, who listened without feeding as the day carried itself forward, thin and watchful, and the story continued alongside it, unclosed, unsettled, and fully awake, waiting to see which step would come next and who would be paying attention when it did. The light grew stronger without becoming kinder. It showed details rather than comfort. Mara stood with her hands in her coat pockets, feeling the uneven stones beneath her boots, noticing how the ground sloped almost imperceptibly toward the lane as if memory itself preferred that direction. Felita walked a slow arc across the green, not inspecting, not patrolling, simply present in a way that discouraged interruption. People nodded to her without quite knowing why. Arthur lingered near the pub door, shoulders squared, listening to conversations that pretended not to be about the same thing. "Fog lifted quick," someone said. "Always does," someone else replied, "too fast." Mara heard the gaps between those words. She felt the photograph again, quiet now like a thought waiting for the right moment to finish forming. She did not open it. She did not need to. A woman crossed the green with a basket, paused, glanced toward the lane, then deliberately bent to adjust her shoe. When she straightened, she took the longer way around. Felita caught Mara's eye and inclined her head slightly. "You see it too?" Mara nodded. Arthur joined them, lowering his voice. "They're already telling a new version," he said. Felita asked, "Which one?" Arthur exhaled. "That it was children, that it was nerves, that it was nothing really." Felita's mouth tightened. "Good," she said. Mara frowned. "That doesn't sound good." Felita replied evenly, "Nothing is easier to manage than nothing." A delivery lorry rattled past on the main road, shaking the air just enough to disrupt lingering thoughts. The sound pulled attention outward, away from the lane. Mara noticed how quickly people accepted the distraction. She turned slightly, keeping her eyes low, and felt the lane rather than looked at it. The air there felt cooler, denser. "It's still aware," she said. Felita nodded. "Yes," she said, "but awareness doesn't mean control." Arthur rubbed his hands together. "I'll speak to the council clerk," he said. "Not about ghosts." Felita smiled faintly. "About drainage," she said. Arthur blinked, then nodded. "Yes," he said, "that's perfect." Mara felt a small, strange relief. Practical things mattered again. Felita began walking, not toward the lane but parallel to it, tracing the invisible boundary that had been there all along. Mara followed, a few steps behind, matching her pace without being told. They passed the spot where the low wall dipped. Felita slowed but did not stop. Mara felt the shift immediately. A faint tightening, not threatening, attentive. Felita murmured without turning her head, "Here." Mara nodded. A stone sat slightly out of alignment, darker than the others, its surface smoothed by hands rather than weather. No markings, no symbols, just wrong enough to matter. Felita did not touch it, neither did Mara. They walked on. Behind them, Arthur spoke with the landlord, their voices low and ordinary, planning repairs, discussing timetables, choosing words that would not attract attention. Mara felt the strange satisfaction of watching a thing be starved rather than attacked. Lane remained quiet, not empty, listening. A child's laugh floated from somewhere near the schoolyard, sharp and bright. The sound did not reach the lane. Felita paused again, this time near the willow. She did not stand beneath it. She stood just outside its shadow. "Trees remember," she said softly. Mara replied, "So do roads." Felita glanced at her. "Yes," she said. The wind stirred the willow's branches, dropping a few beads of water onto the gravel. They darkened the stones in small, precise spots. Mara watched how the water soaked in, leaving no mark once it was absorbed. Felita resumed walking. They returned to the green where life continued, louder now, more insistent. Someone argued about milk deliveries. Someone complained about the cold. The village leaned back into its habits. Mara felt the weight of the night settle into her bones, not as fear, but as knowledge. The kind that does not demand action, only attention. Felita stopped near the pub again and turned to Mara. "This won't be the last time it tests you," she said. Mara nodded. "I know," she said. Felita's gaze sharpened. "And you won't always know when it is," she added. Mara breathed in slowly. "Then I'll keep listening," she said. Felita smiled, small and genuine. Somewhere beyond the willow, beyond the bend, beyond the place where people chose different routes without admitting why, the lane held its curve and its memory, attentive to the altered rhythm of footsteps and voices, adjusting itself to the presence of those who noticed without feeding it. As the morning continued to unfold, unfinalized and alert, carrying the story forward in quiet increments, waiting for the next moment when someone would step just close enough to feel the ground listening back. The morning thickened into itself, not bright but usable. Clouds moved like decisions being postponed. Mara felt the village settle into a new posture, subtle and defensive, as if it had shifted its weight without admitting it had ever leaned the wrong way. Felita leaned against the pub wall, notebook open now, pencil moving in short, economical strokes. She was not drawing the lane, she was drawing absences. Arthur returned from a brief conversation with the council clerk, his expression carefully neutral. "Drainage survey," he said. "They'll bring tape measures and clipboards." Felita nodded. "Excellent," she said. "Clipboards are very grounding." Mara smiled despite herself. A pair of elderly women crossed the green arm in arm, speaking in low tones. They glanced toward the lane, then quickly back to each other. Their conversation grew louder, less specific. Mara heard the edit happen in real time. She shifted her weight and felt the envelope slide slightly in her bag, still there, still quiet. Felita closed the notebook and tucked it away. "Come," she said. Mara followed without asking where. They walked not toward the lane but along a narrow footpath that ran behind the cottages, close enough to feel the lane's presence without entering its attention directly. The air here smelled of soap and damp wool. Arthur fell in beside them. "I used to cut through here as a boy," he said. Felita replied. "You stopped." Arthur nodded. "After a while," he said. Mara listened to their footsteps, the way the gravel responded differently here, less hollow, less eager. A cat watched them from a low wall, tail flicking once before it turned away. Felita paused near a fence where the wood had warped inward over time. She rested her hand lightly on the post, not gripping it. "Boundaries that bend," she said. "They don't break as loudly." Mara looked at the fence, at the way the nails had been driven back in again and again rather than replaced. "Maintenance over replacement." Arthur cleared his throat. "The vault," he said. "They'll want to secure it." Felita nodded. "Yes," she said, "and they'll argue about how." Mara asked. "Does it matter?" Felita considered. "It matters who believes they're in charge," she said. A bicycle rattled past on the main road, bell chiming cheerfully. The sound felt almost aggressive in its normalcy. Mara noticed how the fog had retreated unevenly, leaving one stretch of the lane still hazed, like a thought someone refused to finish. Felita noticed too. "Selective memory," she murmured. Arthur frowned. "It's like it's sulking," he said. Felita shook her head. "No," she replied. "It's reorganizing." They continued walking. The path narrowed. The cottages fell away. Here the ground dipped slightly and the air cooled. Mara felt it immediately. Felita slowed. "Here," she said again. Mara stopped beside her. She did not look up. She listened. There was nothing dramatic, no sound, no movement, just a sense of alignment, like two magnets finding their orientation. Arthur whispered, "It feels watched." Felita replied, "It feels acknowledged." Mara breathed steadily. She thought of her mother not as a warning now, but as a precedent. She said quietly, "We don't need to push." Felita nodded. "No," she said, "we need to stay." A gust of wind moved through the hedges, carrying leaves and the faintest trace of oil, now diluted, barely recognizable. Mara did not react. Felita watched her carefully, then said, "Good." They turned back toward the village, not because the place demanded it, but because the rhythm required it. Behind them, the lane did not follow. It never did, but it adjusted. The fog shifted another inch. The ground held. And as the morning continued to unfold in its careful, incomplete way, the village resumed its noise and routines without quite settling, while beneath it all the story remained awake, responsive to every choice of direction, every pause, every moment of attention withheld or offered, moving forward not toward resolution but toward the next place where listening would matter, and waiting there without impatience for whoever would notice the ground listening back. The path widened again as they approached the back of the cottages, the smell of bread drifting from a kitchen window where someone had decided it was time to bake, as if that choice alone could reset the day. Mara let the smell anchor her, ordinary and human. Felita slowed her pace deliberately, allowing the village to move around them rather than through them. She had that effect. People adjusted without knowing why. Arthur glanced over his shoulder once, then forced himself not to do it again. "I keep expecting it to follow," he said. Felita replied without judgment. "It won't," she said, "not when it's being observed." Mara felt the truth of that settle into her muscles. Being watched changed behavior, even for things that were not supposed to care. They passed a garden gate where a child's muddy boots had been lined up to dry. The child's laughter drifted from inside the house, bright and unafraid. Mara felt a quiet tightening in her throat that had nothing to do with fear. Felita noticed. "Protection isn't always loud," she said. Arthur nodded slowly. As they reached the edge of the green again, the lane came into peripheral awareness, never centered, never stared at. The fog there had thinned further, but not evenly. It clung where it chose. Mara felt the envelope shift again, the photograph inside responding to proximity. She adjusted her bag strap, not hiding it, just keeping it from pressing too hard. Felita stopped near the low stone bench by the notice board. She leaned on it lightly, reading nothing. "The council meeting will be dull," she said. Arthur smiled faintly. "That's the hope." Mara asked, "What if someone pushes for spectacle?" Felita's eyes sharpened. "Then they reveal themselves," she said. A man tacked up a flyer advertising a harvest supper. He smoothed the paper carefully, making sure it lay flat. Mara watched the movement. Care mattered. Felita turned slightly toward the lane without facing it. "Do you feel it?" she asked Mara. Mara nodded. "Yes," she said, "like it's waiting to see if we'll flinch." Felita smiled. "Good," she said. Arthur rubbed his arms. "I don't like that it's patient," he said. Felita replied, "Neither do I." The wind shifted again, carrying the sound of the river more clearly now, water moving over stones, unbothered by stories. Mara listened and felt steadier. She said quietly, "My mother didn't leave because she was afraid." Felita looked at her, attentive. "She left because she didn't want to become part of it," Mara continued. Felita nodded once. "That's a choice," she said. "Not everyone recognizes it." Arthur glanced at Mara. "And you," he said. Mara exhaled. "I'm still deciding," she replied. Felita's gaze was approving, not pressing. "Decisions don't like to be rushed," she said. A bell rang from the schoolhouse, sharp and clear. Children spilled into the yard, noise rising like a declaration that the day would go on regardless. Mara felt the lane react to that sound, not with anger but with recalibration. Felita noticed too. "Sound like that reminds it what it isn't," she said. Arthur asked, "And what's that?" Felita replied, "Necessary." They stood there for a while, letting the village move around them, letting the lane remain where it was, neither provoked nor indulged. Mara shifted her weight and felt the ground firm beneath her boots. It held. She realized then that the listening went both ways, not as a threat, not as a bargain, but as a condition of being present in a place that remembered. Felita closed her eyes briefly, then opened them. "Something else we'll try," she said. Mara nodded. "I know," she said. Arthur swallowed. "When?" Felita's mouth curved, not smiling. "When it thinks no one is paying attention," she replied. The fog along the lane thinned another fraction, revealing just enough gravel to suggest a path without confirming it. No movement, no sound, just space. And as the morning continued to build its careful scaffolding of routine and noise and denial, the village carried on, adjusting in small ways that would only make sense later, while beneath those adjustments the story stayed awake, patient and observant, stretching forward without direction or deadline, listening for the next moment when someone would pause just long enough to feel the ground listening back. The scaffolding of the day kept rising, plank by plank, until it looked solid enough for people to trust it. Mara watched that trust form in real time, fragile but convincing. Felita moved first, not away from the green but across it, threading herself through the morning traffic with the ease of someone who understood currents better than crowds. Mara followed, Arthur a pace behind, their spacing instinctive now. A delivery truck idled too long near the curb, engine ticking as it cooled. The driver glanced toward the lane, then busied himself with paperwork he could have finished earlier. Felita noticed. People stall near edges, she said quietly. Mara nodded. They want to feel something without stepping into it. Arthur murmured, that's how it started for me. They reached the notice board again. New flyers layered over old ones, corners curling where rain had worried them loose. Felita adjusted one that had come unstuck, pressing it flat without reading it. Maintenance, she said. Mara felt the word land where it belonged. A woman approached with a small dog that refused to pass the turn toward the lane. The woman tugged gently, laughed it off, chose another route. Felita watched the dog, not the woman. Animals don't negotiate, she said. Arthur exhaled. Wish people didn't either. The river's sound carried again, steadier now, as if the water had decided it was allowed to be heard. Mara let it fill her chest. She felt the envelope shift once more, not insisting, simply present, and she understood that presence could be quieter than fear and still do its work. Felita stopped at the edge of the green and turned, orienting herself not to landmarks but to gaps. She marked something invisible with a tilt of her head. Here's where it thins, she said. Mara felt it too, the air slightly cooler, the light less committed. Not a place to linger, a place to pass through without comment. Arthur glanced down at his watch, then put his arm down again. I don't want to time this, he said. Felita nodded. Good, she replied. Timing gives it a rhythm. A pair of teenagers cut across the grass, laughing, one daring the other to run the lane just for a bit. They slowed as they approached the turn, laughter thinning into something more cautious. Mara did not look at them directly. She listened. They veered away, jokes turning toward school and food and nothing at all. Felita's mouth curved, brief and satisfied. Starved, she said. Mara breathed out. They began walking again, this time toward the cottages, toward kitchens and lists and obligations that asked to be met. Ordinary things pulled at them, insisting. Arthur spoke softly. I used to think vigilance meant tension, he said. Felita replied, vigilance is posture. Mara felt her shoulders settle into that posture without effort. At a low fence, a crow perched and watched them pass, head cocked, eyes bright. It did not move. Felita paused long enough to acknowledge it with a glance, then continued. The crow remained, uninterested in drama. The fog along the lane thinned again, reluctantly, revealing more of the gravel, the curve, the ditch that caught water and secrets with equal patience. Still no prints, still no sound. Mara sensed the waiting, not as menace but as calibration, like a thing adjusting its expectations. Felita slowed near a junction where three paths met and none claimed priority. She stood there until people flowed around her naturally, learning where to step. This is where choices show, she said. Mara nodded. And where habits change, she added. Arthur smiled, small and tired. The village moved on. Bread cooled on windowsills. Voices rose and fell. Plans were made and forgotten. And just beyond the places people named and measured, the lane held its curve and its listening, aware of the altered traffic of attention, patient enough to wait without insisting. As the day carried itself forward on borrowed certainty, and the story continued alongside it, unclosed and alert, ready to adjust again when the ground felt the next step pause long enough to listen back. The borrowed certainty of the day began to settle into routine, and routine gave people permission to forget the reason they had hesitated earlier. Mara noticed the forgetting start not as a collapse but as a smoothing over. Felita noticed too. That's always the danger, she said quietly. Arthur frowned. Forgetting? Felita nodded. Selective forgetting, she said, the kind that leaves just enough behind to cause trouble later. They paused near a hedge where dew still clung stubbornly despite the warming air. Mara brushed her fingers against the leaves and felt the cold soak into her skin. It steadied her. A man passed them carrying tools, humming off-key. He nodded politely, eyes flicking toward the lane and then away again. Mara felt the flicker like a pulse. Felita shifted her stance slightly, placing herself where the man's path curved just enough to redirect him without contact. He altered course without realizing why. Arthur watched, impressed. You didn't say anything, he murmured. Felita replied, most corrections don't need words. Mara felt the truth of that resonate in her chest. They moved again, slower now, letting the village's rhythm carry them instead of cutting across it. Somewhere a radio played faintly through an open window, a tune that had nothing to do with fog or hooves or old stones. The sound felt protective. Mara glanced toward the lane again, careful, peripheral. The fog there had thinned to little more than a suggestion, but the air still felt heavier, as if gravity had a slightly different opinion about that stretch of ground. Felita stopped beside her. "Feel the weight," she said. Mara nodded. "Yes," she said. "That's not threat," Felita added. "That's memory." Arthur exhaled. "Memory of what?" Felita considered. "Of being believed," she said. Mara felt a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. Belief was powerful. She had always known that, but knowing it intellectually and feeling it in the ground were different things. A child ran past chasing a ball, laughter sharp and unafraid. The ball rolled close to the turn toward the lane, then stopped abruptly as if it had hit an invisible edge. The child hesitated, then ran around, scooping it up without question. Felita watched, satisfied. "Good boundaries," she murmured. Mara felt a small, unexpected swell of pride. Arthur checked his phone, then put it away without looking at the screen. "I don't want to see messages yet," he said. Felita nodded. "Attention is a finite resource," she said. They reached a low rise where the village dropped away slightly, offering a view of rooftops and chimneys and the faint line of the river beyond. The lane curved out of sight just where the land dipped. Mara felt that familiar sideways pull again, gentler now, curious rather than insistent. She did not respond. Felita noticed her stillness. "Good," she said again, softer this time. Arthur rubbed his hands together. "I keep thinking I'll hear it," he said. Felita replied, "You might." Arthur stiffened. "And then?" Felita looked at him calmly. "Then you'll notice how quiet everything else stays," she said. Mara let that settle. The wind shifted, carrying the smell of cut grass and distant smoke. No oil this time, or only the faintest ghost of it already breaking apart. Felita stepped onto the rise and stopped, turning her back to the lane deliberately. "This is as close as we go for now," she said. Mara nodded. Arthur did too. They stood there together, not guarding, not challenging, simply present in a way that refused escalation. Below them, the village continued to live. Above them, the sky remained undecided. And beyond the bend, beyond the place where the ground remembered weight and movement, the lane held its curve and its listening, attentive to the altered posture of those who passed nearby, adjusting to the absence of chase and the presence of watchfulness. As the day went on without resolving anything and the story moved with it, quiet, unfinished, and alert, waiting for the next moment when someone would pause just long enough to feel the earth listening back. The sky made up its mind slowly, choosing a brighter gray that suggested productivity without warmth. Mara felt the shift register in her shoulders, a release she hadn't noticed she was holding. Felita stepped off the rise first, not signaling, simply moving, and the others followed. They drifted back toward the village center where the noise was louder and the listening thinner. Arthur glanced once more toward the curve of the lane and then deliberately focused on the church tower instead. "I'm tired," he said, surprised. Felita nodded. "That's another sign," she replied. Mara walked beside them, her steps matching the pace without effort. She noticed how her body had learned the posture Felita talked about, not tense, ready. At the bakery window, steam fogged the glass from inside, blurring the shapes of loaves and hands. Someone laughed, the sound muffled and warm. Mara felt the envelope in her bag press once, then relax. She understood now that it responded not to proximity alone, but to intention. Felita stopped briefly to greet a woman carrying a basket of eggs. They exchanged a few ordinary words about weather and prices, nothing else. As the woman walked on, her path curved subtly away from the lane without her noticing the choice. Arthur watched, impressed again. "You make it look accidental," he said. Felita replied, "Accidents are easier to accept." Mara thought of her mother again, of the way she had moved through places without announcing herself, how she had chosen when to be seen and when not to be. The memory felt closer now, less distant, as if it had been waiting for this alignment. They passed the church, its stone damp and unassuming. The porch lay in shadow, empty, no stone out of place, no marker obvious enough to provoke questions. Felita slowed, listening with her whole body. She did not stop. Mara felt the air here was different again. "Not heavy, hollow. People will ask," Arthur said quietly. Felita nodded. "They always do," she said. "They just won't ask the right questions." Mara glanced at the notice board again, now crowded with bright paper and cheerful fonts. Life layered itself quickly. She wondered how long the thin memory of last night would last, hours, days, until the next fog. Felita spoke as if answering the thought. "It doesn't need to be remembered by everyone," she said, "just by enough." Arthur smiled faintly. "I think that's manageable." A bus pulled up near the green, doors hissing open. Two visitors stepped down, stretching, looking around with curiosity unsharpened by context. Felita noted them without interest. Visitors passed through, listeners stayed. Mara felt the ground beneath her boots again, solid, responsive. She trusted it in a way she hadn't before. They reached the edge of the square where paths branched in practical directions. Felita paused, considering the flow. "I'll take the long way," she said. Arthur nodded. "I'll check on the vault paperwork," he replied. Mara hesitated, then said, "I'll walk with you," to Felita. Felita's eyes warmed. "Good," she said. They turned together, not toward the lane, not away from it, but along its influence, where the air still carried a faint awareness like a question that hadn't been answered yet. Mara adjusted her bag and felt the envelope settle flat against her side, an anchor placed correctly. She did not open it. She did not need to. As they walked, the village noise shifted behind them, receding just enough to make room for thought. The fog was almost gone now, reduced to dampness and suggestion, but the curve of the lane remained, the ditch, the willow, all present. Mara felt the listening continue, quieter now, more selective. It did not insist, it waited. Felita walked on, posture easy, attention angled. Mara matched her pace, breath steady. And as the day continued to build its layers of normalcy and distraction, the story moved with them, not trailing behind and not rushing ahead, simply keeping step, unfinished and alert, ready to adjust again whenever someone slowed just enough, stayed still just long enough to feel the ground listening back. They walked along the narrow road that paralleled the lane without ever quite touching it, the kind of road people used when they wanted to feel productive rather than curious. Mara noticed how her steps fell into rhythm with Felita's without effort, as if her body had already learned the pace. The houses thinned here, gardens giving way to hedges and long stretches of stone wall mottled with lichen. The air smelled of damp chalk and crushed leaves. Felita slowed near a bend where the road dipped slightly. She did not stop. She listened while moving. Mara felt it too, not a sound, a tension in the space like a held note. "Here," Felita said quietly, not pointing. Mara nodded. "Yes," she replied. They passed the place without acknowledgement, and the tension eased, as if satisfied to have been noticed and not engaged. Felita glanced sideways at Mara. "You're doing well," she said. Mara felt a flicker of surprise. "At what?" she asked. Felita replied, not reacting. Mara considered that. "I don't feel like running," she said. Felita's mouth curved slightly. "That's new," she said. They continued on. A tractor moved in the distance, its engine sound low and persistent, grounding. Mara thought again of the photograph, of how it had once felt like a key and now felt more like a reminder. She touched the bag lightly, then let her hand fall away. Felita broke the quiet. "Your mother learned early," she said. Mara's breath caught just slightly. "She never told me how," she said. Felita replied without hesitation. "She listened longer than most people are comfortable doing." Mara felt that settle into her chest, not as praise, not as burden, but as inheritance. They reached a stile leading into a field, grass flattened by recent rain. Felita paused at it, resting one hand on the wood without climbing over. "This is as far as I go today," she said. Mara stopped beside her. "Why?" Felita's gaze stayed on the field, on the line of trees beyond. "Because if I go farther it becomes a visit," she said, "and today it only needs awareness." Mara nodded. "I understand," she said. They stood there for a moment, letting the wind move around them, letting the sounds of the village drift and thin. Somewhere behind them, faint but unmistakable, the lane shifted its posture again, not moving, listening. Mara felt the awareness brush past her, lighter now, almost curious. She did not respond. Felita straightened and stepped back from the stile. "Go back," she said. "Live." Mara smiled faintly. "I will," she said. They turned together and began the walk back toward the village, their steps unhurried, their attention angled just enough to notice changes without feeding them. As they walked, clouds thinned further, light spreading in cautious patches across the fields. Birdsong grew bolder. The day gained confidence, but beneath that confidence the ground kept its memory. Mara felt it with each step, a quiet responsiveness, not threatening, not benign, simply aware. She knew now that awareness was not something to fear. It was something to carry carefully. Behind them, beyond the hedge line, beyond the curve that refused to show its end, the lane held its shape and its listening, attentive to the altered rhythm of footsteps and the choice not to look directly, adjusting to the presence of those who stayed awake without chasing answers. As the day moved forward without closing any doors and the story continued alongside it, open, unfinished, and waiting for the next moment when someone would pause just long enough to feel the earth listening back. The walk back felt shorter, not because the distance had changed, but because Mara's attention had. She noticed fewer edges demanding her focus and more space that simply existed. Felita spoke as they walked, not to fill silence but to place words where they would land lightly. Most people think listening is passive, she said. Mara nodded. I used to, she replied. Felita glanced at her. Listening is a choice, she said, and choices leave traces. They passed a gate where fresh mud marked the boots of someone who had crossed earlier that morning. The prints were already softening, losing their sharpness. Mara watched them fade as the sun warmed the ground. Nothing stayed precise for long. At the edge of the village, Felita slowed again. This time she did stop, not abruptly, just enough. Mara felt it before she understood it. A subtle shift, the kind that didn't belong to the day. Felita spoke quietly. Someone is thinking about going back. Mara's stomach tightened. To the lane? Felita nodded. Yes, she said, not to see, to check. Mara breathed in through her nose, slow and measured. Checking feeds it, she said. Felita's eyes warmed. You're learning fast, she replied. They stood still, letting the moment pass without interference. The breeze lifted, carrying voices, footsteps, the ordinary noise of a village pretending not to think about what it had nearly believed. Then the tension eased, not gone, just postponed. Felita resumed walking. Curiosity doesn't like being ignored, she said, but it does tire. Mara followed, feeling the truth of that in her own body. As they reached the first cottages again, a man emerged from one with a coil of rope over his shoulder. He nodded to them friendly, then hesitated. Morning, he said. Morning, Felita replied. He shifted his weight. Strange night, he added, testing the words. Felita smiled politely. Was it, she said, not asking. The man laughed uncertainly. Fog does that, he said. Felita nodded. Fog does many things, she replied. The man moved on, rope bumping against his leg. Mara felt the exchange ripple outward, small but effective. Words redirected without argument. They reached the square again, where Arthur stood speaking with a woman holding a clipboard. He caught sight of them and relaxed visibly. Felita raised a hand in greeting but did not approach. Not yet. Mara paused beside her. What happens if I leave? She asked quietly. Felita considered. Then you'll notice things elsewhere, she said. Listening travels, Mara nodded. I think I'd miss this, she said. Felita's gaze softened. Places don't mind being missed, she replied. They mind being misunderstood. The church bell rang once, then again, marking a time no one had asked for. People adjusted their pace accordingly. Mara watched the rhythm of it all with a new clarity, not above it, within it. Felita finally turned toward Arthur and the woman with the clipboard. Come on, she said. They joined the small knot of conversation, where words like survey and safety and routine replaced anything more charged. The lane was not mentioned. Mara listened, contributed when necessary, stayed quiet when silence did more work. Beyond the square, beyond the last cottage, beyond the hedge that marked where the village ended and the listening began, the lane held its curve and its patience, aware of the shift in attention, the thinning of fear. The presence of those who chose not to look directly and yet did not forget as the day continued its steady movement forward and the story remained open, unfinalized and alert, waiting without urgency for the next moment when someone would slow, stay still and feel the ground listening back. The conversation drifted the way practical talk always did, circling around measurements and timelines and responsibilities that could be shared without anyone admitting why they mattered. Mara listened more than she spoke, feeling how the shape of the day resisted sharp edges. Arthur nodded at the right moments, hands in his pockets, grounding himself in the weight of keys and coins. The woman with the clipboard wrote things down that would become official later, tidy and safe on paper. Felita stood just outside the circle, present but not central, her attention angled toward what wasn't being said. She noticed which words were avoided. She noticed who avoided eye contact when the lane came close in conversation without being named. Mara felt a lightness she hadn't expected, not relief, competence. When the discussion ended, the woman tucked her clipboard under her arm and smiled. All very straightforward, she said. Felita nodded. Yes, she agreed. Straightforward was the word people used when they wanted something to stay manageable. As the woman walked away, Arthur exhaled and rolled his shoulders. That went better than I thought, he said. Felita replied, it went exactly as it needed to. Mara glanced toward the lane again, only in the periphery. The fog was almost gone now, reduced to dampness clinging stubbornly to the ditch and the base of the hedge. The curve remained. She felt the listening still there, quieter, as if it had shifted to a different register. Felita caught the direction of her glance. It adapts, she said softly. Mara nodded. So do we, she replied. Arthur smiled, tired but genuine. I'm hungry, he said. Felita's mouth curved. Another good sign, she said. They drifted toward the cafe at the edge of the square, where cups clinked and the smell of coffee cut through the damp. People lined up, exchanging small talk that leaned deliberately away from the night. Mara ordered tea and found a table near the window, careful to sit so the lane was not directly in her line of sight. Felita chose the chair opposite her without comment. Arthur joined them, rubbing his hands together. The simple ritual of eating and drinking settled the air around them. Mara watched condensation bead on the glass, tracing paths downward that never quite repeated themselves. Patterns without intention. Felita stirred her cup and said quietly, "This is usually when people convince themselves it's over." Mara looked up. "And it isn't," she said. Felita nodded. "No," she replied, "but it doesn't need to be dramatic to continue." Arthur took a sip of his coffee and grimaced. "Too strong," he said, then smiled anyway. Outside, footsteps passed, laughter, a bicycle bell, the hum of a van pulling away. The village asserted its normalcy with increasing confidence. Mara felt the envelope in her bag shift slightly as she adjusted in her chair. She did not open it. She felt no urgency. Felita noticed. "You're not carrying it like a question anymore," she said. Mara considered that. "No," she said, "more like context." Felita's eyes warmed. Arthur leaned back, stretching. "What happens this evening?" he asked. Felita replied, "The same thing that happens every evening." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "People go home," Felita continued. "They tell versions. They test the edges of what they believe is safe." Mara added quietly, "And the ground listens." Felita smiled. The cafe door opened, letting in a draft that smelled faintly of river water. For a moment Mara thought she heard it again. Hoof, she did not react. She breathed. The sound resolved into something else. A chair scraping outside, ordinary. Felita's gaze flicked to her, checking. Mara met it steadily. "Good," Felita said. They finished their drinks slowly. No one hurried. As they stood to leave, Mara felt a gentle pull, not toward the lane but toward the space beside it, the awareness that stayed even when the object of attention receded. Felita stepped outside first, scanning without scanning. Arthur followed, adjusting his coat. Mara came last, pausing just long enough to feel the day settle around her shoulders. The square buzzed with midday life now. Children ran, dogs tugged at leads. Someone argued cheerfully about parking. Beyond it all, beyond the places people pointed and named, the lane held its curve and its listening, quieter now, less insistent, but no less present, adjusting to the changed posture of those who moved nearby. As the hours continued to unfold without punctuation, without closure, and the story moved with them, open and attentive, ready to shift again whenever someone slowed, stayed still, and felt the earth listening back. They stepped back into the square, where the light had grown flatter and more honest. Midday had a way of stripping drama without removing consequence. Mara felt it in her bones, a steadiness that did not ask permission. She adjusted her bag again, the envelope settling where it belonged. Felita walked a half step ahead, not leading, simply setting a pace others unconsciously matched. Arthur fell into it, hands loose at his sides. A breeze moved across the square, lifting scraps of paper and the smell of coffee grounds. It carried no oil now, or so little that it barely registered. Mara noticed the absence more than she would have noticed the smell itself. Felita slowed near the edge of the square where the paving stones changed texture. "Listen," she said softly. Mara listened, not for sound, for insistence. There was none, only the layered murmur of people, the steady clink of ordinary life. Arthur let out a breath. "I keep waiting for the feeling to spike," he said. Felita nodded. "That's how you know it's receding," she replied. "Spikes crave reaction." Mara glanced toward the lane's direction again, peripheral, respectful. The curve was barely visible from here, obscured by hedges and habit. It felt farther away than it had an hour ago. They walked on, passing the post office, the small hardware shop, the place where a chalkboard announced soup of the day. Life layered itself thickly here. A man stepped out of the hardware shop carrying a coil of wire. He paused, looked toward the lane's turn, then tucked the wire under his arm and crossed the road instead. Felita noticed, she always did. "Choices leave footprints," she murmured. Mara nodded. "Even when no one sees them," she said. Arthur smiled. "Especially then." They reached a bench beneath a plane tree whose leaves had not yet decided to turn. Felita sat, not resting, just occupying space. Mara joined her. Arthur remained standing, stretching his back. The bench was cool through their coats, solid. Mara closed her eyes for a moment and let the day move around her. She felt the listening still present, but muted, like a radio turned low in the next room. Felita spoke without opening her notebook. "Someone will come asking later," she said. Arthur asked, "Who?" Felita replied, "Someone who thinks they've thought of something new." Mara felt a small, rueful smile touch her mouth. "They always do," she said. A shadow crossed the square as a cloud drifted overhead. The temperature dipped just enough to be noticed. For a brief second, the listening sharpened. Mara felt it like a fingertip brushing the edge of her awareness. She did not turn, she did not look. The cloud passed, the light returned. Felita watched Mara closely, then nodded once. Yes, she said. Arthur noticed the exchange. What? Felita replied. She didn't answer. Arthur exhaled. That's hard, he said. Mara opened her eyes. It's easier than explaining, she replied. A woman pushed a pram across the square, humming softly. The child inside slept unbothered. Felita's gaze softened. Unawareness is a gift, she said. Mara nodded. So is choosing when to be aware, she added. They sat there longer than necessary. No one rushed them. The day had found its balance. From somewhere distant came the low sound of a tractor changing gears. From somewhere closer, laughter rose and fell. Mara felt the story stretch, not pulling her forward, not letting her fall behind. It moved alongside her now. Felita stood at last, brushing leaves from her coat. Come, she said. They rose and walked again, not toward anything in particular, just within the village's pulse. Paths branched and rejoined. Decisions were made and unmade. At the far edge of the square where the road dipped and the hedge thickened, Mara felt it once more, a quiet awareness, patient. She slowed just a fraction. Felita slowed too. They did not speak. The feeling passed, satisfied with acknowledgement rather than engagement. Arthur glanced between them. You felt it, he said. Mara nodded. Yes, she said. Felita added, and we let it go. They walked on. Behind them, beyond hedges and curves and the places people avoided without admitting why, the lane held its shape and its listening, attentive to the subtler traffic of attention and restraint, adjusting again to the knowledge that it was no longer the loudest thing in the landscape. As the afternoon continued to open out without conclusion, and the story remained present and unfinished, ready to shift whenever someone paused long enough to feel the ground listening back. The afternoon settled into its middle without ceremony. Mara felt the village relax into that stretch of hours where nothing dramatic was expected and so much could happen unnoticed. Felita walked beside her now, no longer a half-step ahead, their pace aligned by habit rather than decision. Arthur drifted in and out of conversation, sometimes present, sometimes listening to his own thoughts. They passed the edge of the green again, where the grass gave way to compacted earth. Here the sound of footsteps changed. Mara noticed how the ground answered them differently. Felita noticed too. This is where people stop thinking about where they're going, she said quietly. Mara nodded. And start thinking about what they'll say when they get there, she replied. Arthur smiled faintly. That explains a lot, he said. A group of teenagers crossed their path, phones in hand, voices overlapping. One of them gestured toward the lane, laughing. The others laughed too. The laughter thinned as they approached the turn, not stopped, adjusted. They veered off toward the river path instead, jokes reforming around something else. Felita watched them go. Good, she murmured. Mara felt a quiet satisfaction again, tempered this time by something like responsibility. They reached a narrow bridge over a drainage channel, water moving slowly beneath it. Felita stopped there, resting her hands lightly on the railing. Water carries memory differently, she said. Mara leaned beside her. It doesn't hold shape, she said. Felita nodded. But it remembers pressure, she replied. Arthur peered down into the water, watching leaves drift past. They'll clear the channel, he said. Felita smiled. Yes, she said, another practical solution. Mara felt the envelope in her bag again, quieter now, like a thought that had found its place. She did not touch it. They crossed the bridge and followed the path along the water for a while, letting the sound of it replace other listening. The lane's presence faded here, not gone, just distant, like a voice lowered out of courtesy. Felita spoke again after a long pause. Distance helps, she said. Mara replied, but it doesn't erase. Felita glanced at her. No, she said, and that's not a flaw. Arthur slowed, rubbing his neck. I'm realizing how much energy I spent pretending nothing was wrong, he said. Felita nodded. Pretending is exhausting, she said. Mara felt the truth of that settle into her muscles. They reached a point where the path forked. One direction led back toward the village, the other followed the river out toward fields. Felita stopped. This is where I turn back, she said. Mara hesitated. And if I go the other way, she asked. Felita met her gaze. Then you'll hear different things, she replied. Mara considered. I think I want that, she said. Arthur looked between them. I'll head back, he said. I've paperwork and explanations to manage. Felita nodded. Go, she said. Arthur smiled at Mara. Be careful, he added. Mara smiled back. I will, she said. They parted without ceremony. Felita turned toward the village, posture already adjusting to a different listening. Mara turned toward the river path, steps light, attention wide. The water moved steadily beside her, reflecting a sky that still hadn't fully decided itself. Birdsong layered over the sound, tentative but persistent. As she walked, Mara felt the absence of the lane more than its presence. The listening here was different, less curved, less expectant. She breathed more easily. Yet even here, far from the hedge and the ditch and the willow, she sensed the thread connecting everything. Not a pull, a relation. She walked on, letting her thoughts move without chasing them, aware that awareness itself had become part of her posture now. Behind her, beyond the village, beyond the bend where the road curved and the ground remembered weight, the lane remained, quieter than before but no less attentive, adjusting again to the redistribution of attention, as the afternoon continued without marking an end and the story carried on, open and alert, following not footsteps but the spaces where listening chose to linger. The river path narrowed, grass brushing Mara's boots as she followed its gentle bend. The sound of water grew more textured here, less like background and more like conversation. She slowed not because anything urged her to, but because she had learned the value of matching pace to place. Her breathing settled into the rhythm of her steps. Sunlight filtered through thin cloud and caught on the water in brief shifting fragments. Nothing held still long enough to demand interpretation. Mara felt the difference immediately. Here, listening did not feel like vigilance, it felt like allowance. She passed a fallen branch lodged against the bank, leaves already browning. The water flowed around it without resistance, reshaping its own path in response. "That's how you do it," she murmured, surprising herself by speaking aloud. The river did not answer. It did not need to. She walked on. Her thoughts drifted, not backward, not forward, but sideways, touching memories without pulling at them. Her mother's voice surfaced, not warning, not instructing, simply present, as if it had been waiting for Mara to have space enough to hear it without strain. Mara did not try to hold on to the thought. She let it pass like the water at her feet. The envelope in her bag shifted slightly with her movement, then went still again. It no longer felt like an object she carried. It felt like a boundary she understood. A bird startled from the reeds and took off upstream, wings beating sharply before settling into a smoother glide. Mara watched until it disappeared around a bend. She noticed how her instinct to follow with her eyes faded more quickly than it once would have. Not everything required pursuit. The path curved again, drawing her farther from the village's noise. Here the air felt less managed. No hedges trimmed into obedience. No stones arranged to suggest permanence. Just water, grass, and the quiet work of time. Mara paused and crouched near the bank, resting her fingers briefly on a smooth stone half submerged in the current. The water was cold, clear. She did not hold the stone. She let it remain where it was. Standing again, she felt a subtle change inside herself, like something had been set down rather than picked up. Behind her, the village continued its day. Felita would be walking another boundary by now. Arthur would be choosing his words carefully, redirecting conversations without confrontation. Mara trusted them. That trust felt new and solid. Ahead, the river path dipped toward a small stand of trees. The light there shifted, becoming dappled, uncertain. Mara slowed again, listening not for danger but for tone. The listening here was different from the lane S, not expectant, not testing, simply present. She stepped into the shade without hesitation. The air cooled. The smell of damp earth rose. For a brief moment she felt something familiar brush the edge of her awareness. Not the lane, not hooves, a recognition. She paused, eyes forward, breath steady. She did not look for a source. The feeling lingered, then softened, as if satisfied to be acknowledged without being named. Mara continued walking. The path opened again on the far side of the trees, revealing a wider stretch of water and open field beyond. The sky here seemed larger, less interested in pressing down. She felt lighter without feeling unguarded. Somewhere far behind her, beyond river bends and footpaths and the choices people made without announcing them, the lane remained where it always had, holding its curve and its memory, quieter now, less insistent, but still awake, adjusting to the redistribution of attention across the landscape. And here, beside the river, Mara walked on, not escaping and not approaching, simply carrying forward a new way of listening, aware that the story did not belong to one place alone, that it moved with those who learned when to pause, when to pass through, and when to let the ground listen back without demanding an answer, as the afternoon stretched onward, open and unfinished, and the world continued to make room for the next moment where awareness would matter again. The open field breathed differently, the wind moving without catching on corners. Mara felt her shoulders drop another fraction. She followed the river as it widened, its surface broken by slow, deliberate ripples. Here, reflections did not linger long enough to invite misinterpretation. A stile appeared ahead, weathered smooth by years of hands and pauses. Mara stopped beside it, resting her palms on the worn wood. The grain felt familiar, like something learned rather than remembered. She listened. Not outward, inward. The listening answered with calm, not reassurance, orientation. Mara crossed the stile and continued, boots pressing softly into the damp earth. Each step felt like an agreement rather than a decision. Behind her the trees murmured as the wind shifted. Ahead the river curved again, generous and unhurried. She thought of Felita's maps, of edges marked not to be crossed but to be respected. She thought of Arthur's careful words, chosen to redirect rather than confront. She realized that none of them were trying to end anything. They were changing how it was allowed to move. The path narrowed once more, grass tall enough to brush her knees. Insects hummed lazily, unconcerned with stories that required belief. Mara slowed, then stopped, sensing a subtle shift, not the lane, something else. A place where the air felt attentive without being tense. A place that had learned patience before people learned to name it. She stood still until the feeling settled into familiarity. Until it became part of the background rather than a foreground demand. "Hello," she said quietly, not to anything specific. The field did not answer, but the wind softened as if acknowledging tone. Mara smiled to herself, small and unremarkable. She resumed walking. The sun slipped free of cloud for a few seconds and warmed the back of her neck. She felt the warmth and did not chase it when it faded. Her bag shifted against her side, lighter now. The envelope inside no longer tugged at her attention. It stayed where it was, content with context. Mara noticed how her thoughts no longer looped back to the lane automatically. They moved outward instead, branching, connecting. She wondered how many other places listened the way the lane did, quieter perhaps, less theatrical. She wondered how many people walked through them every day without ever slowing. The idea did not frighten her. It made her curious in a careful way. A distant sound reached her ears. Not hooves, not footsteps. Church bells carried faintly by the wind, marking time without insisting on it. Mara adjusted her pace to match the sound, then let it fade again. The river bent away from the field and toward a line of trees that promised shade and cool air. Mara followed, posture easy, attention wide but unforced. She felt the story moving with her, not clinging, not urging, simply present in the way breath is present when you stop thinking about it. Somewhere behind her, in the village that would soon forget how close it had come to listening too loudly, Felita would still be walking edges, Arthur would still be choosing words, and the lane would still be holding its curve, quieter now, less central, but awake. And here, with the river beside her and the afternoon unfolding without hurry, Mara continued forward, not toward resolution and not away from it, carrying the knowledge of when to pause and when to pass through as the world remained open and attentive, and the story went on, unclosed, responsive, and waiting for the next moment when listening would matter again. The trees gathered closer along the riverbank, their roots exposed in places where the water had negotiated with the soil over many seasons. Mara slowed again, not because she felt watched, but because the ground here asked for it. She stepped carefully where the path narrowed, boots finding purchase among damp leaves and packed earth. The air under the canopy felt layered, older somehow, like it had been breathing longer than the village ever had. Light filtered through in broken pieces, touching her hands, her sleeves, then slipping away. Nothing demanded to be held. Mara felt a faint awareness brush past her again. Not curiosity this time, recognition. She did not greet it aloud. She simply adjusted her pace, letting the moment pass without resistance. The river murmured beside her, its voice changing subtly where stones shifted beneath the current. She noticed how the sound never repeated itself exactly. Patterns without intention. Her thoughts drifted to Felita, walking another boundary somewhere else, perhaps pausing near a hedge or a wall that needed no touching. To Arthur, choosing careful language in rooms that believed they were discussing logistics. To the village, already rewriting the night into something easier to carry, Mara felt no urge to correct them. Correction was loud, presence was quieter. The path curved again and opened onto a small clearing where the river widened and slowed. Here the water reflected the sky more fully, clouds stretching and dissolving across its surface. Mara stopped at the edge of the clearing and stood very still. The listening here was broad, not focused, not asking. She breathed in and out, letting the rhythm settle into her chest. She was aware now of how much effort she had once spent resisting attention, mistaking it for threat. A leaf fell from above and landed near her boot. She watched it settle, then stepped past it without ceremony. She thought again of the photograph, of how it no longer felt like an object pulling her backward. It was a marker now, a reminder that some moments change how you stand in the world, not where you go next. Mara followed the river farther, trusting that the path would continue even when it narrowed or disappeared for a while. Paths did that. They did not need constant affirmation. A faint sound reached her ears, not hooves, not footsteps, wind moving through reeds. She smiled slightly and kept walking. Behind her, beyond bends and trees and the gradual unthreading of the village's attention, the lane remained what it had learned to be, quieter now, less indulged, but still listening, adjusting itself to the new distribution of awareness across the land. And here, under the trees, beside the water, Mara moved forward with a steadiness that did not hurry and did not stall, aware that the story had not ended and did not need to, that it would continue wherever attention softened into listening. Wherever someone chose to pause without looking for spectacle, as the afternoon carried on, open and unfinished, and the ground continued patiently to listen back. The clearing narrowed again without warning, the river tightening its course as if remembering an earlier decision. Mara adjusted without thinking, stepping closer to the bank where the grass grew thinner and the earth held firmer. She noticed how her balance had changed since morning, not sharper, calmer. A dragonfly skimmed the water's surface, paused midair, then vanished upstream. Mara watched until her eyes softened and the movement dissolved into the wider scene. The listening here did not press, it accompanied. She passed a place where the path dipped so close to the water that the river's breath cooled her ankles. She did not step back, she slowed. The sensation passed, leaving only the sound of water slipping over stone. Mara felt the subtle distinction now between caution and fear. One sharpened the senses, the other narrowed them. She chose the first. A fence line appeared ahead, old wire threaded through leaning posts. Someone had repaired it recently, new wire twisted into old, the join visible if you cared to look. Mara stopped and studied the join. It held not perfectly, adequately. She smiled. Beyond the fence, sheep grazed without lifting their heads. They did not look toward the river. They did not look toward her. Felita would have approved. Mara followed the fence until the path curved again and the river slipped briefly out of sight. For a moment the listening shifted, not gone, just redistributed. She felt it in her back rather than her chest, a reminder. She rolled her shoulders once and continued. The air grew warmer as the canopy thinned. Sunlight reached the ground in wider patches now, encouraging growth that crowded the path. Mara brushed past tall stems, their seeds catching briefly on her coat before falling away. Nothing tried to stay with her longer than it should. She thought of the village again, of how stories would settle there by evening, trimmed and folded to fit conversation. She thought of how some people would feel disappointed that nothing dramatic had happened. Drama required participation. She was learning restraint. The river returned to view with a sudden openness, water spreading into a shallow bend where stones broke the surface like thoughts half-formed. Mara paused again, resting her hands on her hips, breathing in the open space. She felt the listening widen with her, not focusing, allowing. A cloud passed over the sun, cooling the air. The change registered, then passed. Mara realized she had stopped anticipating. The future no longer pressed at the edge of her awareness. She resumed walking, pace unmeasured, attention loose but present. Far away, somewhere beyond fields and paths and the careful redirection of curiosity, the lane continued its quiet recalibration, no longer the center of gravity but still a participant in the larger pattern of attention and neglect. And here, with water beside her and open land ahead, Mara carried forward what she had learned without naming it, aware that the story did not belong to a single night or place, that it moved wherever listening softened and choices bent without breaking. As the afternoon drifted on, unresolved and alive, and the ground remained ready, patient as ever, to listen back whenever someone slowed just enough to notice. The shallow bend gave way to a narrower run of water, the stones disappearing beneath a darker surface that reflected more sky than ground. Mara adjusted her path again, stepping where the earth felt compacted by years of passing feet. She noticed how easily she read the ground now, not by looking, by sensing how it held her weight. A distant dog barked once, then fell silent. The sound carried without urgency, like a punctuation mark rather than a warning. Mara's breath stayed even. Her thoughts did not hurry to interpret. The path rose slightly, enough to change the angle of the river's sound. Here it felt less like conversation and more like accompaniment, a steady undercurrent that did not require response. She reached a point where the grass gave way to bare earth, churned once by hooves long ago and never quite smoothed back into uniformity. The ground remembered pressure differently here. Mara slowed, letting one boot rest before committing her weight. The earth held, she moved on. Sunlight returned, warming the tops of grasses and the backs of leaves. Insects resumed their low, persistent hum. Mara felt the listening adjust again, not concentrating, simply shifting its attention to include her without centering on her. She understood now that being included was not the same as being invited. She followed the river as it curved toward a stand of alder trees, their trunks darkened by moisture. The shade beneath them felt deeper, cooler. Mara paused at the edge, letting her eyes adjust. She did not step in immediately. The listening here was quieter, layered, less interested in reaction. It felt older. She stepped beneath the branches. The air changed at once, damp and rich with decay and growth intertwined. Mara breathed it in without judgment. A patch of ground near the water was slick with mud, marked by the passing of animals who did not care about paths. Mara navigated around it, choosing footing that felt respectful rather than cautious. Her bag shifted again, the envelope inside pressing lightly, then settling. It felt almost like a pulse, not demanding, just confirming presence. Mara thought briefly of opening it here, of letting the photograph see the river, the trees, the open sky. The thought passed without regret. Not everything needed to be shared with everything else. The river narrowed further, its pace quickening as if eager to be elsewhere. Mara matched her steps to it for a few moments, then let the rhythm slip away again. She noticed how easy it had become to let things pass without following. A rustle in the undergrowth caught her attention. She paused still. A pheasant burst from the brush and took off clumsily, wings beating loud and sudden before settling into a smoother flight. Mara watched until it disappeared between the trees. Her heart rate rose, then fell. No story formed around the moment. She smiled faintly and continued. The path emerged from the trees into another open stretch where the river widened and slowed again, as if reconsidering its hurry. Fields rolled gently beyond, stitched with hedgerows that bent rather than broke the view. Mara stood for a moment, hands resting on her hips, feeling the openness settle around her. The listening here was diffuse, content to be everywhere at once. She felt no pull backward, no urgency forward, just motion. Far behind her, beyond the older shade, beyond the footpath and the village and the curve of the lane that had learned to be quieter, the land continued its slow recalibration, redistributing attention like water finding new channels. And here in the open field beside the river, Mara took another step, then another, carrying with her a posture of awareness that did not seek resolution, did not announce itself, but remained ready, patient, and responsive. As the afternoon continued its unmarked passage and the story moved with it, open and ongoing, waiting without impatience for the next moment when someone would pause long enough to feel the ground listening back. The open field sloped gently downward, the grass shorter here, cropped by animals who had learned where the ground stayed firm after rain. Mara followed the faint track without committing to it fully, letting her steps wander just enough to stay aware. The river's sound softened again, no longer leading, simply present. She noticed how the absence of urgency felt almost unfamiliar now, like a muscle learning a new range of motion. A breeze moved across the field, flattening the grass in a slow wave that reached her a moment later. She stood still as it passed, coat stirring, hair lifting, then settling again. The listening responded, not intensifying, not retreating, just adjusting to the change in air. Mara resumed walking, angling slightly away from the water where the ground rose and the view widened. From here she could see the line of trees she had passed through, the ribbon of river catching light where it bent, and beyond that the suggestion of paths she had not taken. She felt no need to choose them now. A gate stood ahead, half open, its latch worn smooth by years of use. Mara paused beside it, fingers resting briefly on the metal. It was cool, solid. She did not close it. She did not open it further. She passed through as it was. Beyond the gate the ground felt different again, firmer, less forgiving. The listening here carried a sharper edge, not threatening but precise. Mara slowed instinctively. She became aware of her posture, of how she placed each foot, of how her breath matched the movement, not controlled, considered. A distant sound reached her ears, faint and irregular. Not hooves, not voices, metal against stone far off, someone working. The sound grounded her, anchored the moment in the present. She walked on, letting the sound fade and return, until it became part of the wider texture of the afternoon. Her thoughts drifted again, touching the village lightly, then moving on. She wondered how Felita would be spending this hour, whether she was seated somewhere quiet, listening without appearing to, or moving along another boundary that would never be named. She wondered what Arthur would say if asked later how the day had gone. He would probably shrug and say it had been busy. He would mean something else. The field dipped again, revealing a shallow hollow where water pooled after rain. The earth here was darker, richer, marked with the impressions of birds and small animals. Mara stopped at the edge of the hollow and watched the water tremble slightly in the breeze. Reflections broke and reformed without warning. She felt the listening sharpen here, not because of her, but because of the place itself. Low ground remembered more. She did not step into the hollow. She walked around it, giving it the space it claimed. The sensation eased as she passed, settling back into a broader awareness that no longer pressed at her attention. Mara realized then that she had stopped waiting for something to happen. The waiting had been replaced by a readiness that did not require anticipation. She walked on, letting the path carry her toward another line of hedges where the land folded inward again. The sky shifted once more, clouds thinning, light growing more directional. Her shadow stretched ahead of her briefly, then slipped away as the light changed angle. She watched it go without trying to follow. The river curved out of sight now, its presence reduced to sound and memory. Mara adjusted easily, her awareness no longer anchored to a single feature. She felt the story move with her still, not as a narrative she was following, but as a condition she inhabited. Something open, something ongoing. Behind her, beyond fields and gates and the long, quiet recalibration of attention, the lane remained part of that condition, no longer dominant, no longer indulged, but still awake, still listening in its own way. And here, under a sky that refused to settle and over ground that responded without demanding explanation, Mara continued forward, step by step, carrying with her the understanding of when to slow and when to pass through. As the afternoon deepened without closing, and the story went on, unbroken and attentive, ready to adjust again whenever someone paused long enough to feel the earth listening back. The hedges rose closer together as the path narrowed, their branches leaning inward as if conferring quietly above her head. Mara felt the shift before she saw it, the way space compressed just enough to ask for care. She adjusted her stride, not shorter, just softer. The ground responded with a firmer hold. A break in the hedge revealed a view back toward the field she had crossed, the grass now stirred by wind she no longer felt directly. Distance changed texture. Mara paused there, one hand resting lightly against a branch that scratched faintly at her sleeve. The bark was rough, familiar, unconcerned. She listened again. The listening here felt angled, directional, like attention moving along lines rather than pooling. Not the lane, not the river, something between. Mara did not name it, she let it be what it was. A sound reached her ears, closer now, rhythmic but uneven, footsteps but not approaching, someone moving parallel, unseen. She stood still long enough for the sound to pass ahead of her, then recede. No meeting, no convergence. The moment settled into the ground and stayed there. Mara resumed walking, aware now of how many paths could exist side by side without intersecting. That knowledge felt newly practical. The hedge line broke open into another stretch of land, smaller this time, enclosed on three sides, the kind of place that felt briefly held. The grass here was flattened in irregular patterns, as if people sometimes stopped without planning to. Mara stepped into the space and felt the listening sharpen, not toward her but around her, contained. She took a few steps, then stopped again, sensing that movement mattered here, not speed, sequence. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other and felt the ground respond differently under each. Subtle, specific. The envelope in her bag pressed once more, not insistent, just acknowledging proximity. Mara touched the fabric of the bag this time, briefly, grounding herself in its texture. She did not open it, she did not need to. The listening eased as she turned slightly, changing her orientation within the space, not leaving, just repositioning. She smiled to herself, not amused but appreciative. Beyond the enclosure, the path continued toward a line of trees that promised shade again. Mara took it, leaving the held space behind without looking back. As she walked, the air shifted once more, carrying the faintest trace of smoke from somewhere distant, domestic, and unremarkable. It grounded her in the present moment. She thought briefly of evening, of how light would change again, of how listening took on different textures after dusk. The thought did not hurry her. The trees ahead grew clearer, their trunks dark and steady. Mara felt her posture adjust in anticipation, not tense, just aligned. She stepped beneath the first branches and let the afternoon follow her in, aware that awareness itself was now something she carried lightly, something that moved with her rather than pulling her back, as the path curved onward without revealing its end, and the story continued alongside her, open and responsive, listening in return as she walked on. The shade deepened under the trees, cooling the air in a way that felt intentional rather than incidental. Mara let her eyes adjust slowly, refusing the instinct to scan. The ground here was layered with old leaves, compressed into a soft, resilient surface that muffled her steps. She noticed how silence behaved differently when it was absorbed rather than echoed. A branch creaked somewhere above, settling after a shift of wind. The sound did not travel far. Mara walked on, posture loose, attention wide but ungrasping. She felt the listening change again, becoming less about place and more about movement. Here awareness followed paths rather than pooling in them. She passed a tree with a ribbon tied loosely around its trunk, faded and frayed, the knot simple. No marker she recognized, no demand for recognition. She did not touch it, she did not speculate. The path curved gently left, then right, offering small decisions that did not feel like tests. Mara chose without hesitation, trusting the ease in her body more than any mental map. Light broke through ahead in a thin band, suggesting an opening. She approached it without expectation. The trees thinned, revealing a narrow clearing where sunlight pooled unevenly, warming patches of earth while leaving others cool. Mara stepped into the light and felt the shift register in her skin. The listening here was quiet but alert, like a room where someone had recently been and might return, not watching, aware. She stood still long enough for the feeling to settle into familiarity. It did. A memory surfaced then, not of the lane, not of the village, but of a different place long ago where she had first learned to stop moving without freezing. The memory did not ask to be unpacked, it passed. Mara adjusted her bag again, the envelope inside responding with a soft, familiar weight. She felt no urge to open it. She realized that wanting had shifted. Curiosity remained. Urgency had not followed. A faint sound drifted in from somewhere beyond the trees. Voices, perhaps, or wind moving through distant hedges. She did not try to locate it. The clearing narrowed at the far end, the path resuming its quieter course. Mara followed, steps light, breathing even. She noticed now how the listening no longer sharpened when she slowed. It matched her instead. The ground here did not hold tension. It held continuity. She felt the story moving with her still, not trailing behind, not urging ahead, simply unfolding alongside her pace. There was no sense of arrival, no sense of departure, just motion, informed and unforced. As she walked, the afternoon shifted again, light angling lower, shadows lengthening without drama. The trees absorbed the change and released it slowly. Mara moved with them, aware that the shape of attention would change again with evening, that listening would deepen and redistribute, that places would take on new textures without announcing themselves. She welcomed that without anticipation. Somewhere far behind her, beyond paths and fields and the village that would soon turn its thoughts towards supper and lamps, the lane remained part of the wider pattern, quieter now, less central, but still listening in its own way. And here, beneath branches and moving light, Mara continued forward, carrying an understanding that did not need to be spoken, letting the path reveal itself only as quickly as it chose, as the story remained open and ongoing, attentive to each small shift of posture and pace, waiting patiently for the next moment when someone would pause, breathe, and feel the ground listening back. The path dipped again, shallow but deliberate, drawing Mara toward a place where the trees grew closer to the water once more. She noticed how the air cooled by degrees rather than by feeling, a shift that settled into her skin gradually. Her steps slowed without instruction, not hesitation, alignment. She heard the river again before she saw it, the sound reshaping itself as the banks narrowed and the current found a different voice. Here it spoke more quickly, less reflective, intent on movement. Mara matched that pace for a few steps, then let it go. She had learned that following was optional. A fallen log lay half across the path, its bark softened by time and moisture. She stepped over it carefully, feeling the brief lift and return of her weight. The ground accepted her again without comment. Beyond the log, the listening sharpened slightly, not alert, attuned. Mara paused, one foot still, the other settling. She let her breath slow until it matched the stillness rather than the motion. The sensation eased, satisfied. She smiled faintly and continued. The trees thinned just enough to allow a wider view of the river as it curved away, carrying light along its surface in broken ribbons. She watched the light fracture and reform, never choosing a single shape. Her thoughts drifted again, touching on evening, on how Felita would notice the change in sound before the change in light, on how Arthur would lock the office door later and pause with his hand still on the key, listening without admitting it. Mara felt a quiet fondness for them both. For their different ways of standing watch without calling it that. The envelope in her bag pressed once more, softer now, like a reminder that could wait. She did not touch it this time. The path narrowed to a ribbon of earth edged by reeds that whispered as she passed. The sound followed her for a moment, then fell away. She sensed the listening shift behind her rather than ahead. Not pursuit, acknowledgement. Mara did not turn. The afternoon leaned toward later hours, light stretching, shadows loosening their hold. Birdsong changed character, shorter calls replacing longer ones. She felt the change without marking it. Ahead the path rose slightly, promising another transition. She approached it without expectation, posture easy, attention unhooked from outcomes. As she climbed, the river slipped out of sight again, its presence reduced to a memory carried in sound and vibration rather than vision. She adjusted easily, no longer anchored to a single feature. At the crest, the path leveled and widened, offering a brief openness before narrowing again. Mara stepped into the openness and paused, letting the space register her presence. The listening here was diffuse, generous, unconcerned with edges. It did not ask who she was or why she had come. She stood there for a few breaths, then moved on. Somewhere distant, a clock struck the hour, its sound softened by distance and air. Time passed without insisting on itself. Mara continued forward, neither returning nor arriving, aware now that movement itself could be a form of respect, that listening did not always require stillness. As the path carried her onward into the lengthening afternoon and the story moved with her, unclosed and attentive, ready to shift again with the next change in light, the next pause in breath, the next moment when the ground would listen back and she would know without naming it that she had heard. The widened path narrowed again almost immediately, as if embarrassed by the generosity it had just shown. Mara adjusted without comment, her stride shortening just enough to remain comfortable. The air here carried a faint mineral scent, stone warmed by hours of filtered light. She breathed it in and felt it settle low, grounding. A small bridge crossed a trickle that fed the river, planks worn smooth and darkened by countless crossings. Mara paused at its edge, not to admire it but to acknowledge the change in sound. Water beneath would spoke differently. She crossed, steps light, letting the hollow thud of the boards pass through her rather than echo in her chest. On the far side the ground rose slightly, firm and dry. The listening shifted again, less attentive to her movement, more to her direction. She felt it like a question that did not need answering. Mara chose left where the path split, not because it felt safer, but because it felt less rehearsed. The grass there leaned inward, brushing her boots, seeds catching briefly and letting go. She smiled at the sensation, appreciating how little things asked of her now. The light changed once more, angled and gold-edged, catching on spider silk strung between branches. She slowed instinctively, careful not to disturb what had taken time to arrange itself. The listening here was delicate, responsive to disruption. Mara passed through with care, feeling the air close behind her like water after a swimmer. She became aware then of how far the village had receded, not in distance but in influence. Its rhythms no longer set her pace. Her thoughts wandered freely, not circling back to explain themselves. They brushed against ideas and moved on unclaimed. A memory surfaced of her mother standing in a doorway once, hand on the frame, listening to rain before deciding whether to go out. Mara had not understood that pause then. She did now. The path curved gently downhill, leading toward another low place where the ground darkened and softened. Mara slowed again, reading the earth with her feet. She chose firmer patches, stepping where others had stepped, not out of conformity but out of respect for accumulated knowledge. The listening here was layered, older, carrying traces of many pauses. She felt no need to add her own loudly. A bird lifted from the grass ahead, startled but not alarmed, wings brushing the air with a soft insistence before it vanished into the hedgerow. Mara watched only until the movement completed itself. The afternoon leaned further toward evening, light stretching, shadows finding longer places to rest. The air cooled just enough to be noticed. Mara adjusted her coat and felt the envelope shift again, its presence steady and unremarkable. She no longer thought of it as something unfinished. The path rose once more, offering another change, another redistribution of attention. She followed without hurry, aware now that the story did not require her to arrive anywhere in particular. Somewhere far behind her, the village would be preparing for supper, lamps would be checked, doors opened and closed. Felita would still be listening. Arthur would still be choosing words. And beyond them, the lane would still hold its curve, quieter now, less indulged, but awake in its own way, attentive to the new patterns of movement and restraint. Here, with the path unfolding one decision at a time beneath her feet, Mara continued forward, carrying an ease that had not been there that morning, aware that listening was no longer something she did only in certain places, but something she had learned to bring with her. As the light shifted again, the air cooled further, and the story remained open and responsive, moving alongside her without signaling an end, waiting patiently for the next subtle change that would ask for nothing more than her attention. The rise leveled out into a long, quiet stretch where the path seemed to hesitate, unsure whether it wanted to be a road or remain a suggestion. Mara appreciated that uncertainty. Her footsteps sounded different here, firmer, less absorbed, and she noticed how quickly her body adjusted to the change without conscious effort. Listening had become reflexive. The air cooled another degree, the kind of cooling that came not from shade but from time sliding forward. Late afternoon announced itself without ceremony. She paused briefly to roll her shoulders and stretch her fingers, feeling circulation return where she hadn't realized it had slowed. Movement and stillness negotiated easily now. Ahead, a low stone wall ran parallel to the path, its surface mottled with lichen and age. Mara walked alongside it, close enough to feel its presence without touching. Stone listened differently than earth. It held memory in layers rather than impressions. She felt that difference register along her spine, not uncomfortable, just informative. The path curved slightly away from the wall, opening into another small meadow where the grass rippled gently in the breeze. No animals grazed here. The space felt reserved rather than empty. Mara stepped into it and slowed. The listening broadened, less precise, more atmospheric. She stood still long enough for the feeling to settle, then walked again, careful not to cut straight through the center. Some spaces preferred edges. The sun dipped lower, light stretching sideways now, catching on the tops of grasses and leaving the ground beneath in cooler shadow. Mara felt the temperature difference brush her ankles. She adjusted her pace again, not because she needed to, but because it felt right to match the shift. A distant sound drifted in, too faint to identify clearly. Voices, perhaps, or wind carrying fragments of something else. She did not strain to hear it. If it mattered, it would return. Her bag rested comfortably against her side, the envelope inside no longer drawing attention to itself. It felt like something already integrated. Mara thought again of evening, of how listening changed when light faded and sounds carried farther. The thought did not carry fear, only awareness. She followed the path as it angled gently toward another stand of trees, darker now as the sun lowered behind them. The shadows ahead looked deep but not closed. She approached without hesitation. As she stepped beneath the first branches, the air cooled noticeably, the smell of damp earth and leaf mold rising again. The listening shifted, narrowing slightly, attentive to movement rather than presence. Mara slowed just enough to register that change, then continued. Somewhere behind her, far beyond bens and meadows and the long, patient recalibration of attention, the village continued its day, unaware of how subtly it had been altered. Felita would still be moving through her own chosen routes. Arthur would still be weighing words and silences. The lane would still be holding its curve, quieter now, less central, but awake. Here, under the deepening shade, Mara moved forward with a steadiness that no longer felt borrowed. Listening had settled into her bones. The path ahead curved out of sight again, offering no promise of destination. She followed it anyway, aware that the story did not require endings to remain meaningful, that it lived instead in the ongoing negotiation between movement and pause, between noticing and letting be. As the light continued to shift, the air cooled further and the ground remained ready, patient and responsive, to listen back whenever she slowed just enough to hear it. The trees closed in a little more, not to block her way but to quiet it. Mara felt the hush settle around her like a coat she hadn't realized she was wearing. Her steps softened again, leaf litter yielding without complaint. She noticed how her weight distributed itself more evenly now, how her body no longer argued with the ground. The path curved and dipped, then straightened briefly, offering a sightline just long enough to register distance before folding it away again. Mara did not hurry to see what came next. A sound reached her ears, low and steady. Not water this time, not wind, breathing not her own. She slowed, then stopped, letting the sound continue without meeting it halfway. Her breath remained calm, unaltered. A shape moved ahead between the trees, indistinct, not hiding, not revealing itself either. Someone else walking, at a similar pace. Mara felt no alarm, no curiosity sharp enough to pull her forward. She waited. The shape resolved into a figure moving across her path rather than along it, steps measured, attention angled elsewhere. They did not look at her. They did not acknowledge her presence. The moment passed cleanly, like two lines crossing without tangling. Mara exhaled slowly, aware of how little the encounter had demanded. Listening did not always mean engagement. She resumed walking, the path accepting her again without adjustment. The light beneath the trees dimmed further, shadows stretching and overlapping until edges softened. The air cooled another fraction. Mara thought of how evening would gather itself soon, how sounds would change character, how listening would deepen and spread. She felt ready for that without anticipating it. A faint smell of wood smoke drifted through the trees, distant and domestic. Someone preparing supper, someone grounding themselves without knowing why. Mara smiled faintly. The path rose again, gentle but persistent, drawing her toward a place where the trees thinned and the sky would open once more. She followed, feeling the subtle shift in effort, the way muscles engaged without tension. At the crest she paused, not because she needed to rest, but because the view opened suddenly and invited it. Fields stretched out below, patterned with shadow and light. The river caught the last of the sun in thin, bright lines. She stood there, hands resting loosely at her sides, letting the space register her presence. The listening here was wide, uncontained, less interested in detail. She felt herself become smaller in a way that did not diminish her. After a few breaths, she moved on, descending the other side of the rise, the path narrowing again as it re-entered the trees. The rhythm continued. Somewhere far behind her, the lane would be cooling with the air, fog perhaps beginning to think about returning, not yet just considering. It would listen in its own way. And here, with the evening beginning to lean in and the path offering itself one curve at a time, Mara walked on, carrying her attention lightly, unburdened by the need for answers, aware that the story was still unfolding around and within her, not moving toward an ending but widening instead, moment by moment, step by step, as long as she continued to notice when to slow, when to pass through, and when to let the ground listen back. The descent carried her back into deeper shade, the light thinning as if poured through narrower spaces. Mara let her pace slow naturally, knees soft, balance centered. The smell of smoke grew a little stronger, still distant, still domestic. It reminded her that people were gathering themselves back into rooms, into routines that would hold for a few hours. The listening here adjusted to that change, not retreating, repositioning. She noticed how sound traveled farther now, how a snapped twig echoed longer before dissolving. Evening stretched things without exaggerating them. A breeze moved through the canopy, loosening leaves that whispered briefly before settling again. Mara paused long enough to feel the air move around her face, then continued. The path narrowed to a single track worn smooth by repetition. Others had passed here with different intentions. The ground remembered all of them without favor. Her bag rested easy against her hip. The envelope inside felt almost like part of the lining now, not an object waiting to be used. She thought of how morning had felt heavy with anticipation, how each sensation had seemed to ask something of her. Now the questions had softened, not gone, just less insistent. Ahead a small clearing opened where the trees gave way to low scrub. The sky beyond had deepened to a muted gold, light sliding sideways across the land. Mara stepped into the clearing and stopped. The listening here widened, becoming less directional, more atmospheric. It felt like a pause between phrases. She stood still, hands loose, shoulders relaxed, breathing slow and unremarkable. Nothing pressed, nothing withdrew. A sound drifted across the open space. Laughter, faint, carried from somewhere unseen. Mara smiled, not at the sound itself, but at how easily it passed through without disturbing anything. She crossed the clearing diagonally, choosing a line that felt unclaimed. The grass bent under her boots and rose again behind her. On the far side, the path resumed, slipping back into trees that were already darkening at their bases. She followed, feeling the temperature drop another degree. Her awareness sharpened slightly, not from fear but from adjustment. Evening asked for a different posture. She listened again, deeper now, noticing how the ground answered more slowly, how sounds took longer to resolve into meaning. This was where imagination sometimes reached too far. She kept her attention close. The path curved tightly, then straightened. She followed without rushing. Somewhere to her left, water moved again, unseen but audible. Not the river this time, a smaller run. Mara slowed as she passed it, acknowledging the change, then continued. She felt the day tipping fully toward evening now, the shift unmistakable. Birdsong thinned, insects grew louder. The listening deepened, not narrowing but thickening like twilight itself. She welcomed it without leaning into it. Far behind her, beyond trees and fields and the village that would soon light its lamps and tell simpler versions of the day, the lane would be cooling, fog perhaps beginning to gather its thoughts. It would listen in the way it always had. Here, on a path that refused to declare where it led, Mara walked on, attention steady, breath even, carrying with her a way of listening that did not demand answers or endings. As the evening continued to unfold and the story moved with her, open, responsive, and awake, waiting patiently for the next subtle shift that would ask nothing more than her presence. The path dipped again, more sharply this time, and the air pooled low with coolness. Mara felt it collect around her calves, then climb slowly like water finding its level. She adjusted her stride, letting her steps become quieter, not out of caution but courtesy. The ground responded by holding firm. The trees thinned just enough for the first suggestion of dusk to show itself, a blue-gray settling into the spaces between trunks. Light no longer came from above so much as from everywhere else fading. Mara paused without stopping, a hesitation that lasted no longer than a breath. The listening registered it, then relaxed. She continued. Somewhere nearby, an owl shifted on a branch, feathers brushing bark. The sound was soft, deliberate, not a call, not a warning. Mara felt the moment pass through her awareness and out again, unhooked from meaning. The path leveled out beside a low stone embankment that guided a narrow stream. Water moved quietly there, less audible than felt, a vibration under the stillness. She walked alongside it, keeping just enough distance to avoid drawing attention, though she knew attention here was not sharp. It was diffuse, shared. Her thoughts drifted again, touching lightly on the village now preparing for evening. Windows brightening one by one, doors closing with familiar sounds, voices lowering. She imagined Felita noticing the change in acoustics before the change in light. Arthur pausing mid-sentence somewhere, sensing the hour without checking a clock. Mara felt connected to them without needing to be near. The envelope in her bag pressed once, then settled, as if acknowledging the shift. She did not reach for it. She trusted the timing now. The stream curved away and the path followed, narrowing to a ribbon that asked for attention without demanding it. Mara gave it what it needed and no more. In the deepening shade, shapes softened, edges blurred, distances shortened and lengthened unpredictably. This was where stories sometimes tried to form themselves. She let them dissolve before they could take shape. A faint breeze stirred the leaves, carrying the smell of damp soil and something metallic, old but not threatening. She breathed it in and out again, unmarked. The path rose slightly, enough to change the way sound carried. Mara heard her own steps again, muted but present, and adjusted until they blended back into the background. She realized then that she was no longer moving away from anything, nor toward it. She was simply moving within. The listening here felt thick but calm, like a held breath that did not need to be released yet. She respected that. As the sky darkened another shade, the first stars began to consider making themselves known, hesitant, easily discouraged by cloud. Mara noticed without expectation. She walked on. Somewhere far behind her, the lane would be cooling, fog perhaps beginning to test the air, curious but uninvited. It would wait. Here, beneath trees that no longer cast clear shadows, beside water that moved without announcing itself, Mara continued forward, posture easy, attention steady, aware that evening did not close the day so much as change the way it listened, and that the story, like the ground beneath her feet, remained open, responsive, and awake, ready to adjust again with each step she chose to place carefully, and each moment she allowed to pass without asking it to explain itself. The stream fell quiet as the path lifted away from it, sound thinning until only the memory of movement remained. Mara noticed the absence before she noticed anything else. Evening gathered its tools slowly. Cooler air, longer pauses, a softness that did not mean safety and did not mean threat. Her steps found a rhythm suited to dimness, careful without being cautious. She felt the way her eyes adjusted, how they stopped demanding detail and accepted suggestion. The listening changed again, not deeper, broader. Here it did not attach itself to specific places. It hovered like mist that had not yet decided where to settle. Mara slowed, then stopped, letting the path come to her rather than the other way around. The ground answered by staying still. She waited. Nothing happened. She smiled faintly at that and resumed walking. A fence appeared ahead, barely visible now, its posts leaning at varied angles as if tired of agreement. Mara traced its line with her gaze without touching it. Beyond the fence, the land dipped into shadow that felt heavier than the rest, not darker, denser. She did not cross. She walked parallel instead, letting the boundary remain what it was. The envelope in her bag shifted again, then went still, as if satisfied with the choice. She felt no urge to question that. Somewhere to her right, an animal moved through undergrowth, deliberate and unseen. The sound passed behind her, no intersection. Mara adjusted her breath and kept her pace. The sky deepened further, colors muting into one another. Clouds gathered and loosened, undecided. She thought of the lane then, not as it had been, but as it would be tonight. Cooling, listening, waiting without impatience. She felt no pull toward it, only awareness. The path curved again and narrowed, hedges rising on either side. This was the kind of place where imagination sometimes leaned too far forward. Mara kept her attention close. Her steps sounded louder here, then softer as she adjusted, learning again how to move without insisting. The listening responded by staying neutral. A faint glow appeared ahead, warm and steady, not fire, not moonlight, a farmhouse window. Mara felt relief without attachment. Human presence acknowledged and left alone. She passed at a respectful distance, light brushing her coat, then fading behind her. Voices drifted faintly, indistinct, unimportant. The path bent away again, returning her to deeper quiet. The glow vanished. She realized then that she no longer felt alone in the way she once would have, not accompanied, integrated. The listening here did not watch her, it included her. She adjusted her bag strap again, feeling how natural the weight had become. The photograph stayed where it was, no longer a question. The night leaned closer, not yet settled, testing its edges. Mara felt the shift register along her spine, familiar now. She paused once more, letting the dark arrive at its own speed. Somewhere far off, a single owl called, sound traveling farther now than it would have earlier. Mara listened without answering. The call faded, the quiet remained. She continued on, step by step, aware that darkness did not end things any more than light began them, that listening simply changed its texture, its reach, its patience, as the path unfolded without offering conclusions and the story moved with her still, open and ongoing, attentive to every small adjustment of breath and pace, waiting without urgency for the next moment when she would slow, stand still, and feel the ground listening back. The hedge thinned at last, releasing her into a broader stretch where the path loosened and the ground rose just enough to catch a little of the remaining light. Mara felt the release immediately, like a hand opening without drama. She slowed again, letting her eyes adapt to the deepening dusk. Details mattered less now, shapes mattered more. The listening adjusted accordingly. It no longer traced edges so precisely. It paid attention to direction, to intention, to pause. Mara stood still for a few breaths, not because she needed to stop, but because the moment offered itself that way. The ground accepted her stillness without expectation. A breeze moved across the open space, cool and deliberate, brushing her coat and carrying with it the faintest suggestion of moisture. Fog, perhaps thinking about the night. She did not react. The path angled slightly uphill and she followed, feeling the effort register cleanly in her legs. No strain, no resistance. At the crest she paused again, looking out over a darkening sweep of land where the shapes of trees blurred into a single, patient mass. Lights dotted the distance now, isolated and warm. Human presence scattered, contained. Mara felt no urge to move toward any of it. She stayed where she was until the listening softened, satisfied. Then she continued. The path here felt older, less maintained, its surface uneven with roots and stones that asked to be acknowledged. Mara placed her feet carefully, appreciating the honesty of terrain that did not pretend to be smooth. Her thoughts drifted again, light and unanchored. She wondered briefly whether Felita would feel the fog forming before it could be seen. She suspected she would. Arthur, somewhere behind the village walls, would likely notice it only when it touched the windows. Mara smiled faintly at the thought. The envelope in her bag pressed once more, then rested, as if marking the shift from evening toward night. She felt no urgency to respond. The listening here thickened slightly, not concentrating, but becoming more cohesive, like a crowd settling into quiet expectation without knowing what it waited for. Mara slowed, matching it. A low sound reached her ears, too broad to be singular. Whined through grass, distant water, the combined hush of things aligning. She breathed with it. The path curved again, descending gently, drawing her toward a place where the ground dipped and sound would gather. She followed without hurry. Here, shadows pooled more deeply and the air cooled noticeably. Mara felt the change and adjusted her posture, letting her shoulders relax rather than tense. She remembered now clearly that listening was not about vigilance. It was about consent. She allowed the night to arrive around her without leaning into it. Somewhere far behind her, beyond hedges and fields and the long recalibration of attention that had followed the morning's events, the lane would be cooling, fog perhaps beginning to settle into familiar shapes, not called, not fed, simply present. It would listen. And here, on a path that continued to refuse conclusions, under a sky that deepened by degrees rather than declarations, Mara walked on, aware that the story had widened beyond any single place or moment, that it lived now in the practice of noticing and letting be. As night gathered itself patiently, and the ground remained ready, as always, to listen back whenever she slowed just enough to feel it. The descent carried her into a shallow hollow where the air felt cooler and heavier, as if it had settled there to wait. Mara slowed, letting her steps shorten without tightening. The listening here gathered low, close to the ground, attentive to pressure rather than movement. She adjusted by placing her feet more deliberately, not lighter, just clearer. The smell of damp earth deepened, layered with something vegetal and old, not decay, continuation. She paused at the bottom of the hollow, standing still long enough for the space to acknowledge her presence and move on. The sensation eased, spreading out again. Mara climbed the far side at an easy pace, feeling the subtle effort in her calves and the steady response of the ground. Her breath remained calm, unforced. At the top, the path flattened and widened slightly, offering another brief openness before narrowing again. She noticed how often the land did that, offering room without promising comfort. The night leaned closer now, not abruptly, but with a steady confidence. Colors drained quietly into one another, edges softened further. A faint glimmer appeared ahead, not fixed, not steady, moonlight filtering through broken cloud. Mara lifted her gaze just enough to register it, then lowered it again. Too much looking could invite imagination to work harder than it needed to. The listening shifted again, becoming less reactive, more ambient. It no longer responded to every pause. It trusted her movement. She felt that trust settle into her posture, easing something she had not realized she was holding. The path curved left, then right, threading through a stand of young trees whose branches brushed her shoulders lightly as she passed. She did not flinch. She let the contact happen and end. Beyond them, the air opened again, cooler and clearer. Stars began to assert themselves between drifting cloud, hesitant but persistent. Mara slowed, not to look up but to feel the change in scale. The listening expanded with it, less concerned with paths and places, more with orientation. She adjusted her direction by a few degrees, trusting the sense of alignment rather than landmarks. Her bag rested comfortably against her side. The envelope inside felt settled, no longer marking time but keeping it. She thought briefly of sleep, of how listening changed when consciousness loosened its grip, of how some places became louder then and others receded. The thought passed without weight. The path ahead dipped once more, guiding her toward another quiet place where sound would gather and disperse. She followed unhurried. Somewhere far away, perhaps back near the village, a door closed, another opened. Life folded itself inward for the night. Mara felt no separation from that. She carried it with her as context, not pull. The listening here felt steady, patient, unconcerned with spectacle. It did not test, it did not demand. She walked on step by step, allowing the night to deepen around her at its own pace, aware that the story had not reached anything like an ending, that it continued wherever attention softened into listening and movement respected space, as the ground remained quietly responsive beneath her feet, and the dark settled in not as a conclusion, but as another way of paying attention. The hollow released her again, and the ground rose into a gentler grade that asked less of her legs and more of her balance. Mara adjusted without thinking, the shift happening below awareness. Night arranged itself carefully now, not a curtain, a layering. The listening changed with it, becoming less interested in the outline of things and more attuned to how they occupied space. She felt that difference settle along her ribs, a quiet recalibration. A moth drifted past her shoulder, pale against the dark, then vanished as if it had never decided to be seen. Mara did not follow it with her eyes. The path grew rougher, stones nudging at the soles of her boots. She let them, reading the ground through pressure and release. Somewhere to her right, water moved again, audible now only in suggestion. She noted the direction and let it go. The envelope in her bag pressed once, then softened, like a reminder that timing was still happening even when she wasn't measuring it. She did not touch it. Clouds slid across the moon, light dimming and brightening in slow pulses. Shadows shifted their allegiance without announcing it. Mara paused briefly where the path crossed a seam of darker earth, letting the ground feel her weight and then take it back. The listening acknowledged the exchange and moved on. She continued, steps even, breath steady. Sound rose behind her, faint and wide, whined through taller grass. It passed without pursuing. She realized then how much of her attention had learned to stay unhooked, how it could register without grasping. That felt new and right. The path straightened for a while, long enough to suggest direction without guaranteeing it. Mara followed, aware of the space opening ahead and the darkness pooling behind. A distant light winked on somewhere far off, then another. Human markers, comforting without being magnetic. She walked between those signals and the deeper dark, belonging fully to neither. The listening here felt spacious, unburdened by expectation. It did not lean toward her or away, it allowed. Mara adjusted her pace again, not slower, not faster, just matched. Her body knew what that meant now. A low rise appeared ahead, barely perceptible until she was climbing it. The effort registered cleanly, then eased as the ground leveled. At the top, she paused again, letting the view assemble itself in her awareness rather than her eyes. Fields, tree lines, a sky that refused to settle into certainty. She stood there for several breaths, feeling the night accept her presence without comment. Then she moved on. Somewhere far behind her, the lane would be deepening into shadow, fog perhaps exploring familiar hollows, listening in its old way without being invited to speak. It would wait. Here, with the path continuing to offer itself in fragments rather than promises, Mara walked forward, carrying the ease of practiced attention, aware that the story was still unfolding alongside her, not asking for conclusions, not offering them, but remaining open and responsive, ready to shift again with the next change in air, the next pause of breath, the next moment when she would slow just enough to feel the ground listening back. The rise fell away into another shallow stretch where the ground felt cooler underfoot, as if it had held onto the day's shadow longer than the surrounding land. Mara noticed the change immediately and let her stride soften again. Night had settled enough now that sound carried farther than sight. She listened to the space between sounds as much as the sounds themselves. Somewhere ahead, a branch shifted under the weight of something small. The sound was brief, complete. She did not stop. She adjusted her breathing and kept walking. The listening here felt less curious and more habitual, like a place accustomed to being passed through without being disturbed. Mara appreciated that. The path narrowed again, bordered by low growth that brushed her boots and whispered faintly as she passed. Seeds caught, then released. Nothing lingered. She felt the envelope in her bag settle once more, its presence steady, no longer marking moments but moving with them. It had become part of her balance. Clouds shifted again, revealing a clearer slice of moonlight that silvered the path ahead. Mara let her gaze drop slightly, trusting the contrast rather than the detail. The listening adjusted to the light, redistributing itself across surfaces and spaces. It no longer gathered in hollows as strongly. It spread. She reached a place where the path split briefly into two faint options before rejoining again a few yards on. Mara chose neither deliberately, letting her feet decide, and noticed how easily the ground accepted the choice. Her thoughts were quiet now, not empty, just uninsistent. She felt no need to frame the experience into meaning. A distant train horn sounded low and long, threading through the night air from far beyond the fields. Mara listened until it faded, then let the silence reclaim itself. The path curved once more, descending toward another unseen low place. She followed, posture easy, shoulders loose. Night sounds layered themselves gently now. Insects, leaves, the occasional shift of air. The listening felt mature here, settled into itself, unconcerned with novelty. It did not test her awareness, it shared it. Mara slowed slightly as the ground dipped again, feeling the coolness pool around her ankles, then climb. She waited a breath longer than necessary. The sensation eased, she continued. Somewhere far behind her, beyond hedges and fields and the village now fully enclosed in lamplight and walls, the lane would be holding its familiar curve in deeper shadow, fog perhaps beginning to settle more confidently now that night had committed. It would listen as it always had. Here, under a sky that refused to declare itself finished and over ground that responded with quiet patience, Mara walked on, carrying a way of listening that no longer asked where it began or where it would end. As the story remained open and alive around her, shifting gently with each step, each breath, each moment of attention offered without demand, waiting without urgency for whatever subtle change might come next. The low place passed, and the ground rose again with a gentleness that felt considerate. Mara felt the night settle more fully into its rhythm, no longer testing, simply being. Her steps found a cadence that did not belong to morning or afternoon, but to this quieter stretch where time loosened its grip. She noticed how her breath aligned with it without instruction. The listening here no longer shifted sharply with each change in terrain. It flowed. A scent drifted across the path, faint and sweet, crushed wildflowers releasing what the day had kept warm. Mara breathed it in once and let it go. The path edged closer to a line of trees whose trunks were darker now, absorbing what little light remained. She moved among them with ease, shoulders brushing leaves without surprise. Somewhere overhead, wings passed, silent and purposeful. She did not look up. The envelope in her bag stayed still, its weight evenly distributed, no longer a signal but a constant. It felt like something that had found its place. Mara slowed again where the ground changed texture, gravel giving way to packed soil. Her feet registered it and adjusted before thought followed. Night sounds deepened, not louder but fuller. The air itself seemed to carry memory now, layered and calm. She became aware of how far she had come without tracking distance. Movement had replaced measurement. A faint outline of a gate appeared ahead, barely lighter than the dark around it. She approached, rested her hand briefly on the wood and felt its age without trying to read it. The latch lifted easily. She passed through and let it fall back into place with a soft, final click that did not echo. Beyond the gate, the path widened again, offering a brief openness before narrowing once more. Mara smiled faintly at the pattern. The listening here felt steady, uninterested in interruption. She matched it by not interrupting herself. A cloud crossed the moon, dimming the ground, then slid on. The light returned thinner, more diffuse. Mara paused just long enough to feel the change settle, then continued. She thought briefly of the lane again, not as a place of tension, but as one voice among many now, quieter, less central. It listened. So did she. The path curved, dipped, rose, offering no promise except continuation. Mara followed without expectation. Her awareness stretched comfortably into the dark ahead and the ground beneath her, no longer pulled by what might be behind. Night completed another small adjustment around her, insects shifting their chorus, leaves settling into stillness. She felt it and moved on, and the story continued with her not as something she told herself, but as something she inhabited, step by step, breath by breath, open and unending, attentive to each subtle change, each quiet invitation to slow or proceed, as the ground remained patient beneath her feet, listening back without ever asking to be named. The openness narrowed again, gently, as if the land preferred to keep its confidence private. Mara adjusted without noticing the decision happen. Night no longer felt like something arriving. It had arrived and was settling its weight evenly. The listening here was steady, less reactive than before, as if it had learned her pace and no longer needed to check it. She felt included without being centered. Her steps softened further as the ground grew looser, soil giving slightly before firming again. Each footfall became a quiet exchange rather than a statement. A faint shimmer moved across the path ahead, not light exactly, but a thinning of darkness where the moon slipped through cloud again. Mara followed it without aiming for it. The envelope in her bag remained still, its presence now more like structure than signal. She carried it the way one carries a memory that no longer interrupts. Somewhere to her left, the land dropped away sharply, sound pooling there before climbing back up. She stayed to the right, not avoiding, simply choosing what asked less. The listening acknowledged the choice and shifted aside. A small stone rolled under her boot and settled a few inches away. She paused just long enough for the ground to resettle, then moved on. She realized then that she no longer thought of listening as something external. It moved through her as much as around her. The path straightened briefly, long enough to feel intentional, then curved again as if embarrassed by the suggestion of direction. Mara smiled faintly at that. The air cooled another fraction, bringing with it the smell of distant water and leaves turning inward for the night. She breathed evenly, unhurried. A shadow crossed the path ahead, wide and silent. Cloud, nothing more. She did not slow. The listening here felt unburdened, no longer gathering itself into places of interest. It rested everywhere at once. Mara felt a quiet gratitude for that, not directed at anything, just present. Her thoughts drifted without looping, touching ideas and letting them go. No narrative insisted on forming. The path dipped again and she followed, aware of how the ground cooled where air settled. She let it surround her ankles and move on. Somewhere far off a bell sounded once, then stopped, not marking an hour, just existing. She continued walking. The lane far behind now would be listening too, in its own narrow way, fog perhaps beginning to feel at home again along its curve. It did not matter. It was no longer alone in that work. Here, on a path that kept offering itself without explanation, Mara walked on with attention that neither searched nor fled, aware that the story had widened beyond any single place or moment, that it lived in the practice of moving with care and pausing without fear. As night deepened and the ground remained patient beneath her feet, listening back without end. The path began to climb again, subtly at first, then with a steadiness that asked her legs to remember their strength. Mara welcomed the effort, feeling it anchor her to her body. Night pressed closer here, not heavier but more complete. The sky above was a dark field with only a few uncertain stars holding their places. The listening shifted once more, responding to elevation rather than enclosure. Up here it felt thinner, stretched, attentive to balance and orientation. Mara slowed just enough to feel how the ground met her weight at a different angle. Her boots found purchase. The earth held. A breath of wind crossed the slope, cooler than before, carrying the faintest trace of distant water and stone. She let it pass across her face and continue on. The envelope in her bag remained quiet, its presence no longer calling attention to itself. It felt settled, like something that had found the right pocket in time. As she climbed, the sounds below softened, blending into a single low hush. Above her, the air felt clearer, less layered. She reached a point where the path leveled briefly, offering a pause without insisting on it. Mara took the pause anyway, standing still, hands loose at her sides. The listening did not rush toward her. It remained where it was, acknowledging her stillness without changing shape. She noticed how that felt different from earlier in the day, when stillness had sharpened everything. Now it simply coexisted. After a few breaths, she moved again. The path narrowed once more, cutting along the slope with a gentle curve that guided rather than directed. Mara followed, trusting the alignment she felt more than any sense of destination. A distant sound reached her ears, low and rhythmic, not hooves, not footsteps. Water moving somewhere unseen, shaped by terrain she could not see. She listened until the sound became part of the background and then let it go. The night grew cooler, the kind of cool that settled into layers rather than striking all at once. Mara adjusted her coat without breaking stride. She felt no urgency to reach shelter, no need to mark time. The listening here felt steady, patient, uninterested in testing. It had learned her rhythm and she had learned its. The path dipped slightly, then rose again, offering no clear sense of progress except the feeling of motion itself. Mara appreciated that. Somewhere far behind her, the village would be fully enclosed now, lamps glowing, voices contained within walls. Felita would still be awake, listening in her own way. Arthur would likely be winding down, aware without naming it. The lane would be holding its curve in deeper shadow, fog perhaps settling more confidently now that night had fully committed. It would listen as it always had. Here, on higher ground where the air felt thinner and the listening broader, Mara walked on, posture easy, attention unforced, aware that the story had no intention of closing itself, that it continued wherever movement and awareness stayed in quiet conversation. As the night deepened, the land adjusted, and the ground beneath her feet remained patient, responsive, and endlessly willing to listen back. The higher ground opened into a long shoulder of land where the wind moved more freely, brushing the tops of grass and the edges of her coat with equal indifference. Mara felt the exposure and welcomed it, letting her balance widen rather than tighten. Up here the listening felt different again, not spread thin, not concentrated, distributed. She walked with a steadiness that felt earned rather than chosen, each step placed with the quiet confidence of familiarity. The ground responded in kind, firm, without resistance. The night air carried fewer scents now, stripped down to coolness and stone and the faint trace of water far below. She breathed it in slowly, feeling it clear her chest. A cloud slid across the stars, dimming them briefly before moving on. The darkness shifted but did not deepen. Mara slowed at a place where the path widened just enough to suggest stopping. She did not stop. She passed through, acknowledging the offer without accepting it. The envelope in her bag remained still, its presence no longer tied to moments of change but to continuity. She carried it as one carries a compass that no longer needs checking. Somewhere behind her a small sound rose and fell, a fox perhaps, or wind moving through a stand of reeds. She did not turn. The path curved gently along the contour of the land, neither climbing nor descending, offering a sense of equilibrium that settled into her hips and spine. Mara felt her body align with it naturally. Here, the listening was less about what moved and more about what stayed. She noticed how stillness had its own texture now, no longer sharp but deep and calm. She walked on, letting the horizon remain unseen, trusting the shape of the ground beneath her feet. Far below, lights flickered faintly, isolated and warm, marking places where people had decided to stop for the night. Mara acknowledged them without longing. The wind shifted again, cooler now, carrying the suggestion of fog beginning to gather in lower places. She felt it and let it go. The lane, far off and down, would be receiving that fog soon, settling into its familiar hollows, listening in the way it always had. It did not concern her. It did not need to. Up here, the listening felt older, less invested in individual stories. It accepted her presence without remark. Mara adjusted her pace slightly, matching the long curve of the land. Her thoughts remained loose, unknotted. She felt no sense of conclusion, only continuation. The path carried on ahead of her, pale where starlight touched it, darker where shadow pooled, offering no promise beyond the next few steps. She followed without question, aware that listening had become something she no longer turned on or off, but something she moved with, as the night held steady around her and the ground beneath her feet remained patient, attentive, and ready to listen back for as long as she chose to keep walking. The shoulder of land narrowed again, guiding her back toward a more intimate scale where each step mattered just a little more. Mara felt the transition in her ankles before she registered it in her thoughts. The wind softened here, broken by low scrub and the subtle rise and fall of the ground. Sound settled closer, no longer roaming as freely. The listening responded by drawing in, not tightening, simply paying attention to proximity again. She walked on, posture loose, hands relaxed, allowing her arms to move naturally with her stride. Nothing in her wanted to rush. A faint crunch of gravel sounded beneath one boot, then faded as she found firmer soil again. She adjusted without pausing. The sky above shifted, clouds thinning enough for more stars to show, scattered and uneven. Mara did not count them. She let them remain what they were. Her bag rested steady against her side. The envelope inside felt fully settled now, neither heavy nor light, simply present. She noticed how rarely she thought about it at all. That felt important. The path dipped slightly and passed between two low rises that funneled the air into a cooler stream. It brushed her legs, then moved on. The listening here felt momentarily sharper, attentive to passage rather than presence. Mara kept her pace even. Beyond the dip the ground smoothed again, forgiving and dark. She stepped into it with confidence that did not announce itself. Somewhere nearby an animal moved and stopped again. The sound never approached, it never retreated. They shared the space without overlap. Mara felt a quiet satisfaction in that, not pride, not relief, simply recognition. The night deepened another degree, not sudden, just more complete. Temperature settled into layers that wrapped rather than pressed. She adjusted her coat again, the movement small and efficient. The listening here no longer shifted with every change in terrain. It had stabilized into a broad, steady awareness that moved with her rather than reacting to her. She realized then that this was what Felita had meant, not vigilance, not readiness for interruption, but alignment. The path curved gently downward again, guiding her toward another low place where sound would gather and disperse. Mara followed, attentive but unexpectant. Her breath remained steady, unmeasured. Her thoughts floated without anchoring. Far behind her the village would be quieting further, rooms dimming, voices softening into the night. Felita would still be listening, not standing guard, simply present. Arthur would likely be asleep soon, carrying awareness into dreams without naming it. The lane would be listening too. Fog settled now, patient and habitual, no longer the loudest voice in the landscape. Here, on ground that neither tested nor yielded too easily, Mara continued walking, step after step, aware that listening had become part of how she moved through the world, not a task and not a role, but a condition of attention that did not close or conclude. As the night held steady, the land remained responsive, and the story kept unfolding alongside her, open, alert, and ongoing, without asking to be finished. The downward curve eased, releasing her into a stretch where the ground felt evenly tempered, neither cool nor warm, neither yielding nor firm. Mara sensed the balance and matched it instinctively. Night had settled into its longer breath now, the kind that did not rush toward morning. The listening here felt broad and unhurried, like attention that had nowhere else it needed to be. She moved within it easily. Her footsteps made little sound, absorbed by the earth and the thin layer of fallen leaves. She noticed how quiet could be active without being tense. A faint glimmer appeared ahead, not light exactly, but the suggestion of space opening up again. Mara followed without anticipation. The envelope in her bag no longer registered as an object at all. It had become part of her sense of orientation, like weight carried evenly across both shoulders. She thought briefly of turning back, not from reluctance but from curiosity about how it would feel. The thought passed without becoming a plan. The path widened slightly, then narrowed again, as if testing nothing more than her willingness to adapt. She adapted. A sound drifted across the night air, low and steady, water moving through reeds somewhere unseen. It did not pull her toward it. The listening acknowledged the sound and returned its attention to balance and movement. Mara felt the ease of that exchange settle deeper into her posture. She no longer felt separate from the act of walking. Clouds shifted again, briefly dimming the stars before letting them reappear in different patterns. The sky refused to stay fixed. She welcomed that. The path angled slightly to the left, then straightened, offering a moment of clarity that did not last long enough to demand interpretation. Mara followed, trusting the ground more than the horizon. A breeze brushed past, cooler now, carrying the faint scent of fog rising from lower places. She noticed without responding. Far below, unseen and unvisited, the lane would be wrapped in that fog now, listening in its old, narrow way, patient and habitual. It was one voice among many. Up here and ahead the listening felt spacious, uninterested in reclaiming attention. It allowed. Mara walked on, aware that she was no longer measuring progress by distance or destination. Each step was sufficient. Her breath stayed steady. Her thoughts drifted and dissolved. The night continued to rearrange itself subtly around her, sound and air and ground adjusting in quiet conversation. She was part of that conversation now, not as a speaker, but as a participant who knew when not to interrupt. The path continued without revealing where it led next. Mara followed anyway, posture aligned, attention unforced, aware that the story had no intention of resolving itself, that it moved with her as long as she continued to move with awareness, as the land remained patient beneath her feet, listening back without end, and the night held steady, open, and awake. The ground began to slope so gently that the change was felt more than seen. Mara adjusted her balance and kept walking, trusting the way her body read the land ahead of her. Night held steady, no longer deepening so much as settling into itself. The air felt complete. The listening here was calm and continuous, like a current you only notice when you stop resisting it. She moved within it without effort. Her steps fell into a quiet pattern that no longer needed correction. Each foot met the earth, pressed, released. A faint outline of trees appeared ahead, darker than the darkness around them, their presence marked by absence rather than shape. Mara did not slow. The envelope in her bag stayed still, its weight evenly distributed, no longer marking moments or transitions. It felt like something that belonged to the path now as much as to her. She passed between the trees, their branches arching overhead without touching. The air beneath them was cooler, denser, but not heavy. The listening shifted subtly, drawing closer again, attentive to passage rather than pause. Mara kept moving. Somewhere in the distance, a single sound echoed briefly, then disappeared. Not a call. Not a signal. She did not try to identify it. The path curved again, narrowing just enough to suggest care without insisting on it. Mara placed her feet with quiet precision, appreciating how little thought it required now. She noticed how her awareness no longer jumped ahead of her body. It stayed where she was. A thin veil of mist brushed across the path, barely visible, cool against her ankles, fog testing its reach. Mara slowed a fraction, not stopping, letting the mist pass around her without inviting it closer. The listening acknowledged the choice and remained neutral. The mist thinned again, slipping back into the low places it preferred. She continued on. The night carried fewer scents now, reduced to damp earth and distant water. She breathed evenly, unmarked. The path leveled briefly, then dipped again, its rhythm familiar by now. Mara followed without measuring. She thought again of Felida, of how she would sense this hour without checking the sky. Of Arthur, whose awareness would linger even as sleep took him. The lane, far away and quiet now, would be listening too. Fog settled along its curve, patient and unremarkable. It did not dominate the night. Here the listening felt wide and shared, unconcerned with ownership. Mara felt included without being addressed. She walked on, step after step, letting the night hold its shape around her, aware that the story was still unfolding without urgency, that it would continue as long as attention remained gentle and movement stayed respectful. As the ground beneath her feet remained patient and responsive, listening back in its own quiet way while she kept going, neither arriving nor leaving, simply moving forward into whatever shape the path chose to take next. The trees thinned again, not opening fully, just loosening enough to let the air move more freely around her shoulders. Mara felt the change and let her stride lengthen by a fraction. The night had found its balance, not still, not restless. The listening matched it, no longer shifting with every step, but holding a steady awareness that moved with her. Her boots brushed over a patch of firmer ground where stones lay close to the surface. She felt each contact distinctly and welcomed the clarity. A low sound drifted across the land, too broad to locate, a mingling of wind and distance. It passed through without settling anywhere in particular. Mara did not pause. The envelope in her bag remained quiet, its presence now so familiar that she only noticed it when she thought to. It felt less like something carried and more like something aligned. The path angled gently again, following a contour she could feel more than see. She trusted it, letting her body make the small corrections required to stay balanced. A faint glimmer appeared ahead and vanished again. Moonlight caught briefly on a pale stone. The darkness closed around it without comment. The listening did not sharpen, it did not retreat, it stayed. Mara felt a subtle sense of continuity, as if nothing had truly begun or ended for a long while now. The air cooled another degree, settling against her wrists and neck. She adjusted her collar with a small, efficient movement. Somewhere nearby, leaves shifted as something moved through them, deliberate and unhurried. The sound crossed her path and faded. They shared the night without acknowledgement. The path narrowed once more, guiding her between low rises where the air pooled faintly with coolness. She slowed just enough to let the ground feel her weight clearly, then continued. Her breath remained steady, uncounted. Her thoughts drifted, touching nothing for long. Far behind her, the village would be deeply quiet now, lights dimmed, doors locked, the rhythm of sleep beginning to take hold. Felida would still be listening in that quiet way of hers, not alert, simply present. Arthur's awareness would soften but not disappear. The lane would be holding its familiar curve, fog settled comfortably now, no longer dramatic, simply part of the night's texture. Here the listening felt wide and patient, uninterested in stories that tried to close themselves. Mara moved within it with ease. The path dipped again, then rose, its rhythm familiar enough to feel almost conversational. She followed, attentive without effort. A breeze passed, then another, carrying the scent of damp grass and distant water. She let it pass through her without response. The night adjusted again subtly as nights do, sound and air shifting in quiet agreement. Mara walked on step by step, aware that there was no boundary ahead that would signal an ending, no marker that would ask her to stop listening or stop moving, as the ground beneath her feet remained steady and responsive, and the story continued alongside her, open and unbroken, shaped only by the next small adjustment of pace, the next breath taken without urgency, and the ongoing exchange between movement and the listening that followed her wherever she chose to go. The path eased into another gentle curve, as if reconsidering its own direction mid-thought. Mara followed without questioning it. The air felt smoother here, less layered, carrying sound evenly rather than scattering it. She noticed how her hearing adjusted, how distance became harder to judge. The listening responded by staying close to her movement, less interested in what lay ahead. Her steps made almost no sound now, absorbed by soil that had settled into night. She appreciated the quiet cooperation of it. A thin line of lighter darkness suggested an open space somewhere beyond the next bend. Mara did not hurry toward it. The envelope in her bag stayed quiet, fully integrated, no longer signaling change or decision. It felt like something already understood. The sky shifted again, clouds thinning just enough to let a few more stars assert themselves. They appeared unevenly, unconcerned with symmetry. Mara walked on, posture aligned, breath steady. A low ridge rose gently beneath her feet, barely noticeable until she was already crossing it. The ground firmed slightly, offering clearer feedback. The listening here felt neutral, almost indifferent, and she found that comforting. She passed a cluster of stones set loosely at the edge of the path, their shapes softened by time. She did not step on them, she did not avoid them deliberately either. The night deepened another shade, not darker so much as quieter, sounds thinned then redistributed. Mara slowed just enough to feel the change settle through her shoulders. Then she continued. Somewhere to her left, the land opened into a broader space she could sense without seeing. She stayed on the path, letting the openness remain unentered. The listening acknowledged the boundary and stayed with her. A faint rustle moved ahead, then stilled. Nothing followed. She felt no need to stop. The path straightened briefly, offering a sense of direction that did not last long enough to become meaningful. Mara accepted it and let it go. Her thoughts remained light, untethered. No memory insisted on staying. No anticipation pulled forward. Far behind her, the lane would be deep in fog now, familiar shapes softened into suggestion, listening in its narrow, habitual way. It did not call. Here, the listening felt broader, less attached to any one place. It moved with her. The ground dipped slightly again, and she followed, aware of how naturally her balance adjusted now. A breeze brushed past, cooler, carrying the faint scent of damp leaves. She breathed it in and out again. The night held steady, patient, unhurried. Mara walked on, step after step, aware that there was nothing ahead she needed to reach and nothing behind she needed to escape, that the story continued not by advancing toward a conclusion but by remaining attentive to each small shift of ground and air. As the path kept offering itself without explanation and the listening stayed with her, open and ongoing, ready to respond to whatever subtle change came next. The curve loosened and the path straightened again, settling into a quiet stretch that felt neither temporary nor fixed. Mara adjusted her pace to match it, not consciously, simply allowing her body to settle where it wanted to be. The night carried itself differently now, less layered, more unified. Sound, air, and ground moved in agreement. The listening felt complete, not searching, not checking, simply present. It no longer leaned forward when she slowed. It no longer trailed when she moved. Her steps pressed into the earth and lifted away without leaving much behind. The ground accepted that exchange without comment. A faint sheen of moisture glimmered on leaves at the edge of the path, catching what little light filtered through the cloud cover. Mara noticed without stopping. The envelope in her bag remained settled, its edges softened by time and movement. It felt less like something carried and more like something that had always been there. She became aware again of how far she had walked, not in distance but in tone. Morning felt remote, not forgotten, simply irrelevant. The path dipped once more, shallow and smooth, drawing her into a place where the air cooled gently and sound gathered low. Mara slowed a fraction, letting the ground feel her presence clearly. The listening responded by staying calm. Somewhere above, clouds shifted again, stars rearranging themselves into new, temporary patterns. She did not look up. She felt the change instead. A sound moved through the darkness to her right, not hurried, not cautious. It crossed behind her and faded. Mara kept walking. The path rose again, familiar now in its rhythm of descent and ascent. She followed without measuring effort or progress. The night had reached a kind of still momentum, moving forward without urgency. She felt aligned with it. Far behind her, the village would be quiet in the way villages become quiet, not empty, just turned inward. Felita would still be listening, perhaps from a chair by a window, not waiting for anything in particular. Arthur would be asleep, awareness drifting into dreams that held their own forms of attention. The lane would be fully claimed by fog now, curves softened, edges blurred, listening without spectacle. Here the listening felt wide and shared, unconcerned with stories that wanted to resolve themselves. Mara moved within it easily. The path curved again, offering another choice that did not feel like a decision. She followed, attentive but unburdened. Her breath stayed steady, her thoughts remained light. The night adjusted again, quietly, sound thinning in one place and gathering in another. Mara continued forward step after step, aware that nothing in the landscape asked her to stop and nothing ahead promised an ending. As the ground remained patient beneath her feet, the air stayed receptive around her, and the story went on with her, open and responsive, shaped only by movement, attention, and the ongoing practice of listening without needing to arrive anywhere at all. The straight stretch gave way to a subtle bend, the path curving as if following a thought that had changed its mind halfway through. Mara followed, letting her feet adjust without hesitation. The night had settled into a quieter register now, not empty but evenly held. Nothing pressed forward, nothing receded. The listening moved with her at that same register, no longer reacting to small shifts, simply accompanying. Her steps were nearly soundless, the earth taking and releasing her weight with practiced ease. She noticed how little effort it required to stay balanced now. A faint outline of taller grass appeared ahead, its top stirring slightly in the breeze. Mara passed through it, feeling the soft brush against her knees, then emerged back onto firmer ground. The envelope in her bag remained still, its presence so familiar it no longer distinguished itself from the rest of her movement. It felt like part of the rhythm rather than an object. The sky shifted again, clouds thinning just enough to let a cooler light filter down, not bright but clarifying. Shadows rearranged themselves without hurry. Mara slowed briefly where the ground dipped, then continued as it leveled out again. Her body handled the transition before thought followed. The listening here felt unremarkable in the best way. It did not lean in. It did not withdraw. She felt a sense of continuity stretch behind and ahead of her, not as a line but as a field. Somewhere nearby, an animal paused, then moved on. The sound never approached her path. They shared the space without intersecting. Mara felt no need to acknowledge it beyond noticing. The path narrowed again, hedges rising slightly on either side. Their presence felt more than seen. The air cooled another degree, settling against her wrists and neck. She adjusted her coat with a small movement and kept walking. Her breath remained steady, unmeasured. Her thoughts drifted lightly, not attaching to memory or anticipation. Far behind her, the lane would be deep in fog now, its familiar curve softened into suggestion, listening in the way it always had, patient and habitual. It did not matter whether anyone noticed. Here the listening felt broader, less tied to any single place. It traveled with her. The path dipped once more, then rose, repeating a rhythm that no longer needed explanation. Mara followed, aware that she was no longer walking toward anything in particular. The night adjusted again, quietly, as nights do, sound and air shifting into new arrangements without announcing themselves. She walked on step after step, attention relaxed and steady, aware that nothing ahead waited to conclude the story and nothing behind demanded revisiting. As the ground beneath her feet remained patient and responsive, and the listening continued alongside her, open, unbroken, and ongoing, ready to adapt with each subtle change of pace, each breath taken without urgency, and each moment allowed to pass without needing to be named. The hedges fell away again, replaced by a low sweep of land that felt open without being exposed. Mara sensed the difference immediately and let her shoulders drop another fraction. The night held its shape, neither deepening nor lifting, content to remain as it was for a while. The listening matched that contentment, steady and unremarkable. Her steps carried her forward with quiet certainty, each one placed without deliberation. The ground answered with the same calm consistency. A faint sheen of dew had begun to gather on the grass, catching what little light filtered through the clouds. Mara noticed the coolness rising, not as chill but as presence. The envelope in her bag remained settled, its edges no longer distinct in her awareness. It had become part of her sense of balance. The path angled gently across the open ground, not straight, not curved enough to draw attention to itself. She followed without thought. Somewhere far off, a sound traveled briefly and then dissolved. Too distant to place, too soft to matter. Mara did not slow. The listening here felt broad and generous, unconcerned with detail. It did not sharpen when she paused, it did not fade when she moved. She passed a small rise where the ground felt warmer underfoot, heat held longer in the soil. The contrast registered quietly and passed. Her breath remained even, uncounted. Her thoughts stayed loose, drifting without settling. The sky shifted again, clouds thinning just enough to allow a cooler glow to spread across the land. It was not moonlight exactly, just enough illumination to soften edges. Mara adjusted her pace by instinct, matching the new balance of light and shadow. The path narrowed again, guiding her back toward a more contained space bordered by low shrubs. Their branches brushed her coat lightly as she passed. She let the contact happen and end. The listening here drew in, slightly attentive to proximity again. Mara kept moving, respectful without caution. A thin ribbon of mist crept across the ground ahead, not rising, not thickening. Fog testing its reach once more, she slowed just enough to let it pass around her boots. It thinned and slipped away without lingering. The night felt settled now, fully present, uninterested in change for its own sake. Mara felt aligned with that steadiness. Far behind her the village would be deeply quiet, its few remaining lights dimmed or shuttered. Felita would still be listening in that patient, unremarkable way of hers. Arthur's awareness would drift through sleep, responsive without effort. The lane would be wrapped comfortably in fog, no longer dramatic, simply part of the night's texture. Here the listening felt wide and shared, moving with Mara rather than watching her. The path dipped again, then leveled, its rhythm familiar enough to feel conversational. She followed, step by step, without measuring distance or progress. The air cooled another degree, settling into layers that wrapped rather than pressed. Mara adjusted her coat once more and continued. Nothing ahead demanded arrival, nothing behind required return. The ground beneath her feet remained steady and responsive, accepting her movement without comment, as the story continued with her, unending and attentive, shaped by each quiet step, each breath taken without urgency, and each moment allowed to unfold naturally, without signal or closure, as long as she kept walking and listening in the same open, unforced way. The open ground narrowed again into a quieter corridor, the land drawing in as if to speak more softly. Mara felt the change settle into her stride and allowed it to guide her without resistance. Night no longer shifted in noticeable ways. It had found a rhythm and was content to keep it. The listening reflected that steadiness, no longer adjusting itself to every step or pause. It remained present, even almost companionable. Her boots pressed into soil that felt cool and receptive, each step answered with a muted firmness. She noticed how natural the exchange felt now. A faint outline of trees gathered ahead, their forms merging into a darker mass against the sky. Mara approached without slowing, trusting the way the path led her between them. The envelope in her bag stayed quiet, its weight distributed so evenly she could forget it was there. It felt less like something she carried and more like something that carried itself. The air beneath the trees was cooler, layered with the scent of leaves and damp bark. She breathed it in once and let it go. The listening here drew a little closer again, attentive to movement but without urgency. Mara kept her pace steady, neither challenging nor yielding. A small sound moved through the undergrowth to her left, deliberate and brief. It passed without approaching. She passed without acknowledging. The path curved gently, then straightened, repeating a pattern she no longer needed to interpret. Her body followed easily. The sky above was mostly hidden now, glimpsed only in narrow breaks between branches. Stars appeared and vanished as clouds moved on. Mara did not look up. She felt the change instead, a subtle brightening, then dimming, settling into her awareness without demanding attention. The ground dipped slightly and rose again, its rhythm familiar enough to feel reassuring. She followed, breath steady, shoulders relaxed. Somewhere far away, a sound echoed once and did not return. It left no question behind it. The listening here felt fully settled, no longer curious, no longer alert. It existed the way night exists when it knows it will last for hours. Mara realized she no longer felt the need to mark time. Moments flowed into one another without edges. The path narrowed again, hedges brushing close on either side. She moved through them with care that did not slow her. A faint chill touched her wrists and neck. She adjusted her coat with a small, practiced movement and continued. Far behind her the village would be asleep now, its awareness folded inward. Felita would still be listening in that quiet way of hers, not waiting, simply present. Arthur would be deep in sleep, attention moving through other landscapes. The lane would be fully claimed by fog, curves softened, sounds muted, listening without spectacle. Here the listening felt wide and shared, moving with Mara rather than surrounding her. She walked on step after step, not toward anything and not away from anything, aware that the story had no need to resolve itself, that it continued as long as movement and attention remained in quiet conversation, as the ground beneath her feet stayed patient and responsive, and the night held steady, open, and awake, ready to shift again whenever she did. The corridor loosened gradually, the hedges lowering as if deciding they had said enough. Mara felt the space open before she saw it, and her stride lengthened in response. Night held its calm without wavering. No new sounds announced themselves. No old ones insisted on being remembered. The listening remained steady, not focused, not diffuse, simply present in the way of things that no longer need attention to exist. Her steps moved easily over ground that felt familiar now, not because she had been here before, but because her body had learned how to move without question. A faint line of lighter dark suggested another open stretch ahead. Mara approached without anticipation. The envelope in her bag stayed quiet, fully absorbed into the rhythm of her movement. It no longer marked transitions, it moved with them. The path widened slightly, allowing her to walk without brushing against anything. She appreciated the courtesy and returned it by not rushing. A breeze passed across the open ground, cooler than before, carrying the clean scent of night air that had settled into itself. Mara breathed it in slowly and let it go. The listening here felt expansive, unconcerned with boundaries. It did not ask where she was going, it did not follow behind her. She felt her awareness stretch comfortably in all directions at once, unhooked from detail. The ground dipped again, shallow and smooth, and she followed, letting gravity do part of the work. Her balance adjusted without thought. Somewhere to her right, far off, water moved, a quiet persistence woven into the night. She noted the direction and released it. The sky shifted again, clouds rearranging themselves without urgency. A few stars brightened, then softened. Mara did not stop to look. She felt the change register through the air instead. The path curved gently, then straightened, offering continuity without promise. She followed, attentive without effort. Her breath stayed even. Her thoughts drifted and dissolved. Far behind her the village slept, its lights dimmed, its awareness turned inward. Felita would still be listening in that patient, almost invisible way of hers. Arthur would be deep in rest, attention moving through quieter forms. The lane would be settled now, fog lying comfortably in its curve, listening without drama or invitation. Here the listening felt wide and shared, not watching, not waiting. It moved with Mara as she walked. The path narrowed again, then widened, then narrowed once more, repeating a rhythm that no longer needed explanation. She matched it naturally. The night held steady around her, sound and air and ground moving in quiet agreement. Mara continued forward step by step, aware that nothing ahead required arrival and nothing behind demanded return, that the story did not move toward an ending but lived instead in this ongoing exchange between movement and awareness. As the ground beneath her feet remained patient and responsive, and the listening stayed with her, open and unbroken, ready to shift again whenever she did, as long as she kept walking. The path eased forward one more time, the ground steady beneath her feet. The night holding its quiet balance as Mara continued walking without urgency, without destination, her awareness moving with her as naturally as breath, the listening no longer something she noticed but something she inhabited, as sound and air and earth remained in gentle conversation around her, open and unbroken, carrying her onward without ever asking her to stop or arrive. Allowing the story to keep flowing forward in the same calm, attentive rhythm, step by step, moment by moment, as the night stayed awake and receptive, and the ground continued to listen back. If you're enjoying stories like this, make sure to subscribe to On English Speak Through Stories for more immersive experiences.